Hi, good morning. I'm Tom Akel, CEO and publisher of Rocket Ship Entertainment, and I am here to host the What's Next in Digital Comics panel. This panel is meant to explore how the world of webcomics has seen exponential growth over the past several years and is becoming an increasingly challenging business for creators to navigate. So I would like to bring on our panelists, and we're going to talk about their comics and the ever-changing landscape of digital. First joining us is 2017 Ringo Award-winning creator of the Red Hook saga, Dean Haspiel.
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, Baltimore Comic-Con.
Good morning, sir. Next, we have 2019 Ringo nominee for her webcomic, Nothing Special, Katie Cook.
Hello.
Good morning.
Morning.
2020 Ringo nominee for her webcomic, The Croaking, Megan Stevenson.
Hello. It's great
Good
to
morning.
be here.
And the VP of Content for Tapas Media Inc., the winner of this year's fan favorite Ringo for Publisher, Michael Sun.
Hello, good morning.
And I don't know if he's with us yet, but we also have 2018 Eisner nominee for his webcomic Brothers Bond, Ryan Benjamin. Yeah, no, maybe later. Good morning, everyone. Noon for most of you, 4 p.m. for Megan, very early for Michael and I. So I'll just kind of go around the horn, and if you would like to talk a little bit about what you're working on right now, and then we'll go from there. Hey, oh, wait. Oh. And he was not going to join the panel, but why not? 2018 Ringo Award winner for Best Webcomic for 1000, Sanford Green, and winner of multiple Eisners last night. I mean, Ringo's last night. Sorry.
Congratulations, Sanford.
Oh, thank you. I just came to say thank you, and I'm going to leave now.
Oh, okay. What's that, buddy?
I got an email. I'm sorry. I got an email saying, hey, top of the hour webcomic panel. And I'm like, oh, really? Okay. I guess.
Stick around. Stick around.
Stick around. Why not? What's up, Dean?
How you doing, man? Congratulations on your back-to-back awards last night, man.
Two-fisted, man.
That's awesome, man.
Well, you know, I'm with great company right now, so.
Right back at you.
Hi, Sanford.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
It's a pandemic and racial upheaval, so hey, we're all good.
2020, baby.
I'm sorry, man. I'm bringing the room down already.
Nah. Uplifting. It's uplifting.
Yes.
Oh, I'm glad you got the shirt on.
Yeah, I figured, I would switch out real quick because I had something else on, but I heard webcomic panel at the top of the hour. So, does my mic sound decent or does it sound weird?
No, it sounds great.
Fine.
Okay, so we're going to go around the horn. Everybody's going to talk about what they're working on, and then we'll jump into the topics. So, Dean?
Oh, I'm currently producing season 4 of the Red Hook. It's called Blackout, and it launched 2 weeks ago. And thanks to Tom for recruiting me to Webtoon about 4 or 5 years ago, maybe. Off the heels of working on the Fox, he asked me to submit a few pitches, a few ideas, and the Red Hook is the one that stuck. It actually came with a universe of characters. So we had the Brooklynite, Purple Heart, and then I've been able to extend my character through 4 seasons, and I have a bunch more planned out, but that's what I've been working on recently.
Awesome. Katie?
Basically, I've been working on drawing the 3rd season of Nothing Special on Webtoon, and Nothing Special is also all Tom's fault.
Yes, sir.
The reason that it exists. But yeah, other than that, I've been working on a bunch of stuff for Star Wars and Disney. So I'm trying to juggle all of that, as well as now having both of my children home
Right.
all the time. All the time.
Wait, all the time?
All the time.
Oh my God.
All the time. I'm the principal now.
Oh
man.
So yeah, I'm very stressed all the time.
Oh my God.
All the time.
Happy hour starts a little early in the Cook household. But no, having a blast with this season of Nothing Special. So
It'll be comics someday. What you're experiencing right now.
Okay, it's going to be like Chardonnay.
Sorry. You might be in prison, but you'll be making comics.
Oh my God, I might have some time to myself. If
That's right.
Moving along. Megan.
Great conversation.
I'm working on the Crow King at the moment. Season 1 just wrapped up, and I am well into season 2 at the moment, and hopefully that'll be relaunching end of November-ish, maybe. But yeah, no, it's just all Crow King all the time. I have some time to do other things, but I do not put that on any kind of schedule because like you just can't. That's kind of like one of those things where you're just like, I can't do Crow King anymore, so you just kind of have to just go do something else to kind of like just dewire your brain a bit. But that's what I'm doing, just melting, crying a bit, not sleeping, but it is what it is. You gotta get it out there. But
just don't croak.
Sorry. He's here all day, folks. He's here all day.
Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably a little bit different since I'm not primarily a creator. I'm more on like the publishing side. So currently I'm involved in the production of around 25 new original comics that will hopefully make their debut in 2021, 2022. So that's been really exciting. And as VP of content, which I was promoted to around 3 months ago or 4 months ago, I'm kind of coordinating with a lot of like Asian production companies and a lot of overseas distributors. So trying to bring new opportunities to creators to get their stories like translated and localized and distributed all across the world. And so this is like the next chapter, I guess, of my career and trying to enrich the lives of creators that we're working with right now.
Awesome. And Sanford, who's not really supposed to be here today.
Brother, all you have to do is say the word. I am out of here.
No. We're going to keep you.
I took Ryan's spot.
You're here. Just tell us what you're working on. I know it's not webcomics.
Say it again.
You're here, so tell us what you're working on.
Yeah, I'm not working on webcomics, unfortunately. I was, thanks to Tom again. He had me over at Webtoons working on a project called 1000, and it was a fun but short-lived venture. Probably could have done a whole lot more, but I think it was in the tea leaves to move on and work on this this little indie comic we're doing called Bitter Root, which is, you know, something that we're trying to pull together right now, trying to figure out where it's going to go, that kind of stuff. So, you know, other than that, that's pretty much what I'm doing right now. I mean, you know, I'm doing some stuff for DC that's not announced yet, I don't think. But yeah, that's pretty much it right now.
And for those watching at home who don't know, Bitterroot has won the Eisner and the Ringo and has been optioned by Legendary for feature film, right?
Wow.
That's my PR guy right there. He's thanks. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's all the above. Yep. We're excited. We're definitely, you know, humbled and grateful for it. So yeah, if we can just get through this pandemic, we might see some things.
Yeah.
Well, that's the beauty of webcomics is you can just put it up, you know, as you make it, you know. So, right, Tom?
That's why we're all here.
That's why we're here.
So the topics I wanted to jump into today is, you know, I kind of structured this panel to be a little bit more focused towards aspiring creators or even professional creators who are out there and kind of don't understand the ins and outs of webcomics, what makes them challenging, what makes them fun, frankly, how you make a living doing it or make money doing it versus print, because, you know, print is much more obvious. I know I've done many panels like this in the past, but it does keep changing. There's new models introduced all the time. Even since I've left Webtoon, that model's changed drastically. So for the creators here, really quickly, now that you've been doing it for quite some time, what's the first piece of advice you would give to either another professional or an aspiring creator who's trying to break in? And I always say break in, but maybe even just transition into web comics. Dean, you have your hand up.
I mean, people who love to make comics are going to make comics, but I think staying on a schedule is so key to building an audience and maintaining an audience, because at the end of the day, you're competing with their time. And we have so many things flooding us, from this year alone, 2020, with the pandemic and election and this and that and uprisings and everything. Like, could you please read my 2-minute comic this week? Is almost impossible to get people to do that, unless you're like a rock star and popular and people are going to check it out anyway. But I do think that if you're going to have a weekly comic or a daily comic or twice a week or once a month, show up to your own party is what I say, like maintain that schedule, because you're asking the reader to invest in your comic with their time, so to me, that's very key. And I think a lot of people will start a comic series and maybe they don't get the numbers or the readers they thought they would get out the gate. It's a slow build sometimes, or maybe you get a lot of people looking at something and then they go away for a little while. Well, we also live in a binge reading culture, so maybe they'll read 10 of your chapters in a row once they're up or something. So it really depends, but I think it's important for the creator to stay on schedule, to create a schedule and stay on it.
I'd agree
Anybody
with that.
else?
For me, it's I tell almost everybody that approaches me and is like, I want to do a webcomic, and not in really other pros at this point. I get approached by a lot of younger people, and for me, it's like, have fun with it, because that's the best thing you can do is to become a better storyteller and a better artist and a better everything at making comics, is to just make the thing and then have fun doing it. If you're just frustrated with every single chapter, you're not going to enjoy it, so therefore you're not going to make it anymore. So that's one of the things that I try and do with every chapter of Nothing Special, is that I just have fun with the art and I just kind of go nuts with everything. And it takes a lot of time. I was up till 2 a.m. last night drawing vines. But yeah, for me, it's comic books. They're funny books. Have fun making comic books. If you're not having fun making comic books, you're doing it wrong.
If you're not interested in your own comic, how is someone else supposed to be interested?
Exactly.
So you got to keep it interesting.
I like what you guys just shared about if you don't really believe in your your product, no one else will. And as creative people, you when there's that one page or scene or sequence that you create and it just hits you the right way, and you're like, okay, I need to stop working right now, because if I go past this and I get to something that sucks and I don't feel confident about, then you're like, oh no. But you want to be able to you want to be able to work on something that really truly resonates with you first, and if it does that, then you're going to find that audience every single time. It's pretty amazing how we try to reinvent the wheel when it comes to creating certain content. Like, we want to come up with something that's going to be well, I shouldn't say but I think let's just go there. The big two, they try to reinvent the wheel so many times, and it's like, all you need is just to get a unique story that a creator that resonates with a creator, and you're going to be fine. You don't have to come up with this crazy, crossover event, summer event, every single time. Maybe that's why web comics are doing so well right now, because people are kind of burnt out on those kind of stories. But yeah, if you do something that resonates with yourself, you will definitely find that audience. And on that note, I gotta leave.
I'll let you leave.
Yeah, let me exit out here.
Great to see you, Sanford. Thank you.
Take care.
For me, whenever people ask me, how do you even, where do I start? Like, how on earth do I do this? I always tell them, you might get really excited over like all these characters and all these ideas and stuff that you have, but please, for the love of God, write it down first. You've got to do as much pre-production as you can. Like, you've got to pre-plan that stuff, do the plot, do the characters, do all the backstories, everything. I never do this, which is why I always tell people to do it. I always do it because I just get excited with the characters and everything, and then I like build it from there, which is just what you shouldn't do, because it's not really a good building block for like a long-lasting comic, which is why I do a lot of short comics. But if you're wanting to do like a longer, more substantial comic, you've definitely got to just plan out as much as you can, because the second you start being like, I don't know where this is going to go, I don't know what to do with it, and you start like questioning all the things that you've done, you kind of just, it halts the progress, and it stops like the weekly uploads, and like sooner, and you get like later and later behind, and then people just stop reading because you're not updating regularly and everything. So I think no, I was gonna say I have a visual aid for that. Visual aid.
It's called a rent bill.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a bottle of wine.
That looks, that's too much, man.
Wow.
And all of the thumbnails done beforehand.
Oh, wow.
And each chapter break is already marked.
Nice.
Oh
Nice.
I do not have that.
I have 3 of these binders, and they get bigger every season. And it's terrifying. But this is a good glimpse into how my mind works.
I'm the same.
Before I start.
I'm the same. I have a whole script written out, and then I lay out the pages, thumbnail them. And yeah, there's some, as a counter offer to what Megan was saying, is I do think it's smart to plan, and even because especially when you're just kind of like in the point of you've created an idea, now you have to craft the idea, which is basically the nuts and bolts of comics. Laying out, it's penciling, inking, all that kind of stuff. Is there someone else on the
Sorry, it's my 8-year-old.
Oh, there's someone there
participating in the live stream.
But I do think that, like, yes, it's good to know, and also it's really interesting. Like, I kind of know where my story might end now, and I didn't know that at all 4 or 5 years ago. So now that I've been building it, also there's a time when the characters start to write themselves if they're strong enough, And we have different kinds of comics or different kinds of stories. There's plot driven, and then there's character driven, and those things either coincide or cross over or fight each other sometimes, And I did do a comic years ago called Billy Dogma when I created a webcomics collective called Activate, and I purposely didn't know what was happening next week. I would always leave my comic on a mini cliffhanger, not only for the readers to be like, "What the hell's happening?" or "I think I know where this is going," but to keep it fresh for me. I didn't know what was going to happen. And at one point I went, uh-oh, I better know how this is going to end. So then I had to prepare, but it was something exciting and fun in just drawing a chapter and not knowing where this damn story was going for a little while.
In terms of advice for creators, I think if you take a look at any of the works that we have represented here, whether it's, the Red Hook, Nothing Special, the Croaking, or even, Ryan's not here, but like Brothers Bond, like all the art styles are drastically different. And I think like right now, especially with the emergence of platform players, there is a call to action to diversify what comics can be. And so my advice to creators is, even if you feel like your story or your art styles are kind of outside of the quote unquote mainstream, there is a place for it. Editors, like my editorial staff, is hungry for stuff that is unlike anything that's been out there. So yeah, I guess my biggest advice is to kind of dismiss what people expect of comics and to just like try to tell your own story. And also another piece of advice is to ask these publishers for resources or for help. My team and the Webtoons team, and even Tom, who's like assembled this group, we're all trying to figure out ways to take all of our resources that we've accrued over time and to try to give them out to as many creators as possible. But again, it's like a two-way street. We can't offer help unless help is asked, you know? So if you are an aspiring creator, do try to reach out to as many people as possible to figure out ways where, you know, they can share these resources.
I think one of the things that's come out from comics in the last decade is the authenticity of the author, meaning you be you as best as possible. When I was a kid growing up and I bought comic books from the newsstand, this is before even comic shops, you know, I think a lot of us kids who aspired to do comics were supposed to draw it in a House Marvel style, or whoever the pop artists and writers were at DC, you know, the big two. You had to aspire to do it like that because that's what was selling. And that was put into your head. Now, you don't have to have read any of that stuff.
Yeah.
You don't have to have read a Marvel DC comic or whatever's popular story. You're encouraged to like do what you want to do to tell a story, you know? And there's so many resources and tools and reference and history that you can either use it or not, you know, and break this in your own way.
So the next thing I want to touch on really quickly, that's kind of next to what we just discussed, but not to spend too much time on it, is this sort of difference in challenge between print and digital. And there is a big one, I think, especially for people moving back and forth between the two, and that when you buy a graphic novel off the shelf, it's more like buying a book. You're going to sit down and read it, and you don't have to worry usually about multiple things competing for that reader's attention, right? So you can kind of tell the story at your much more dictated pace by the writer. And in webcomics, that's not necessarily the case, because like Dean, you mentioned a minute ago, which is very, very accurate, is that when you're on your phone or you're online, 5,000 things are competing for your attention, right? And you're getting pop-ups and calls to action for other apps or games or social media and distractions that you might not necessarily be home, and you're kind of going on the go. So can you talk about some kind of the challenge in making sure that the storytelling you're putting into a webcomic keeps the reader engaged almost every panel, where obviously you want that kind of engagement in print, but you have much more space to kind of let your story breathe, I think. Anybody?
You want to go first?
For me, it's just keeping it interesting. I try and put some really big, crazy panel into each chapter, mostly because I make bad decisions in time management. But you keep the artwork fun, and the storytelling dynamic. I mean, that's part of it. And then for me, I hide so many little things in the background anyway. That's more for my personal enjoyment. That most of the comments that I get every week are they have to go back and read it 3 times to go figure out every single thing that I put in the background. So that's kind of one of my little tricks that I do, is that I give that attention to detail to the whole thing. And it really engages the reader and really pulls them into your world building instead of just a blank canvas behind you.
Do you feel like you're subconsciously seeding the comic with elements that you could return to or might exploit later?
Oh yeah, I do. I put hints of stuff that's coming up or stuff that's been all the time. But of course, most of them are for my own enjoyment of hiding books or weird things or threats to my family. Leave me alone.
It's like you're testing like if your family's even reading the damn comic, right? Like, did you notice that little barb I threw your way?
My 9-year-old sat down and read it for the first time a couple weeks ago. She did a book report on it. And it was the first time that she has ever in her life turned to me and said, "You're actually pretty good at this."
Finally.
Thanks.
Finally, you're not just a mom or a principal.
You're validated now.
No, I can't help in my comics but to try to make it interesting. I mean, I get really hyperbolic in my work, and I also try to make something meaningful. But what I've come to really enjoy is earning that quiet moment, earning that pause that can happen in a comic. And it doesn't feel like, oh, this is boring. It can actually hold your breath, hopefully, you know what I'm saying? Or stop you and think about what's happening here. Because then again, I'm going to start throwing everything back at you, because that's the style in which I write and draw. So yeah, I do think, Tom, if you have a weekly comic and it's a serialized thing, in this case, I do 26 chapters. I think we all do 26 chapters a season, basically. I need to figure out how to make 25 cliffhangers, which is crazy. Like if you read a comic book or a graphic novel, I don't think there are 25 cliffhangers in that, mini cliffhangers. So you're engaging in a different way. So you hope that someone will come back and read your free comic online. Again, that's crazy, right? Like they don't even have to pay for it, So anyway.
That's I think also the psychological difference though. Once you've dropped your money on something, you're going to see it through.
That's right.
If it's free, you kind of feel like, oh, I'm not as at least personally invested in this yet, so I'm just going to try it out. Right?
Well, that's why I never understand when someone will, and I get this, I don't know why I get this. I mean, I get some positive feedback, but someone will read the first chapter of a comic and they'll be like, this is garbage. Like, I'm going away. And like, come on, give it a minute, man. Like, give it a few chapters first. First of all, it's free. I'm not like destroying your time, like with it. I'm apparently like I've won awards. I've worked for a lot of like just give it a second. That's all, But yeah, and then in terms of print publishing, Katie, you do that. Have you turned your web comics into print as well?
No, all of my panels are 60 inches tall. I don't know how to do that.
Oh boy! See, I plan it. I prepare. Going to what Megan was saying.
For print.
Yeah, I was definitely planning for print. Megan, are you planning for print?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
I always wanted it to have, because I love having the actual novel in my hand. So I've always like planned it to be able to be formatted that way, even if it is still vertical scrolling,
right.
Just because like I really value having it. And I just like printing it because I like being able to go back to refer to it as well. When I forget things, I can just like flip instead of have to be like, what episode was that in? And then just like go back to it and try and find it. But
right.
That's cool. It as future Katie's problem.
I
mean, my problem.
Yeah, we've tackled it in the same way at Tapas.
Well, I remember when I was when I was first introduced on a panel, I think at New York Comic Con with Tom, to say that I was doing the Red Hook. There was another artist on the panel that described vertical comics perfectly as a big, long roll of toilet paper, right? And I keep thinking, why aren't they printing these vertical comics on toilet paper? And you probably can demark it like, here, you pull it and then, wait for next week, right? Or
just like
later on that day.
Adds a new layer of critique to the comic that I really don't appreciate.
That's true. There is a layer of critique. You're right. Thank you.
I'd probably cry if they were formatted like that, honestly.
I remember that. That was Michelle Phan, I think. She typically brought out the long scrolls of, she like thumbnailed it on giant long strips of paper.
That's right.
The entire book.
Right.
Yeah. Michael, what kind of advice do you, I'm actually curious, because I don't know. I know you've done some work with some more sort of traditional creators moving their way into Tapas, but have you had to work with creators who have a really steeped print background and coach them through the differences? Or is most of your talent coming kind of like homegrown through the Tapas platform?
So we've tried to produce comics both in terms of like a vertical format and tried to adapt it to a print format, and then trying to adapt it to a vertical format. Both have its own like strengths and weaknesses, I would say. I think that once a story is collected into like an OGN format, I think Dean's The Red Hook is a good example. I bought the trade from Image. I think it reads well when collected. So I do think that formatting it for the mobile format or like the webcomic format and collecting it into OGN is probably the preferred method for me as a producer, because that alleviates some headache. But the reformatting aspect is always going to be challenging, and I think that's kind of why we're looking to companies like Rocket Ship to help us explore those endeavors. I think it was kind of short-sighted of me as kind of like editor-in-chief at the time to be like, let's just produce this in vertical format, and when print comes, we'll like figure it out then. And now we have over 75 projects where all the creators are like, and now what? And we're just like, okay, well, we have a team to reformat it, but this is going to be like the next chapter of Tapas, I think, in terms of our exploration. But I would say that first and foremost, focus on telling the story as true as possible and leave it up to the publishers and producers and Rocket Ship to figure out the rest.
Yeah, Megan and I are going through this process together now.
Deep joy.
I have a question. Why? Who invented the vertical scroll in the first place?
Scott
Same.
McCloud,
Like,
the internet.
Because remember, it was sideways for a while, and now it's. I guess it's just because
there were
of the
people
thumb?
doing it. Dom, there's a company called Dom Webtoon, which has a investment or partnership with Tapas. I'm pretty sure. They were the first Webtoon company that I'm aware of. And then following that, Naver and TappyToon and SpotToon and all these sort of other South Korean companies kind of popped up off of the Dom model. I honestly don't even know who the founder of Dom is, but I know that company kind of pre-exists the others.
And Michael, one thing I've noticed, and there's an opportunity here in print, is if you read my comic on vertical scroll and then read it in print, they read differently. Like literally the pacing, what you were engaging with, as a backlit comic, up and down the comic versus turning a page left to right and having two pages sit next to each other where it's kind of giving you a sneak peek of what's happening ahead. That's what print comic books do. But as Tom has said to me in the past, like maybe you have an opportunity to add more panels or to edit or do a more updated version of it. So it's versatile in that way.
Yeah.
There's that exact thing is I wish Ryan was here because and I can't talk too much about the project, but Ryan and I are doing a comic together that'll come out next year. And as I'm scripting and he's drawing, we're literally inserting extra panels of content into the book that will be there when it launches in digital that will not be in the print version. And we're doing things too, like creating models, like a model sheet of main characters' reaction shots. Not to cheat, but to be able to like cut and paste them in, and then they might be colored because the scene is different. That allows us to do more talking heads than normally. So we're figuring out some sort of production workflows like that to be able to go from what would probably be cut up from like 5 pages might translate to 25, 30 panels. 5 pages now might translate to 60 panels. And make the comic much longer without losing any quality, and especially because the size of the speech bubbles are much larger on digital.
What's interesting about older comics was that it was a real shorthand, meaning like you had to pick the best panel to then move to the next best panel, and then manga showed up and started to like elongate those scenes. Like what would be a 2-page scene in an old Marvel comic could be like 20 pages in a manga, where you like let it breathe. It gets very ambient, And I feel like webcomics can do whatever the hell it wants, right? But then you're saying, Tom, is the panels you're adding to the vertical scroll that you're going to take away for the print possibility. It's not hurting the narrative, though, right? It's just kind of like an additional.
No. It would be there's kind of two places where we're doing this. And actually, Adam McGovern just asked too. Can anyone comment how writing for vertical changes your process? The format. I mean, this is part of that, and it's something. At least for me personally, that has evolved from when I wrote Back Channel, which was written very specifically for vertical. And you can tell, like, I don't know how I would translate some of the stuff that we did in that into print. And it's something I do need to figure out at some point. But to answer your question, Dean, it's, if we can have a room, if you can have a half page or a page wide establishing shot of a room with 3 or 4 people and you're kind of setting the scene, they can have 4 or 5 bubbles and get through a decent sized piece of conversation. That's not going to fit without cutting it up. So instead having all those different headshots, so we still have to do an established shot of, to place the reader, we can stagger, those talking heads and the balloons, so I can kind of scroll through and read it a little bit more at the right pace, without it also feeling like information overload on a single screen.
So webcomics are very forgiving to a long conversation because you can have talking heads and you feel like you're kind of reading a book with pictures, obviously.
Right.
In a comic book, that's going to be more difficult to have all that conversation happening on several pages. So you might actually wind up editing in the print version, depending on what you're trying to convey, you know?
Well,
and by the way,
we're
I'm
doing
saying
both
good
at the same
morning.
time. Yeah.
What?
We're doing both at the same time.
You're doing, okay, right. So you are figuring it out at the same time. Got it.
Yeah.
Hi, Adam. Good morning. To let him know, like the question about, do you write differently for a vertical comic? And I want to hear, obviously, what Katie and Megan have to say. But what I arrived at was, and Adam will appreciate this, is when I realized it was basically 5 pages worth of print comics per chapter. I looked at Jack Kirby's return to Captain America in like the 70s when he left Marvel, went to DC, and then left DC and came back to Marvel and did Captain America. He did a really interesting thing where about every 5 pages was a chapter break in a comic. We didn't have that in comics ever. You know, there were 20-page comics. You didn't have chapter breaks. But about every 5 pages, he kind of did a sequence. And I kind of used that as a model for myself to figure out the pacing, which is a different pacing. What about y'all?
I would say, you know, when I write something that is for print, like some of the licensed books I do, you know, you have your page 1, panel 1, and then you have that certain number of panels that you can kind of fit into a page. So when it comes to writing my webcomic, I don't list pages. It's just panel, here's the dialogue. Panel, here's the dialogue. Panel, here's the dialogue. And like I said, I write out the whole thing ahead of time. And I do some dialogue edits and stuff as I go, or add panels or take panels away as I thumbnail it. But for that, it's the fact that, you know, I'll decide my chapter breaks from the final script, but there is no like page numbering for me. It's just, here's the number of panels I need for this chapter, and that's it. So it's just panel, 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 panel.
I also write both types. So when I'm doing just normal page, you are limited by the amount of panels, you are limited by the flow of the page and how you want it to look, and the amount of dialogue on it. Because if it's very dialogue heavy, then like you can't really go into you don't really want to go into too much detail on like the actual images and stuff, because it might take away from that and things like that. But with the scrolling format, it gives you like a lot of breathable room, a lot of like you're able to build up the mood of the scene. Like if it's like very suspenseful, you could have like a long scroll or whatever. And whenever I don't thumbnail, I kind of do. I mostly just like sketch roughly what's going to happen on the actual page before I do it. But I have like a Word document and I've like written all the dialogue and then like kind of like some notes if I want someone to do something specific in that scene. And then I'll leave every episode on a cliffhanger, or like as close as I can get to a cliffhanger or something that might allude to something like interesting happening in the next episode or whatever, just so people keep coming back to read, because I think that's like I'd say a powerful tool, but I definitely like exploiting it because it is like one of the better things that you can do to get people coming back. But it is very different. And then also like with Webtoon and stuff, you're able to include music even if you want to do that. So like that can help build the scene and everything as well. So for me personally, like I still buy graphic novels and everything just because I love collecting them and I love like being able to look at people's different art styles and how they do things and everything. But I haven't finished one in like years. I think I start them all the time. I'll get like halfway through because they're really quick to read. I will never finish it. And at least if I want to read a webtoon or something, I can literally just go onto it, scroll for like 2 minutes or however long it actually makes, like however long it takes that readers to read like 50 panels or something that you've put a whole week's worth into, you know, whatever, it's fine. And then you can just go on and do other things. And I'm usually on my phone more than I have to dedicate time aside to go pick up a book and read it. So for me, like that works better just because like I have like the mind of a pigeon. So I just like do things quickly, do this one thing and then go off to do other things. I can't like sit down, dedicate time to like doing something anymore. So like that to me, they just like build better ambiance and like you get more of like the emotion of the scene out of them, I think. And I prefer writing for that because you don't have to be as strict with it either. Like you can do that and then just like have like close-up headshots and like blah blah blah, and then it kind of just does it for you almost to an extent, just because it's just how it reads and it just reads better probably. Just my opinion. We
have a question from Ed. Does vertical scrolling format change your approach to action flow? How do you want how you want the reader's eye to move. The quickest thing I'd say to that, and I want to hear from everybody too, and Michael, if you give advice to your creators, is that obviously it can continue, and everything that's happening in the action can be a reveal. You can have a long action sequence and have the same kind of characters appear multiple times within a single panel, as well as control changing depth perception because it's moving. And I'm speaking in vertical scroll more than I would. The approach in something like Comixology Submit, where you're working in a page format, is going to be the same as it is in print. So I think we're really talking about the vertical format here. But if you look at, for me, the two places where I tried to do that in back channel were at the very beginning of chapter 1, the very beginning of chapter 2. If you look at them where there's a real close up on a gun, and it's a reveal, and it's in the guy's mouth, and his brains get blown out, and it changes into a stream of digital glowy nonsense. And in the second one, where it was just sort of Andy Tong, I was kind of like, big prison fight scene, go. And and he just drew this thing that goes on forever, and at one point there's a severed head that's way close up in the shot as you pull in, and your body's down in the background, and you can really kind of, for that action flow piece, you can kind of play with, I think, just kind of like moving the reader's eye back and forth more than you can in print. I don't know if everybody else has the same sort of opinion.
To speak to Tom, I keep, with the vertical scroll, I keep trying to work toward the bottom of the panel. The reveals are coming as you pull up, it's coming. So like, if you have a hand that's picking something up, like you might draw the arm and then reveal that it's bringing this up. Right, or you can play off the sides, right? So you have to have a character like ping-ponging off the corners of if you want it has this movement as you're pulling up. I don't really do that a lot. I do it sometimes. And what crushes me is what's considered a splash page in a print comic, this beautiful big thing where everything is literally a panel on your phone. It's like when I have a big reveal, it's just like, oh, hi, look. So anything that's a close-up of a headshot is so much more profound than like an action shot, where you're putting all this stuff. So you have to weirdly make it a long, tall panel where things are bouncing and revealing as you pull up at the bottom of the panel.
Some people also turn them sideways as well. So if you have like a big revealing shot in print, you can always just turn it sideways and then kind of have it. And it kind of works, and it kind of,
I've been playing with that as well.
Yeah, I've seen Spaceboy do that a bunch of times.
Yeah. See, I think it's so fun to play with that scrolling format as more of a narrative tool than just being like the way to think of reading it, because I love that aspect of, delaying the reaction, or it's like the big reveal. I'm doing a chapter right now with all of these characters crawling down vines in a well. So it's like the vines continue, and there's different ways that all that stuff gets broken up, and then you get to, take in that information a different way. And then, I get to hide words in all the vines that have to do with everything else. It's really fun to just kind of play around with that kind of visual storytelling, because I don't get to do that in a print book. And I also, again, don't know how I'm going to print it. The thing is 120 inches tall, but it's a blast to look at your script and look at what you're doing and say, what can I do to make this different and new, and still keep a really great pacing with everything.
I never play with it enough because I always wanted to print my stuff. So like, I'm very conscious about being like, I don't know how this would actually go to print. So I'm just kind of not going to do it. So like to a degree, it is sad that like, I don't do it enough. I don't like take advantage of that. But then also like in the back of my brain, I'm always like, no, like it's going to be a hassle later on. Just don't do that to yourself. Like I love reading it, but like, God, if I had to like try and convert it later on, I don't want to do that.
Right. You become more of a designer in this format, not just an artist. We only have 15 minutes, and I mean, I could very happily talk about format and storytelling all day, but I do want to jump a little bit into the business side of this. And we have a question about comments that if we don't get to right this second, I'm going to get back to it, because I want to make sure we get one chance to talk about the business side. And that, the one thing that does seem very, obviously we all kind of know this, especially Michael and I, but it does feel, I think, always black box, right? And every time I talk to a creator, they have no idea really, like, how do you make a living doing webcomics? How does it compare to print? There's page rates and royalties, and how does all that work? And what's the monetization look like? And what does deal structure look like? And rights holders? And So I want to touch on that to some extent of like, especially amongst as much as we can amongst sort of like the bigger players, meaning like Tapas, Webtoons, Webcomics, which is an app, Comixology, Submit, and I might be missing something like, but you know, and then there's the Stellas, and Inker just launched. If people have seen Inker,
Instagram is a platform for people. I mean, it's
right, yeah, and
not getting paid, but they're, you know, you might go to a popular social media place like a Facebook or an Instagram or a Twitter and try to use that at first. I mean,
and you would see like Nick Selleck and Sarah Anderson are, you know, they're not hurting, right? So they're doing okay. I mean, I know they're both publishing in many places, but that's all started for them just based off of their social media comments. So if everybody can kind of like just touch on, I want to start with you, Michael, kind of again, and I don't mean to put you on the spot. So it's sort of as much as you're comfortable and is public, explain to creators like, you know, what the model looks like for Tapas, and how creators would both like kind of break in and sustain kind of ongoing revenue from a platform.
Yeah, I think it's always challenging because there's no two creators that really find success in the same way or define success in the same way. I mean, I'm kind of responsible for all 56,000 creators on Tapas and trying to figuring out like what kind of game plans can apply to as many creators as possible, right? So for some creators that are at the level of a Sarah Anderson, like ad revenue, a support program, which is kind of like our model of Patreon on platform. I think those make a lot of sense. For more of like the long form narrative type of storytellers, the premium model where you're like selling each individual episode for a microtransaction, that makes a lot of sense for them. But I think what makes kind of the newer platform players special is I think a lot of the business development side of things are led by a lot of younger individuals who are kind of more open to creating bespoke packages for each individual creator. I mean, if I were to work with, you know, Dean, Katie, or Megan, I'm sure that, you know, what Tapas could offer would look a lot different depending on like what you would want to get out of your Tapas experience, right? So it's tough to answer. I mean, I think it's kind of like the onus is also on the creator to tell the platforms like what they're looking for in terms of like, this is kind of like the deal that I'm trying to achieve, and for it to be kind of like an ongoing conversation, which I know isn't super helpful to everyone, but basically, you know, everyone at Tapas at the very least comes from some type of creator background. So we are always trying to be a creator first platform. And that means, you know, really sitting down with the creators, understanding what their wants and needs are, and to kind of create, again, like a bespoke package to help them succeed and achieve that. That's kind of like the best I can do without getting into like the nitty gritty of each individual deal. But yeah.
All right. I mean, I'll say like how can I just one follow-up question to what you just mentioned in the microtransaction piece, because that's the model that Webtoon uses now primarily along with advertising, and that is also sort of the model that is the model on Comixology Submit for the most part, because it's a blend of, right, your comics available for whatever you price it at with maybe a 50-50 split, along with it automatically having to go into, I believe it has to go into the Comixology Unlimited product, and you don't have a choice. So it is still, there's these sort of ancillary models of some ad revenue, which not even speaking to the platforms, just speaking from my Viacom years, you know, display units don't pay very well. And the traffic you need to achieve to get to drive money out of those is enormous if it's not a premium sponsorship. And the same thing when you're starting to split up a $6.99 subscription amongst 5 million people, you know, you're getting your 2 cents every month in royalties. So, you know, it does seem like microtransactions is the future of this business. And how much of not Tapas's success is based on microtransactions, but do you see a lot of creators having success with that model?
Yes, and I think more so in the recent years when Tapas has been able to introduce a lot more supplemental features to this process. So, you know, when we were just starting out, my biggest fear was like, are we creating a model where we're locking readers out of the opportunity to read comics? Because I think that is the antithesis of what digital should be. You know, I think with digital, you know, our goal is to democratize art as much as possible and to give every reader the opportunity to read, experience, and support the creators in really meaningful ways. And And so with the microtransaction model, we were really diligent in terms of introducing supplemental features. So if you're on the Tapas app, you can install our partner apps. So these are like mobile games or I guess like e-commerce services. And if you download those apps, you also get like I think the equivalent of like either $5 to $10 of in-app currency, and that is kind of a way for us to help readers generate their own ink so that they can support creators without ever having to open up their wallet, because a large contingency of our readers are fairly young. And, when I was 16, I didn't have a credit card or disposable income. So I very much know like what it's like to sit in like a Borders or like a Barnes and Noble and to just read for hours on end for free. And we wanted to kind of, to some degree, replicate that model by allowing for readers to install partner apps or even to watch video ads or to answer surveys, so that every reader has the opportunity to generate their own ink to support the readers directly and to never be locked out of the reading experience. And the only way to really achieve that is to lower the price point per episode to enable that. Like, I don't think we could get away with charging a $3.99 or $4.99 the same way that Marvel and DC are able to, but we are able to charge anywhere from like 5 to 25 cents and to kind of scale that out based on readership. Some of these premium creators have millions of unlocks per month, and I think that is just as meaningful. So yeah, I think that hopefully answers some of that. Yeah.
I want to ask everybody else, and I just want to clarify for anybody watching, ink is the in-app currency of Tapas, the same way coins is on Webtoon or, Hooli Bucks, whatever you call it.
Yeah, we just want to dress it up to make it a little bit cuter, I guess. Yeah.
So for the other creators, you're all on the same platform, but just talk a little bit about your experience in generating revenue from your book, and maybe reaffirm for people looking to break into webcomics from either, the ground up or existing professionals that there's a living to be made there, maybe.
Listen, Webtoon has been very good to me. I couldn't do it if I didn't have an exclusive contract, basically. I do wonder, and I do think about, not too hard, I don't analyze it, but I think that Webtoon as well as Tapas and certain kind of webcomics models woo a certain kind of reader, younger readers. I don't know if I necessarily write comics for younger readers. I think part of what I like is very specific what I do, and I would hope that I'm wooing the kind of readers that were already reading my stuff and bringing them to the platform in a lot of ways, because eventually, especially with the pandemic and comic shops closing for a while, people couldn't get their comic books, but you could always just go online. There was a lot of stuff to look at, weren't looking at before. So this is an interesting time right now. But yeah, I've been very lucky and to have a company supporting me in my original ideas. And, I started doing webcomics about 15 years ago, when I launched Activate on the LiveJournal blogging platform. The only thing I wasn't thinking about was how to monetize. It really was. And I remember back then, the idea of saying, oh, it's free, kind of had like a stink added to it. Like, well, it must not be very good if it's free. No, it's great. It can be great. And now we have younger readers being born that think that everything's free. All you need is a phone, and then you don't have to pay for anything. So it's kind of swung the other way. So I don't actually know business. I'm not a very good businessman, and I'm always talking to you, Tom, or to my studio mates or whoever, to try to figure out the next steps. And I do think that unless you're very popular on a webcomics or Tapas platform, where you yield a lot of clicks and numbers that will eventually give you royalties, personally, I need a contract, and then ultimately, I think a person like me, a creator like me, might have to eventually hop over to like a Patreon model, or, we have our crowdfunding models and stuff. I don't know yet. I have to figure that out. I hope that I can continue doing my series for longer, but we'll see. I'm kind of in a weird space.
Katie and Megan?
I make money. I have a lot to add. It's but I also work in licensed books and stuff like that as well. So it's I've been full-time freelance and creating comic books for 10 years. So for me, this is one more project that's on the plate that, you have to work really hard to make it a success, as opposed to a licensed book where I already know that I'm going to make money on it and that they're going to just give me a paycheck. Whereas I have to really put a little bit more effort into pushing my own work. I can't be like, it's Star Wars, because then automatically it's going to, be a seller. But now it's like I have to do a little bit more work, a little bit more legwork.
Right.
Yeah, not having to do, but doing webcomics, you definitely are just kind of marketing yourself as well as the things that you create and put out there. And you do like essentially, it's like, it sounds gross, but you do like eventually have to just kind of like have a brand kind of thing, like to where people like know that you're this kind of person and like expect certain things from you and stuff. So like to that degree, it's a lot more, it can be a lot more stressful. It can be like, just because you have to be kind of, you don't have to be obviously, but like you kind of want to be more accessible to the readers and everything, just because they like that. They like to be able to interact with the creators and everything. And of course you get like those horrendous comments by like those little like the entitled ones because like, as you said, they never had to pay for their content. They expect it all to be free and they want it now. So that can be like, it can grate on you to an extent. But yeah, no, I'm just thankful to be able to do this full time at this point. My first series, Shard, I started like, I think it was like 3 years ago now or something. And like, I was essentially like, I just moved back to this, I'm obviously in the UK now. I've just moved back here after living in like Texas for 10 years. I had like a job in hospitality. I was homeless living in a hostel. And I was posting this comic just because Webtoon was free. I also had it on Tapas as well. I was posting it everywhere just because I had fun doing it, and it like kept me sane to an extent. And I was lucky that Webtoon decided to pick it up for whatever reason. And then it's just kind of gone from there. And it has been able to be made into something that is livable, and I'm just very thankful for it. And I do have a Patreon as well, so like you kind of like have to have a lot of hands and a lot of different pies, I think, to kind of like get enough. I don't know how else to say that. But yeah,
I definitely recommend Patreon to most creators. It never hurts, it only helps, right?
exactly.
Bye.
Oh, did we just get cut off?
I think we're getting cut off here. I think that's our time. I did want to. I wanted
we have one more question.
I wanted to throw to something. I got to get one squeeze in here. Right now, there's a webcomic from Webtoon called Urban Animal that we're running on Kickstarter right now for the print edition through Rocket Ship. Would like people to check that out if they can, by Justin Jordan and John Amore. It's a fantastic comic. And next year we will have The Croaking by Megan Stevenson up there as well. And then more things to announce with Michael in the coming months.
Yep. Awesome. But, this was a great conversation. Come back at 3 p.m. Whitney Matheson is moderating a panel, autobiography and comics, that'll be on at 3 o'clock. So.
Oh, she had a question here, Whitney.
I just saw that about
comments. Comments. It's a good and a bad thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a blessing and a curse. I mean, there's no way around it.
Right.
Well, thank you all for coming to the panel today. Like I said, this could probably be 5 hours long, and let's not run out of topics because it's such a deep field. But I look forward to speaking with you all again soon and reading your comics.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, guys.
Hello, Baltimore Comic-Con. This is Christian Gossett, bringing you a quick live drawing session with Shadia Elise, the famous model. I'm really, really excited about this to talk to all you guys. I have no idea who else is on. I just know that I am. And so if you are on, go ahead and say hello. And there's Shadia. Hello,
Hi.
Shadia. Hey, great
Hi.
to see you.
Great to see you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So Alec or John, how do we know who else is in? Because I'd like to start by asking a question of those who are here in attendance. No, it's just us. And
Can I have
but
an opportunity to see if you like the lighting and the
yeah,
I would obviously, guys. We're gathering the group, so I would start with conversation amongst yourselves.
Fantastic. Thanks, John. That's great. Yes, please, Shadia. Please show us the first pose you're thinking of doing. I like the lighting. It's great. Nice contrast.
lighting's okay?
Yeah.
I'm not blown out anywhere. There's core shadow.
There's coarse shadow. You're not blown out too much at all. It's great.
Okay, awesome. And what did you want to start with as far as minutes, so I can kind of gauge the poses again?
Something full body like you are, which is great, and I don't know, something kind of neutral, not too dramatic not too dramatic for the first one, kind of a basic, so I can go over the body.
Okay, so it might be some like negative space, but let me see. So I can go really dynamic, so I gotta like.
Yeah, no. For now, something's nice. Or something more open, actually. That's closed with the leg.
Yeah. Well, actually, if you want open, I got a good one.
Great.
So something like this.
Fantastic. How's that for you?
Yeah. How long did you want to hold that?
That's great. What do you usually hold this one at? A nice quick one would be great for a warm up.
Anywhere from 3 to 5.
All right. We'll do a 3 on that one.
Okay. Sounds good. And so
Yeah,
you want both of them pretty like I'd say standard, basic, not too crazy, just so you can get anatomy.
Exactly. And because for these first ones, what I'm going to be doing for people is kind of talking to them about how you approach a model, how you approach drawing the body in life.
Yes.
And so things like that. So a nice neutral like that is great because it kind of keeps you open up and shows everything.
Right. Okay, perfect. And you want to let me know when you want to switch times, otherwise I'll keep sticking with whatever you had me on. Right
on. I will. Do you want me to time? I can time. Yeah, I'll time.
I have a timer, but if you want to time, that's
no. If you time, that's better.
Okay. Yeah.
No, there's definitely no like. It's been 5 minutes and I'm still babbling at the people, and you're like, "Hello, pose is over."
Yeah. I'll just yeah. Do you want me just going right into the next pose, or do you want me to take a little pause? After?
Take a little pause, and I'll take a little pause.
Yeah, and then you can be like next pose, and I'll stick to 3s unless you tell me let's do 5s now, let's do 10s.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Awesome.
Cool. And that when you were just that distance from camera that you just were, I'd like to do one there too at some point.
Yeah, so what I can do, let me see where I'm at now, is I can just scoot it.
Right. Cool.
Like that, and then you can get like, you know.
Nice. Yeah, the obliques and all that nice stuff.
Right. Bam.
Exactly. Cool. Hey, so my buddy Jim Mitchell was like, he's an artist that has worked for Disney forever. He's a Disney legend, and he was like, "You're doing a session with Shadia. That's so cool." I was like, "She's famous."
Oh my gosh, I don't know about that, but
so many of my artist friends from Disney were like, "Oh, you're working with Shadia. Lucky you." I was like, "Cool."
I love Disney. I love the artists there. They're so sweet.
Yeah, they really are.
I miss them. Yeah, and Julia Diller said to tell you hi.
Julia Diller, that's so cool. She is so amazing.
She is. I just modeled for her like last 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago. Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah, yeah, she's great. I modeled privately at her little studio. I love it.
Gosh, I might have seen you there because I used to draw at her studio a couple years ago.
Yeah, I just started this past year. Yeah, so we just missed each other.
Awesome. Yeah. All right, here we are. So, hi, I have a question from John I'm going to address. Yeah, no, we can't see me drawing. The whole point was for me to kind of just talk people through Yeah, but we can. Yeah, you're right. We can solo her for sure. John and Alec are discussing, do we need my face on there? And not really. As long as we can hear me, then everything is cool. All right. And so Shadia, for whoever is, for the benefit of our listeners, let them know where they can contact you for sessions after today.
Sure, you can find me on my Instagram. It's my first name, SHADIA _ my middle name, Elise, ELISE. So it'll be exactly what's written. Where are we? Where's the little, there we go. So my name, but just an underscore in between that. And
awesome.
You can contact me for project, rate, what have you. Just as long as it's respectful and good idea.
That's right. Keep it pro, people.
Yeah.
For the sake of you knowing who the heck you're listening to, I'm Christian Gossett. I have been a professional. I started as a professional comic artist at the age of 19. Moved over to Dark Horse Comics, doing Tales of the Jedi in my early 20s, where I was the originator of the double-bladed lightsaber that came off of my desk. Went to Lucasfilm from Star Wars comic books. I'm very proud of that. From there, I went to Activision and had a very fun video game career. From Activision, I went into television and currently working on Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead as a story artist, where all of my life drawing skills are being used every day. I'm so grateful that I committed to life drawing, as you should be as well, because it is the fundamental skill that you will always be able to use no matter what medium or platform you're working in: television, video games, story art, concept design. What Shadia is going to help us with today is the core. It's the base model. It's the scales if you're a musician. It's the shooting baskets if you're a basketball player. So here we go. If you're ready, Shadia.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and talk them through. This is what we call an open pose. And Shadia, please feel free also to throw in. I know you're a very experienced model, so if you hear some stuff that you think would be valuable for them to hear and know, please go ahead and shout it out. We'll make this a collab. Doesn't have to be all me talking. Cool. So as you guys can see, life drawing is... All right, Ziggy, welcome, welcome. I'm going to go ahead and welcome Ziggy Inkwell here and say this first pose shows us exactly why you want to be doing life drawing, because the body acts in unexpected ways. As you can see here, the connections between her right hip and her knee, that's not something you would automatically assume if you're only working from memory, or if you're looking at your favorite anime or comics. That stuff is like, if you just draw from that, you already know the limitations of your results. Life drawing gets you to that place where even if you are going to kind of exaggerate for the sake of heroic fiction, even if you are going to kind of make it your own style, you still have to know the rules before you can set your own or break them. And this is a wonderful example why. Look at the relationship between the right shoulder and the right bicep, right? Look at those muscles working together. Look at the effect on the neck. Look at her... the neck there in relation to the clavicle, right? This is what, if you are drawing with us, I'd like you to go ahead and concentrate on that area now, and look at the distance. Life drawing is about learning the measurements, and not learning them like, hey, in a way that is kind of book learned kind of way. Learning them with your hands, learning them with your muscles, teaching yourself how to draw so that by the time the signal goes into your eyeball, down your shoulder, and through your hand all the way to your stylus, your muscles have been trained to respond in such a way that it looks like the way it's supposed to look. That is how we do it. That's how we've been doing it since Da Vinci, or Da Vinci, for those of you who love TikTok. But yeah, that's the way we do it. We train our muscles and our mind to respond, and there's no better way than life drawing. I know we're in a totally wonderful digital age, and that's fantastic. Believe me, I love drawing on my Cintiq using Storyboard Pro. However, the same old fundamentals support those technologies. So fundamentals like that, what we're seeing right now in this pose. I'm going to draw your attention to the relationship between the left leg and the upper body. See that swoop? If I could draw, maybe on a subsequent pose today, I will attempt to share screen, Alec, or yeah, Alex on my Da Vinci joke. Thanks to my daughter for showing me that. Are we done? That's three. Fantastic. Thank you, Shadia. Shadia can take a little break while I talk to you guys about that flow. In the next pose, which Shadia will be showing us in a moment, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do gesture. For those of you who have life drawn before, you're going to know that gesture is all about those first swoopy lines, right? It's the big lines. It's not the little tiny kind of detail lines. It's the big lines. And that's what you want to be focusing on whenever you do start a life drawing, because that is the difference between something stiff, that stiff stuff that we all hate. We draw something, we see it in our mind so vividly, and then we draw it and it's stiff. Why is that? It's because we haven't warmed up with enough life drawing yet, and we haven't concentrated on gesture. So that is what we're about to do next. We're not going to rush into any pose here, but Shadia, I do would like to ask, what do you think the next pose? What do you think of for the next one?
I usually like to go 360, just so you get a good taste of all directions.
Fantastic.
So I'm going to do a profile. I'll still have negative space in between the legs, and I'll add a little gesture with the hand to give it some swoop and some line, a little bit of a seeker.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Whenever you're ready. Awesome, awesome. All right, so this is a fantastic pose to talk about that motion line. Look at the top of her right elbow, and then through the shoulder, down through the torso, through the thoracic, and down all the way to the beautifully pointed toes down at the bottom. Look at that motion line. For those of you who are drawing at home, I want you to just swoop that. Don't worry about anything except for a nice, clean, unbroken line of energy. Just leave it on the page like a sword, like you're swishing a sword. For those of you that have done life drawing before, you're already ahead of this. But for those of you who are beginning, I want to go ahead and go nice and slow and kind of guide you guys through the way we do it. The first line I would attack in this pose would be, yes, it definitely does. Holding these poses is a skill. And that's why I really like today's session. Thank you, Baltimore Comic-Con Live, for giving us a chance to really show you what the models know as well. It's very, very easy to think, and it's a real kind of it's a myth that the models are just kind of, that there isn't a lot of skill and experience necessary to do this work. As you can hear from Shadia, you're hearing it from the model's point of view today as well. And if you are a young life artist and you are smart enough to save your money, get together with some artists and hire a model and bring them into a space where you can draw. It doesn't have to be a fancy studio. It does have to be professional and courteous, and it has to be clean is good. A nice space to work in. You guys know what I'm talking about. If you're smart enough to go ahead and do that for yourselves, and you haven't done it much, include the artist, okay? Include the artist that is the model, okay? So getting back to the pose, look at the rib cage now. We've gone from big, so the big swoop would be the elbow to the left leg, then the right leg. That's the next one I would attack. I would go from the pelvic region down to the knee with another kind of clean sword slash, and then from the knee down to the foot. And then I would capture that foot. And then I would also take a line from the right foot to the left foot to establish the relationship between them, because that helps perspective. We have this, Shadia has done us a favor today by posing in this corner, which gives you three angles of perspective. We have the left-right behind her. We have another clean perspective angle that is behind her left foot. And then we have, of course, the vertical. Use those. Please feel free to include those in your sketches, and then draw them also all the way up. That line on the floor, those diagonal lines on the floor, continue those up the drawing. Repeat them so that you have a kind of grid behind her. And using a grid is also an ancient, ancient technique. We use grids in life drawing because, thank you, Shadia. Awesome. That was a great pose.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, sure. So much nice. That was very dynamic, actually. And it really gave me a lot of, I could have talked about that one for a long time. This is really fun so far. I hope everybody at home is having a blast, and please feel free to post comments in the chat and I will address them. I want to take a moment before the next pose, to introduce you guys to the Asaro head. For those of you who want to draw life, the Asaro head is invaluable. It is a classic sculpture. I got lucky. I found mine. Someone had discarded theirs in an alley, and I found it, and I was like, this is destiny. So I was able to take this. Hey, buddy, what's up? Saved him from the dumpster, and because that's how we do this. So you can see the angles very cleanly here of the head. Head anatomy this is a male, of course, but there are women models as well. If you can find one of these, if you can get together with your artist friends and purchase one, invaluable. I also want to give a shout out to a good friend of mine, a great anatomy teacher, Steven Silver. For those of you who are, the internet these days, it's really hard to find which one's good, which one's bad, like which teacher should I follow. You cannot go wrong with Steven Silver. I make no money from this endorsement. This is just because I want you guys to have your best life possible as artists. Steven Silver's The Silver Way. You cannot go wrong. It's an amazing book for you guys to get. I'll have some other recommendations as well today. But Shadia, let's go ahead and talk about the next pose.
Okay, I'm just going to do a back pose.
Great.
Also really important. A little bit of contrapposto.
Nice.
And crossing of the legs, since I just did some with some negative spacing of legs.
Shadia, for the sake of our new life artists, please explain contrapposto for them.
Yeah, it's where the weight is bearing on one side, so it will be an uneven shift. You can see a little bit of an S curve. So this is like straight on. A contrapposto is going to be something like this.
Awesome.
See it in here.
Fantastic.
The pipeline that goes.
Exactly. Awesome. Thank you. No, it's great. Thank you. It's so great. This terminology is important.
Okay. And tell me if you can see everything.
Yeah, great. The lighting is nice too. Again, in every pose, we start with the large forms and then we move in. So thank you, Michael Cooper. Yep. So here we are again. This time it's the left elbow. I would attack that left elbow. I would go ahead and do the right angle. I would do the small move first and probably follow the hand down over the head, and then swoop down from the left elbow all the way down to the foot. And even though I would be tempted to draw that foot right away, I would leave it alone. We're staying with the big forms. It's tempting because that's why we life draw, to see the fact that the human form is a fluid form. It is as much about ovoids and circular motions as it is about angles and bones. And so life drawing is the greatest way for us to see this. Look at that foot, you guys. Would you ever expect the foot to perform that way, right? And yet that's why we life draw, because it's unexpected. Then I would go to the contrapposto. I would go to the pelvic region and I would make a line. And the great thing about a bikini is it shows you that diagonal. Note that diagonal. That is exactly the line that you want to make with your stylus. Of whichever kind you're working, digital or traditional, that shows you the line there. Now notice the contrast between, this is where contrapposto comes on, we call it the twist. Note the contrast between that diagonal on the pelvis and the one all the way up at her shoulders, right? It's an opposite diagonal. The diagonal at the lower thoracic is lower on the left, and the diagonal up at the shoulder is higher on the left, right? Notice that you do give yourself your two diagonals, and then your spine can be drawn as a nice curve in between the two diagonals. And that is the scaffolding, the structure upon which you want to build the rest of your life drawing. You take that nice gesture down, the right leg, then we can take our right leg and then we go down for that complicated relationship, that complicated spatial relationship between the right knee and the floor. Look at the right knee, how much of it is coming out from behind the left leg. Where is it emerging from behind the left leg, right? Again, nothing better than life drawing to show you these relationships. So we look at that right knee, we go down, and again, look at the perspective look at the points. Think about drawing points on your page. So when I say points, what do I mean? What I mean is I would draw a point at the heel. I draw a little point at the heel, and then I would make a line dashing up to the toe to catch that diagonal, to catch that measurement. How far is the toe from the heel? What angle is it at in relation to the vertical of the leg? Now, now we're going to, all right, and that's that one. Really great pose.
Thank you.
Yeah, Shadia is a veteran. So again, Shadia, where can they reach you if they want to hire you for a session?
So it's the name that you're seeing. I am really not the fantastic at pointing to where it is, but there.
There you go.
Where you see my first and my middle name. My Instagram is the easiest way to contact me. It's just my first name that you see _ Elise. That's my Instagram handle. Same for my email. It's shadia.elise@gmail. So,
Hey, Shadia, would you like to change now? Is this a good changing time?
I can. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. All right, Shadia is going to take a break, and she's going to, I'm going to go ahead and leave it as a surprise as to what she's going to come back as. But it's going to be cool. That's all. That's what I'll say at first. And we've arranged this for you guys. I will give you a hint as to what it is. We talked about the bikini and how we use that piece of clothing as a measurement, as a kind of visual indicator as to what the body's doing at that place on the human form. And we use that as to contrast. Hey, if that diagonal is working that way, look at the twist in the shoulder. And these are the tricks of life drawing. This is what we're looking at. We're not. It's really easy to look at the form and then just freak out at all the things you don't know. But life drawing is how you learn it. Again, in Steven Silver's book, it's wonderfully shown. I'm going to go ahead and do a pitch for another great anatomy book. Again, these are not paid endorsements. I just love these guys, and I want to help you live your best artistic life. This is my buddy Joe Weatherly, and this is his guide to drawing animals. This is a fantastic book for those of you who are like, you know what, humans are fun, but I'm an animal person. I want to know how to draw those quadrupeds. There is no better. I've found than the Weatherly Guide to Drawing Animals, of which this is one. There's many, many copies of this series, and it's fantastic. And you can see just on the cover the approach of just, you know, you've seen this before, right? Loose to tighter, and all of a sudden it's magnificent. The same rules apply to animals. I bring it up not just because it's a great book and you should get it if you're interested. I bring it up because the rules are the same. The rules are the same. Organic forms are organic forms. And so learning how to draw them, learning how to draw human anatomy, you will see the relationship between our muscles and our bones and our tendons and the wonderful way that nature designed all of us living creatures here on this tiny, tiny little wonderful garden we happen to inhabit. I'm also going to I want to talk really quickly about the difference between an anatomy piece. I recommend these. You guys some of you may already have one of these. These are useful. I take a photograph of it and I then, pose it out, and it is useful. This is not, however, useful for, this is kind of it's great for posing. It's great for those of you that just want to get to that pose. But I'll tell you this is far more useful after you have studied your actual anatomy, all right? This is, of course, the famous human figure. There is a woman as well. I happen to have the dude. And this is detachable. I want to recommend this. Again, not a paid endorsement. But this is just some of the tools we use to remind you. It's not a replacement for life drawing, but it is a great reminder. So the ideal situation are young artists that want to break in. Start out with life drawing. Get together with your friends. Find a really clean, really cool place for a model to come to. Treat them with great respect. Get them to show you the forms. Draw those forms, and then learn that stuff. Men, women, models, clothed and nude, or approaching nude. If you're in if you're in a super professional place, that can take that in a way that is respectful for everyone and won't trigger anybody. And then work your way up to kind of having this stuff around, so that you can just constantly be kind of showing yourself. What does the head look like at that angle, right? Just, oh yeah, what does the head look like? Oh yeah, there you are. And you're looking like Hamlet. Oh, alas, poor Yorick. These are invaluable. They show you the muscles and how it all goes, right? You're like, this angle's tough, right? Nobody likes to draw this angle, but it's invaluable. I use this on my most I use this angle constantly. And, you know, when you can go here dramatically, it's fantastic. You can actually pull this kind of angle off. It's great. A lot of people can do this. Tough person, chin down. A lot of people can do the 3/4. But, you know, stuff like this is where the life drawing comes in. If there were questions, please post them in the chat from this point forward. I'll be happy to answer specific questions as we give. Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, Michael Cooper, as you guys can see, it's talking about force, tension, and gravity. And yeah, that's absolutely the case. If you, even from our last poses, you'll see how I'm focusing more on shape relationships today. But yes, what is it that creates those shape relationships? It's force, tension, and gravity. There's a great artist, Steve Houston. Steve Houston is one of the best of the best of the best ever in the history of humankind. He has some great books out. If you kind of find him online, you can Google Steve Houston. I believe it's spelled H-U-S. I don't think it's Houston like the city. Steve Houston is amazing for force, tension, and gravity and lighting. He's a great teacher. Like I said, one of the best in the history of humankind. Should be, I'm sure he's in museums, and he will be long after we're gone. But check out his stuff for force, tension, and gravity. That's the real super deep stuff. You know, for those of you who want to get into comics, this stuff is invaluable. It really will separate you. There are so many great artists out there these days, and it seems like there's more than ever, thanks to the internet bringing us all closer. So what's your edge, right? How can you differentiate yourself from all those artists we see on Instagram that paralyze us with their sheer number? One of the ways you can do that is by giving yourself the tools of life drawing. Learn about these shapes, learn how the body moves, and really be a disciple, be disciplined, right? That's where that word comes from. Discipline, disciple. Commit yourself to this. If those of you that can, there's great rewards. It's been absolutely, it's wonderful, the life of an artist. I wouldn't have done it any differently. And the way that we sustain ourselves, the way that we continue to get ourselves paid in this business is through commitment to the fundamentals. And what do I mean when I say that? When you have these days, during the pandemic, it can be an advantage, right? Can't go all the places that you may have gone before. So you know what? Where to put that time? Some of it, sure, you're going to give it to social media. That's just the nature of the algorithm. But for whatever time you can steal back from those corporate forces stealing your lives, give it to yourself, give it to your art. Alan Moore has a great thing that he says, a quote that he says about our relationship to our art. I'm just gonna paraphrase it, but basically it's something about, I think Shadia's back. Real quick, I'll finish this Alan Moore quote. Approach your art as if it is a supernatural being, because it is, right? Like an angel or even a demon, right? It's a powerful, powerful force that can affect your life for better or worse. So respect it that way. Don't just consider it something that you're flaking on, right? Don't treat it like somebody that you're ghosting on. Treat it like someone that you have to respect, and you will get some great results from that. It's definitely worked for him. All right, I think we're almost back. All right, and there we are, Shadia as the classic Electra. Fantastic. Wonderful. Awesome. Thank you. All right. So there were a few different costumes that we could have done. Shadia and I talked about which one to do, and I love this costume. Not only is it fantastic and has lots of cloth for you guys to check out, but check out, building on what we talked about in the last pose, look at the indicators that this costume gives you, okay? The indicators on the thighs. Look at all those wonderful circles going around her thighs, up her arms, at the knee, right? At the wrist, all those indicators. The reason why Frank Miller designed this costume the way he did was for efficiency and power. It's a wonderful costume. It's what we call a subtractive costume. It isn't about building up gun packs or shoulder blades or, shoulder plates or big old helmets. It's subtractive. It's down to the human form. It accentuates the anatomy, and it's a classic as a result. Shadia, what do you think? What do you think about the first pose in this costume?
Well, I can change levels, but if you want me straight up and down, I can.
Yeah, let's change levels.
You want to do levels?
Yeah, that'd be fun. So we're going to give Shadia a moment to change levels.
And I'll probably go a little horizontal since we've been doing mostly vertical.
Great.
Get a little glimpse of my apartment. Right. Let's go this way. Hopefully nobody gets dizzy. Does that translate?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, wonderful. And let's just make sure you can't see too much of my apartment. There we go. Fun times. Okay. There we go. I'm very tall, so I gotta make sure I have enough room.
No, take your time. I'll go ahead and let me know when you're ready. I'm going to go ahead and, it's so wonderful that with this character and this costume, that we would go horizontal because that's Elektra, right? She doesn't stand still. Elektra is very much left, right. She's very horizontal. She's very dynamic. She's dashing across the panel. And so for those of you who are thinking about dreaming about creating your own characters, think about that relationship. The great Steve Ahn, the great story artist who is so responsible for the success of shows like Korra, Ben 10, and others, one of the great things he talks about is when you're composing your pieces is this a horizontal story, image, story moment, image, picture? Is this a horizontal? Is it vertical? Is it diagonal? Well, Elektra is rarely horizontal, right? She's usually vertical. I'm sorry, she's rarely vertical. She's usually horizontal or diagonal. That's just the nature of her. When she's vertical, you know, just by the way that the wonderful storytelling that was done with her, especially in the early years, you know that when she's vertical, she's about to go horizontal or dynamic or diagonal. And so
I think also when I did the starter poses, I did the vertical version of what I'm going to do now. So it's nice to like get that idea of how the anatomy start and being able to manipulate that and see how it can translate into like vertical to horizontal.
Awesome. Yeah, for sure.
And also props and cushions for your models, like company food.
That's right. Take note, everybody.
People.
Take note, everybody. That's right. Having props, cushions. Go ahead and think about what you can do for your model, not just what your model can do for you.
Ding ding ding.
And snacks, dang it. Ask them what they need to refresh themselves during the session. What do they like to drink? What do they like to snack on? Everyone's different, I'm sure.
All right. Can you see all of my limbs?
We sure can.
Okay.
All your limbs are in effect.
So did you want freeze or do you want longer?
You know, for this one, I think 5 would be great.
5? Okay.
You cool for a 5 on this?
I sure am.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yes, a classic Elektra. So again, let's build on what we've been talking about. I would start with the head. I would go ahead and give myself that classic human head shape, whether it's a circle, whether it's more of the Buscema egg, whatever you like. And then I would take that spinal line, that line from the base of the head all the way through the torso, indicated by the belly button. Life drawing invaluable because it shows you where the belly button is on a pose like this, right? Look at and why do we do the belly button? Why do we focus on that? Because it's the center. We want to know the centers of the shapes, right? So that's the center of the thoracic region. We go ahead and sword slash that with our stylus, and then we notice how the belly button, if you follow the line there, it goes right to where the bottom of the thigh is, right to where the base is. And then you follow that sword slash along, say that 5 times fast, from the belly button to the thigh. And then look at that wonderful curve below the knee, right? That it curves up. There's this wonderful little high-speed turn that the body makes up into the shin region. So note that and then slash right through it. Don't get caught up on it, but do catch it, right? Kind of as you're slashing, you can slash through, and then that's a secondary line, kind of a little tick up, and then follow down. Again, notice the curve where the lower leg meets the heel on that right leg. Note that, kind of give yourself a quick little slash curve there, and then go out to the foot. Now, Rob Liefeld taught us all that you can be a millionaire comic book artist and never have to actually draw feet, and that is probably still in effect. So if you're not going to draw feet, you definitely, this is a great opportunity to practice what kind of the ballet slipper, right? There are kind of lots of different foot gear that heroes wear. And this is a great example of the slipper style, right? This is the ninja. This is the stealth character. Shape language is a whole different conversation we could get into, but I'm not going to belabor it now. Just notice that nice soft curve at the toe, and then back up the leg. Back up the leg. Now, just as we had that uptick at the lower thigh, look at the down tick at the upper shin and calf, right? So you slash up to create the lower leg and then back down, right? The body is a symmetrical, an amazingly symmetrical creation, right? So we went up at below, now we're gonna go down above and then up the thigh. And now here we are back at the sash at the waist. Now notice the relationship between that sash and the, God, wonderfully held pose, Shadia. At the waist, and then look at the relationship, that kind of arrow. Kind of look at the negative space right now. You've heard Shadia talk about negative space. Here's a great example. Negative space in between the rib cage and the sash at the waist. See those big red forms helping us see that? Frank Miller giving us a real lesson in anatomy years after he created this character. That wonderful diagonal there. Notice the arrow. See how it's an arrow, the negative space? Use that. Use those shapes as we life draw, and you'll see this in Stephen's book. He uses this brilliantly. Don't just look at the body, look outside at the negative shapes to see what the body's doing. You'll notice another arrow on her left arm. If you look at her left arm holding the sai, you can see that if you look at that big red shape, the gauntlet, and then her lower left arm, if you look at the negative space between there, it forms an arrow pointing to the right. In fact, her arm does as well. And it's really kind of two arrows. This brings me to one of the fundamental composition rules that I am so happy to have inherited from my friends at Disney: point and frame. Okay, again, point and frame is more about composition of an entire scene rather than a body, but it can still even be applied to life drawing. Pointing, where are we pointing and where are we framing, right? If you go to a wonderful website called animationscreencaps.com, once again, animationscreencaps.com, you will see wonderful examples of pointing and framing, just like the one Shadia is giving us here. That character, right now, Shadia's Electra is pointing. Is that us? No. Shadia's Electra is pointing. Where is she pointing? Off frame, right? Off camera. We know that Electra is after something. We are being directed toward where the scene is going. And this is another great thing about life drawing. Life drawing, in approaching it, we will know not only how to draw the figure in a way that keeps our readers interested, we will also learn storytelling. There's a lot of storytelling in this shot, right? Electra is not sitting here ordering from McDonald's. Electra is about to kill somebody, right? And so what kind of poses tell us that in one simple image? What kind of poses let us know where the story is, right? Life drawing has the answers for all of those solutions. Great pose. I have to applaud for that one. So as Shadia resets, I just want to remind you guys, animationscreencaps.com. There's one more book I want to show y'all. This is from one of my favorite people in the world and a great mentor. Many of you have heard of him. This is the great Ian McCaig. Ian McCaig, a grandmaster, a spectrum grandmaster. This is his classic shadow line. Hold it up, right? This is the classic shadow line. This is an amazing, amazing book. And let me just see if I can find some beautiful examples. Yeah, so, right, Ian McCaig, ladies and gentlemen. Ian McCaig, an amazing life artist. Ian, at this point, this is what happens when you commit. This is what happens. If you look at Ian's early work, his early Dungeons and Dragons books from the 70s, you'll see the development of a young artist who had committed to life all the way to the beautiful images you see before you. This is the result. This is waiting for you if you apply yourself to life drawing. This is the level of stuff you can do. So Ian McCaig's Shadow Line, that was just 2 images in what is a treasure trove. D&D players, this is a spell book. Okay, I guarantee you there are spells in here that you want to know. I'm gonna get, you know what, Shadia's giving me a great idea. I'm gonna go get a quick drink of water and I'll be right back. That's better. Hi, Michael Cooper. The name of the detachable anatomy statue. That is a great question. This is kind of Human Anatomy Male. What is the company? Here we go. Andrew Kars. This is the Kars Human. You can find it at www.freedomofteach.com. Freedomofteach.com. If you let me spell Kars for you because it's a unique spelling. CAWRSE. CAWRSE. Andrew Kars. That's a fantastic piece. It's copyright Andrew Kars. And so go ahead and freedomofteach.com. There are dashes in between the Freedom of Teach. If you Google Andrew Kars for Freedom of Teach, I'm sure they will bring you to this fine fellow named Bob in my studio. Hi, Bob. What's happening, baby? Just teaching. Shadi, what do you got for us next?
Well, I thought it'd be kind of fun to take those anatomy poses that I did at the beginning and show how it could translate into animation.
I love it.
Cool. So before, when I did this, how I could translate that maybe into more of like a character, comic book, animation, gesture. It's more of like a running pose.
Yeah, absolutely.
You want me to stick with the 5s?
You tell me.
Okay, yeah.
All right, cool.
Okay, so I'm gonna set up here.
All right.
Again, I'm tall, so I gotta figure that out.
Awesome.
Pause that for a second. Draw.
For those of you who may not have drawn yet, I want you to go ahead and rethink that. Go ahead and grab some stuff and drawing. For those of you who are drawing, good for you, but you don't want to miss this one. All right, here we are. Nice and open. Now, look at the relationship between that right elbow and that left knee, right? That's our first action line. And when we're drawing life, we're looking for the big forms. We go from large to small. Painters, you know this rule. You go from back to front. You go from big to small, right? So here we are doing that. You got that wonderful arrow. Let's look for those arrows again. Look at the natural arrow that is being formed by her right arm. It's also kind of a trifecta. With the side, you've got a triple shape. You've got the sai itself, the upper arm, and the lower arm. Note that, right? That's how we're thinking when we're thinking about the big forms. We're thinking about the entire thing, not just the fingers, not just the little end of the sai. That all comes last. Life drawing is about those first impressions that your brain makes, the first moment of hearing a sound, the first moment of seeing a form. So that's what you capture, boom. And then a nice big solid form in the thoracic. Again, use that belly button up to the base of the neck as the indication of your curve. See that curve from the base of the neck down to the belly button? I would slash that just like a sword with my stylus. Shoom, shoom, nice curve. Then I would go ahead and use the sash, that wonderful Frank Miller sash that he's given us. Note the sash. You notice it was just kind of a horizontal. Now, look at it. It's an ovoid. It's a sphere. It's a curve, right? That curve indicates to us how we're going to take everything we know about the pelvic and hip and thoracic connections down into the thighs and where they fall in this drawing, right? So you look at the back of it. You look at the relationship between the upper leg and the back. You look at how that's kind of in, and it also is in on the other side. It's tighter on the inside, of course, than it is on the outside. And when I say inside and outside, what do I mean? On the inside, I mean inside of the body, her left side. On the right side is the outside. Note that soft curve from the rib cage down into the upper thigh, down to the knee, and down into the foot. So go ahead and mark those big shapes. Go ahead and make a sphere at the sash. And then go ahead and follow that. Ignore the hanging sash for a moment. What's more important for life drawing is that thigh, right? And again, look at what happens to the curves, those sashes on the thighs. They become vertical at that point, right? Look at the difference between the waist sash and the sash on the thighs, right? They all are going different directions. So use those to indicate. We would use those to indicate shape and form. Getting back to tension, like Michael Coates was talking about, getting back to tension. Look at that shoulder. Let's go back up to the relationship between the chest and the shoulder, right? That's where you see that press back, that tension. Look at the effect. Now, look at that shoulder muscle. It doesn't look like most shoulder muscles you'll see, right? This is why we life draw, for those unexpected relationships, the relationships that we don't normally see. Sports photography is another good place to check out these kinds of things, but nothing beats life drawing. Nothing beats looking at a model, working it, and showing you how those muscles go in these particular areas. Anybody can draw that kind of those heroic shoulders that we see in comic books. Very, very few artists would be able to bring this into play. And so again, why do we life draw? One of the reasons is to give ourselves advantage and implant ourselves in the business, help ourselves stand out and find a place so that we can get paid to do what we love to do, which is draw and create heroic fiction. Let's talk about the Shadi's doing a wonderful job with her head right now. Look at that face. Look at the relationship between the neck. Look at the chin to the base of the neck, right? Once again, the negative space is another kind of arrow. We go straight up that neck and then out to the left onto the chin. Look at the shadow. This is another thing, light. We didn't have a lot of time to go into light, but here we'll do it right now. Look at that light that's not there, right? It becomes shadow. And look at the relationship between under the jaw and the neck, down the neck, how that becomes a nice soft shadow and then trickles down like a river all the way down to the clavicle. And then look at that light shadow between the clavicle. We would indicate all these things just with the tap of your stylus, just a little bit of shade, right? Once again, now since we're up there, look at the clavicle to the left shoulder and then look at that diagonal. Great. Wow, that was a great one. Thank you, Shadia. Great pose. Great. Hey, Shadia, I'd like to take a moment to, I'd really love to educate our artists about, again, what are kind of best practices when you're working with a model, what's not to be done when working with a model. I'd love for you to explain that for them a little bit.
Yeah, I think that something that kind of gets lost in translation is maybe something that's not thought about is the empathy for the human body.
Yeah,
I think it's really beneficial, and I can always tell when an artist has taken poses themselves. You know, especially like a lot of times in animation, they could ask for like 30-second poses for the course of 3 hours. It takes a lot of creativity on our end, generating at such a fast pace, but also our bodies take a toll. And so I think just like being mindful of what the model does need and being mindful of their breaks, as well as bathroom breaks. You know, I'm just trying to think of things that really have, you know, stuck out to me over the years. I've done this for a very long time. I think sometimes artists don't think that we need the bathroom or that our muscles could really hurt in the requests that they have for a pose. And also, if you are taking a photo for photo reference, which a lot of artists do, and it's wonderful, be mindful to ask the model their rates and their consent prior to taking the photo. I haven't met a model that doesn't charge for the photo reference, but sometimes if, you know, we catch artists taking our picture without asking or paying. So those are things that off the top of my head.
fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. And you guys, so how do we show that empathy, right? Well, if you'll notice, that was a very athletic pose that Shadi just gave us. So I took that time. I was like, you know what, I'm not going to go right into the next pose. I'm going to ask her to talk to us about best practices instead of just saying, hey, okay, next pose, right? You approach your model as a human being with needs, and that was a very athletic pose that we just saw. So that's a great time to ask, hey, how are you doing biologically? You know, do you need the bathroom? Do you need some liquid? Do you need some snack? Right? That's how we do it, guys. That's how we just be cool.
Yeah.
What do you got for the next one, Shadia? Which is going to be our last one, you guys. So let's make it we'll make it a nice short one. Unless there's any last remarks you want to make, let's go ahead and make them now. We'll probably finish out on the pose.
Okay, well, I was gonna either do that back pose, or I can do something that's a little bit of a different angle, a classic Electra illustration.
Which one are you feeling?
Kind of feeling the the funky little angle. I just
Okay, cool.
a bit of a bird's eye view.
Nice. Let's do
Bird's
it.
eye view, for those that maybe aren't familiar, are pretend you're a bird and you're looking down at something, and what would that view be? So it's from a little bit above.
Awesome. Great. This is great. For those of you that don't have How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, that was the first place that taught me. That was the first place that taught me Bird's Eye View. It's still a great book. It's still absolutely useful. I'm using it to teach my cousin in Tucson how to draw on weekends. And so thank you for mentioning Bird's Eye View. And you guys, that's another great book to recommend. Not a paid endorsement. Just want to help you guys out.
Let's see if this works here. So let's see, guys. Okay, am I in the screen enough?
Yes.
I am really trying to.
Yeah.
Oh, props to artists that are tech savvy. I can't even.
You're doing it.
There we go. Oh, my left to right is really wonky. There we go.
Yeah. It's opposite for me too.
Is it?
Yeah. No, it's good though. You're good. I was talking about. All right, nice.
Okay, so that's the one. Mm-hmm.
Cool. This is great.
Yeah, a little bit of an expression too, because expressions are really important in, telling the story of a character.
Yeah, that's right. And since we do have, since your face is featured in this pose, let's go ahead and use that.
Whoa! Wait a minute. Technical difficulties.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Shadi. All right, everybody. I just want to draw everyone's attention to the hands on this one. All right, look at this wonderful opportunity to take a look at the muscle structure and bone structure of the hands. Okay, those size. Again, look at the knuckles into the fingers. The first thing you draw as a life artist is you go ahead and you capture the overall shape from the bottom of the wrist, that nice kind of U shape, that wide U shape, and kind of carry that up into the knuckles, right? It's kind of a big, overall, it's, you'd call it a rectangle. The rectangle, though, is wider at the top than it is at the bottom. That's how we would break that down. Always break it down into its simplest shapes. From this nice soft rectangle that you've drawn, narrower at the bottom, wider at the top, then you start applying, you go ahead and make a line across for the knuckle line. Note the relationship. It's not just a straight line, but we would start with a kind of curved line. Look at the pinky knuckle. I'm talking about her left hand now, the one on the right of your screen. Look at that left pinky knuckle. I'm sorry, the right her left pinky knuckle, and then the relationship between the index finger and the thumb, right? There's several different ways we could approach that. It's kind of a tilde for my Spanish speakers. It's kind of a tilde if you look instead of a straight line. Now let's look at the other hand, okay? Kind of an under line. It's kind of a straight line. You could use a straight line. I'd always recommend a curve. Look at the relationship between that middle finger knuckle, the knuckle to the first digit. Look at that relationship, right? Look at the way that those bones go down toward the wrist. Great opportunity there. Now let's go ahead and talk about the head shape and face, the expression. This is a great opportunity for you to check out the relationship between, let's talk about facial measurements, okay? Note that look at the inside of each eye, that space where the nose is. As life artists, we're always thinking about our measurements. Different faces are different measurements. And so, but we do know that there is basically another eye in between those two eyes, measurement-wise. Especially, it's a little bit different now because there's a bit of an angle, and that's great because it shows you how subtle and fragile these measurements are. And that's why we draw life, so we can constantly kind of train ourselves to be able to capture in a way that beguiles the mind and eye of the viewer into what we want them to be thinking, right? This is an emotional expression. So, what is electric thinking? How can we put soul into the drawing, right? How do we put life in the drawing? It's not just about forms and shapes. Ultimately, you want to know this because this is the best chance you have at creating an emotional response in the viewer. Okay, and that's our game. That is what we do. We've all been suffering through this pandemic, right? Where do we go a lot of the time to be comforted? Fiction. Some of us here at Baltimore Comic-Con, we're all about heroic fiction, right? We want the the heroes to strive past their own limitations and the obstacles put in front of them by all the scumbags out there in the world and bastards, and we want them to overcome, right? So if we, in order to engage your reader, in order to get that job on that book that you want to draw or on that show that you want to be on, your art has to create an emotional response. So look at the emotions in that face and realize how life drawing, it takes it from just drawing shapes all the way into capturing emotion. And that is it. I think that's how are we doing on time, Alec?
1 minute left.
1 minute left. Okay, great. So relationship between the mouth and the teeth. All right, look at the lips and the teeth, you guys. Look at that slight difference between the top and bottom teeth, and then check out the measurements. When you're drawing lips in life drawing, you can go for it once, but on a pose like this, it's kind of great to go for it a few times. This is another technique we use. Instead of trying to go for it once, and kind of belaboring over that one attempt, to make several attempts on the same piece of paper or same file. Just kind of draw it and then scoot the file over to the left if you're drawing digitally, and then try it again. Look at the way those lips wrap underneath, how they tuck in. Look at the relationship, the differences between the top lip and the bottom lip. Look where the teeth come. How much teeth you show in a pose is going to be that difference, whether it's snarling or sneering or smiling. Thank you, Shadia, for a great session.
Thank you.
That was fantastic. Thanks so much. It was great to work with you.
Yes, likewise.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So that is an introduction to life drawing. For those of you who are veterans who may have been here kind of lurking, I hope you had a great time working with the great Shadia Elise. And I hope that I was able to bring some clarity for those of you. And I hope I was able to inspire some of you to go for it. Shadia, one more time, where can they find you?
You can see my name right in my screen, Shadia Elise. My Instagram is the best way to get a hold of me. It's just my first and middle name that you're seeing, with an underscore in between, so Shadia_Elise. Gmail is also perfectly fine with me, and that's my first name dot my middle name Elise at Gmail.
Awesome, thank you again. Take care, and everybody have a great time at Baltimore Comic-Con Live. I'm out.
Bye.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, Robert Meyer Burnett, here with another tremendous live panel from the Baltimore Comic-Con. I got to tell you, I'm extremely excited. I think this panel is going to be a blast. I'm extremely excited to talk to my old friend Ross Ritchie, one of the most passionate men I have ever met about the comics medium, and his president, Philip Sablick. And I'm just beside myself. So I would like to bring on the founder and CEO and the president of Boom Studios.
Hey,
gentlemen.
Hey,
I hope, is it Philip or Philippe?
it's Philip. You got it. You got it right the first time.
I got it right.
Around. Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. This is a tremendous thrill for me. This is the 15th year of Boom Studios. And as I said before, Ross, you know, I've known you for the better part of 30 years. And I've never met anyone more passionate about the comics medium than you. I mean, I met Stan Lee. I was on the show with Stan Lee, and well,
I'm not sure I win that contest, but I appreciate the compliment. I'll take the compliment.
Philip, I haven't met you, but it's a great pleasure to do so. And I just have to say, I mean, my God, the last 15 years, what Boom has done, the diversity of material you've published, the diversity of creators, the fact that you've made inroads to Hollywood. You had a film with Denzel. I mean, come on. And it's just amazing. So how do you guys feel about the last 15 years and where Boom has been, where Boom has come to, and where Boom will be going into the future?
Well, I'm really excited because I think we've gotten the company, we've grown it over the past 15 years, and it's now sort of coming into the size and the scale that I'd always sort of envisioned for the company. I started the company in a spare bedroom that I had in my apartment. And I sort of traded in on favors with friends that I knew. And one of the things that I didn't really think about, but sort of presented a bit of a challenge, is all the other companies that are sort of in Boom's category of the size, which would be, Dark Horse or IDW or Image. They're all kind of springboarded from a previous incarnation professionally. And so, for example, a lot of people don't know, Dark Horse started, I think it was like 1986. And previous to that, Mike Richardson had been a comic book retailer
Right.
in some of the earliest years of the direct market, and had been very successful with that, and was able to take that scale and capitalization and framework and build up a publisher out of it so that he could kind of springboard forward. Image, of course, is one of the most famous examples where the 7 top artists from Marvel Comics split off and start their own company. And IDW was a very successful professional services company that did a lot of creative work in the collectible trading card game business, as well as many other worlds. Dynamite. There's a Freudian slip. Dynamite sprang out of Dynamic Forces. And Dynamic Forces, we're all smiling because we know Dynamic Forces is a collectibles company that's been around for 30 years and specialized in autographs and limited edition items. And that was what Nick Barucci used to springboard his company out of. And with Boom, I sort of came into it perhaps a little bit naive, just from the ground up as a publisher, and didn't have that sort of like ability to push out from a previously successful existing business. And so that gave a lot of challenges as far as capitalization and sort of growing. And so it's really exciting to be where we are. And I think the important thing to remember, if I was going to talk to anybody that had ambitions like this in their own mind, I think the thing that really pushed us forward was, you've got to focus on taking care of your staff, supporting your staff. You have to focus on taking care of your creators. You have to facilitate those things. They need to be the focus for you. But I think that we have some sort of corporate values, is how I would articulate it, and which is sort of a dedication to being flexible, a desire to be innovative, and but a real sort of relentlessness in personality. And so we find things that we want to do, and we chase after them very ardently, and we do it paying attention to, quite often what's the classic expression is, no battle plan survives contact with the enemy.
Right.
So, the minute that you decide a publishing initiative is what you're going to do, the situation changes by the time it gets to market. You need to be flexible, you need to change. And, over the past 15 years, the markets, Philip is very fond of pointing out that the market changes every 2 years. It's, a completely different market. So we've probably been through 7, 8 different cycles in that time. So just thrilled and happy to be here. Very excited, very proud of the team, proud of the creators, and would not be here without them.
How do the two of you work together?
Well, I think Ross would say this, but I'm going to say it for him, which is the irony is that in our working relationship, he is he's the boss, so he's theoretically the older brother, but our actual family dynamic is that I was the oldest brother in my family and he was the younger brother. So sometimes we kind of switch back and forth and have this very kind of playful dynamic where sometimes he's the boss and sometimes he's the little brother, kind of like pushing and instigating and trying to see how much further we can go. And the fun thing about our history and our relationship was that I was actually working at Diamond Comic Distributors when Boom started in 2005, and I was the brand manager in the publishing department, in the purchasing department, that picked up the phone when Ross called to set up his Diamond account. So I don't know that I've known Ross since the inception of Boom, but pretty close afterwards, I feel like.
Yeah, certainly the first external person that I talked to beyond my own family and my best friends about Boom.
Now, when you started the company, Ross, I mean, obviously, we all lived through the great innovation of the '80s. I like to call it, with the diversification of all kinds of comics materials. I mean, it was incredible what independent publishers like First were doing. I mean, they had people like Mike Grell and Howard Chaykin, but then they did crazy stuff like Mars, and things like that. And then we saw the advent of all of these different publishers. Did you have, I guess, a certain kind of material that you wanted to publish? Was there a certain, whether it was superhero material or mystery comics, pirate comics like Tales of the Black Freighter from Watchmen, did you have something in mind, or was it completely open? Because Boom has published so many interesting comic books, and the subject matter you've covered is so wide.
Well, I was really greatly impacted by companies like First. I was, Pacific was a huge influence on me. Eclipse was a huge influence, and those sort of, there are some other publishers in there that I don't want to skip, but that kind of first generation direct market publisher was wildly influential. And I was always interested in what can comics do. When you have those 80s publishers, late 70s, 80s publishers, and then you have Mouse come out in the later 80s, and it changes what people's perception is of the medium. And I always saw tremendous artistic merit in the medium. And I saw, what I always like to say is, can you imagine if you had a friend who'd never seen a movie before? And how exciting would it be if you could take, somebody who was 30 who had never seen a movie before and take them to the movies and have them experience the cinematic art form? And we have that opportunity every day in comics. And so to me, it's like, I look at it as, you don't see the novel restricted by genre. The novel can tell any kind of story. And it was a very exciting time in 2005 when I started the company, because you started to see a proliferation in the book market, and there was a real sense from the injection of manga in the early aughts that there was a new generation coming in, and of course manga had a more diverse sense of genre to it. So there was real opportunities, and I really believed that the market was going to diversify. And it was exciting to me. We had always been interested. I had always been interested in female readers. I was always interested in female content. That was something that, as a reader myself, I would pick up and read and appreciate and liked. And so being able to facilitate all those things and doing the publishing with kids and stuff like that, that was always, was always very natural to me. I was just an area of interest.
Now, one of the things I've really enjoyed that you've been doing lately is you've sort of been giving these on social media, these primers about how to break into the business and how to approach a publisher such as yourself, and what are some of the things that professionals do as opposed to the mistakes amateurs make. But when you were starting Boom, how did you go about finding creators? Like, did you open up Boom did you say, if you want to send something in, or did you actively pursue creators that you were interested in working with?
Well, I was very lucky, because I had worked at Malibu Comics from 1993 to, I can't remember if it was 95 or 96. I'd had like 3 years of being a professional underneath my belt. And so I had relationships with professionals, writers and artists. And so the first Zombie Tales is literally me calling in all of my favors. And so, poor Dave Johnson is a Eisner award-winning cover artist, did the covers for 100 Bullets, but he's drawn everything, and staggering talent. And, Dave is a guy I would drink beer and play video games with. And so I was like, hey, Dave, you're doing the cover for the first issue. And what is your absolute lowest cover rate? Like, whatever it is that you think is an insulting number, cut it in half, because I have no money. And I'm going to ask for one cover. And then after that, you can blow me off, but you have to do one cover. And poor Mark Waid in the first issue complained about getting 6 pages. And I explained to him the reason he had 6 pages and everybody else had 8 is that I could only afford 6 pages from him. So I just really bootstrapped it. And then, you just go with recommendations. Dan Panosian, who we're working with today, and we did our series Unkindness of Ravens with, he was the guy that Dave Johnson suggested when Dave was tired of me. He said, call Dan. Dan wants to do some covers, and Dan will put up with your rates. And go work with Dan, and Dan started to do cover rates. So it's just you just build your relationships, and I was always honest with the talent that we were starting, and we didn't have the best capitalization, and the company grew.
Philip, I was going to ask you. The company you're putting out licensed material. For instance, I think this week you have a Dune adaptation coming out. And I've always been interested in adaptations, or whether they're books or movies. I mean, Bill Sienkiewicz drew the adaptation of Dune back in '84 for Marvel, and it's pretty exciting. And obviously, because of the situation of we find ourselves in, the movie has actually been postponed. But still, I think anybody's always interested in Dune. How do you guys go about securing relationships for previously or licensed product, and how do you go about getting the things? You've done some really innovative stuff over the last couple of years with IP that wasn't generated by you, and there's been some you've done work for kids books and adult stuff. And how does that work? How do you go about? Do you seek those IPs out, or do they find you?
At this point, it's kind of a combination. I would say in the early days, we sought them out because the company was still growing, and we were still establishing the brand. And I started in 2012, so it's about, I guess at this point, about halfway through the company's journey. And one of the things that kind of go back to something Ross touched on that really drives it is that at the heart of the company is this idea of wanting to create new comic book readers, create new comic book fans,
right,
expose new people to the medium and to the power of the medium. And licenses can be an amazing way to do that. And I remember when I first started the company, I came from, like I said, from Diamond, and then before that, Top Cow. Top Cow didn't do any licenses. And I remember having this conversation with Ross early on that like my perspective on licenses was always like, so the potential of a licensed comic was that it could expose somebody to the comic book medium for the very first time. And that could be this amazing opportunity to show them this whole new world. Like Ross said, it's like showing somebody a movie for the first time.
Right.
The problem was that I think for most of the history of comic book publishing, licensed comics were not something that got a ton of TLC, a ton of passion and attention, and they were really kind of seen as ways to make a quick buck. And so very early on, I saw from what Boom was doing that they only picked licenses that they were passionate about. And I think as the company has grown, we've kind of further refined that to say, well, does this license have the potential to bring in new fans? Does it have the potential to connect with new readers? And usually what we're looking for is a brand that has a really dedicated audience that's incredibly passionate about it, that has some sort of crossover potential with comic book readers. You're looking for, you use Dune as an example, which is a great example. There's a property that has probably one of the most passionate fan bases on the planet. I know Ross is like part of the charter fan club over here.
Me too.
And there's just not a lot of licensed material out there. So how do you do that in a way that is authentic and speaks to the fan base? And you can't get more authentic than working with Brian Herbert, and Kevin J. Anderson, the two guys that have essentially continued to be stewards for this franchise that Frank Herbert created. And what's interesting is the other piece I would say that I think, again, as Ross said, for folks that are interested in getting into the space, is you have to be patient. The Dune license Ross started chasing probably about 10 years ago, Ross?
Yeah, wow. As Kevin says, 12 years. And so I would take his word for it, because after all, he's the guy that wrote the books that I was chasing. But my memory says 10. But yeah, it's that goes back to the relentless quality that we talked about. That's sort of a value that we hold dear.
What kept you going in those 10 years? Did you ever want to give up with that chase?
It proved to be frustrating in some places, and that's a part of publishing. I think executing at a high level in any discipline, you've got to figure out how to get out of the way of your ego. And so when you're frustrated, frustration can be very counterproductive. You've got to listen to the frustration and understand the things that you can change and the things that you can't. And at the end of the day, I'd much rather publish Dune than be frustrated.
Well, we're better off for it.
Thank you.
As fans and readers. Now, obviously, with Dune, it was a great time to release Dune because you would have been building up some interest and using the movie itself to piggyback off of. And now, of course, the whole world has been changed by COVID. And I think that one of the hardest, at least for me, one of the things that has been hit hardest is the comic book industry and the idea of comic book stores and the direct sale market. And it's something that, I grew up, one of the most joyous experiences in life to this day is walking into a comic store, and looking at the racks of new books and seeing the 4-color fantasies, spread out on those, whether it's a spindle rack or now they don't have those much anymore, but, a big wall of racks of comics. How has that affected Boom? And has it caused you to kind of pivot or change your structure? Are you going to publish more books? Are individual weekly comics going to one day be a thing of the past? How is all of this going to work moving forward?
Well, when something like COVID hits, you really have only two choices. And so the first choice is, are you going to find shelter? Are you going to go into the cave and wait for the storm to pass? Or are you going to barrel forward? And are you going to be dedicated to your mission? And, I have a joke internal with the company. It's maybe not really a joke. And the joke is the name of the company isn't Whimper.
Right. It's a good joke.
Yeah. Well, it's just my personality. And so, for us, it was a opportunity. I thought about the staff. And one of the things that I'm the most proud of with us is that we did not lay anybody off or furlough anyone. We kept the staff whole through the process. And I thought about our freelancers. And I thought, if I'm a freelancer and I'm working on a series like, we only find them when they're dead or something is killing the children, this is a moment of panic for me. And how am I going to pay my bills? And so we really focused on supporting our creators and having them continue to move forward with their projects. And through that process, we really thought about what can we do to up our marketing? What can we do to push forward? How can we support our retailers? How do we make more product returnable? How do we give them a bigger window of returnable products so that they have support? They're going to be going into a market that no one has any idea what the comic book buying is going to be after the shutdown. And so we need to build a sense of support for them. And it really was that sense of dedication. It was the sense of relentlessness to the mission and the flexibility. You wake up every day, the world was changing. The world was changing week by week. And we had to listen and we had to pay attention. And then we had to apply ourselves at the highest level and really, give our heart to it. When I look at situations like that, and personally, if a crisis like that is going to put you out of business, I'd rather go down swinging than have it kill me while I'm hiding. And it's just my personality. And so we really focused on those different aspects. And I think one of the big wins for us was this book that we put out called Wind. And to set the table a little bit, I'm going to hand it off to Philip, but to set the table, Wind was a series from James Tynion, who is writing Batman right now at DC and is tearing up the sales charts and setting the world on fire. And we had an original graphic novel from James that was going to come out in November of this year. And when we saw after the shutdown that the direct market had opened up and that there was a very little product for retailers to be able to sell, we realized that we had a golden opportunity because we had James's work, his original series, in our pocket. He was well ahead on his deadlines to be able to make the original graphic novel format work. And we could take that and we could retroactively make it a serial and we could break it into individual issues. And this is exactly what I'm talking about with our values. Now, just to back up for a second, this character, I think that this character, the series that came out, I think it's the best-selling comic book that came out. It was our best-selling original ever, but of note, it starred. I think it was the best-selling gay male character that had ever been published in the direct market, and we knew that we had a very personal story, and it was a very unique vision, and so what happened was, to be able to pull this off, we had to skip solicitation. Now that's insane.
That's insane.
Solicitation process is a 6-month process, and we needed to skip the catalog, which was printed on paper, and go directly digitally to the the retailers. What happened was, I called James and I said, James, here's what we got. We've got a finished graphic novel from you. We have retailers that don't have anything to sell, and we have a huge opportunity. And here's the catch. This is a huge risk. By doing this, we're skipping solicitation, which would make most retailers check out. Okay?
Right. How do they know where it's even coming out?
How do they know? And at best, what we have is we have 5 days to market this book. Okay.
Wow. I'm sure Philip's like, oh, this is a good move, Ross. Let's jump right in.
Well, listen, we're talking about the dynamic between the two of us. I've got a lot of Bugs Bunny in me, and poor Philip is often the recipient of that kind of pranksterishness. But this was a situation where it was like, I looked at this and I thought that the extraordinary nature of the material and the unique opportunity made it a unicorn. And I believed in our marketing team to be able to get the word out and to present the opportunity. And look, in business, you've got to meet needs. If you don't meet needs, there's no place for you. Someone else is doing what you want to do. And what the need was, there isn't product in the market. So let's bring something that's really good in this very unique way that it will ultimately showcase the extraordinary content, which was very unusual. And Philip, do you want to talk some about I don't know if I left anything on the floor, but
Well, what I was gonna add is a lot of what this was rooted around was this idea that what we believed in was the community. We believed that the community was going to come back, that the community was going to need stories, and that in fact, during this moment of crisis, we would all need stories more than before, because whether it was to distract ourselves with some entertainment or to read something that helped us connect with our humanity or to help us make sense of what was happening in the world, stories help us do that. And so we felt like for comic book fans, they were going to need their comic fix more than ever. And
right.
And part of what we also believed was that we had this big disruption. Diamond shut down for, I think, almost 8 weeks. There was no comics coming out, and Ross and I think they were right to do so. They were looking out for their team. They were looking out for their employees. They were taking care of their warehouse staff, making sure that they could get in a place where those people could come into work and do it safely, and that they could distribute to the majority of comic shops, because again, major cities were getting shut down under safer at home orders, right? Major markets. And so what we were looking at was on the other side of that. You had this gap, and you had all these books that had been solicited, but there had been nothing new for people to get excited about. And we thought, well, we can give stores that, we can give fans that, we can give fans a reason to come into stores that first week. And we really kind of focused our messaging. Our marketing team did an exceptional job focusing their messaging around this idea of a day one, right? Every store was going to have a day one. And that was this great opportunity to present themselves fresh to their customers for the first time. They could take those weeks that we didn't have new comics and think about how they wanted to run their business going forward, how they wanted to engage with their community. And each store was going to have a different day one. Some stores were going to be able to open that third week of May when Diamond resumed new comic distribution. Other stores were going to have to wait because the safer at home orders that were in place in their state or in their city. So that's the lens that we viewed Wind through. And ultimately, I think the other thing that made Wind the right book and the right project for this is it's very, at the end of the day, it's a very optimistic, it's a very hopeful story, and I think that's part of why it resonated.
Well, it's also a story about the characters in it. They have magic within them, and they are discovering that they're weird blooded, and that notion, Robert, I see your smile because I think everybody that loves comics is weird blooded, right? But I also think on another level, the story is a coming out story about being who you are. And I also think the weird blood is an expression of your inner potential. And I think we all have a rich inner potential. And so through that process, the character becomes who they were always meant to be and becomes a hero through the process. And so that optimistic, hopeful message, was very powerful. And I think people reacted well to it. And after Wind, one of the other things that we did was we had two tent poles this year that we knew were going to be giant series. And those two were Seven Secrets from Tom Taylor and Daniele Di Nicuolo. I hope I got that.
Good job, Ross. Good job, Ross. Yeah.
All right. And and then there was also We Only Find Them When They're Dead, which is from Al Ewing and Simone DeMeo. And these two series we knew were going to be huge, but we didn't push them back. We kept them in the schedule where they were, and sort of past the chasm of the shutdown, rolling the dice and taking a chance. And what happened was Wind launched at the highest and original from Boom it ever launched at. Then Seven Secrets, after it launched at the highest level, it sold even better than Wind. And then after that, We Only Find Them When They're Dead launched even bigger. And We Only Find Them is on its way past 90,000 copies towards 100,000 copies through multiple printings. And so we saw that fans were engaged and excited. And, on the other side of those two series, we relaunched the Power Rangers franchise, which again was always baked into this year. And that has come forward roaring. The combined sales on that book, between the two series that we're doing, are over 130,000 copies. And these are monster numbers that are big numbers that for any publisher in the direct market, they could have been, an accomplishment for Marvel or DC. And so it was very exciting to be able to sort of chase the mission, be dedicated, engage. The retailers really supported us. The fans really supported us. I think one of the things we have to talk about here is that comic book fans are special. Fandom, when you wax rhapsodic about going into a comic shop, that's how we all feel, they are cultural gathering points. My wife, she's a writer and she's written genre fiction, and she's done genre fiction. She's been a comic book writer. She's a screenwriter. And she's unafraid of writing a zombie story. She's way in as a nerd. But you know what she didn't want to talk to me about? She didn't want to talk to me about Superman versus the Hulk, right? There's one place you can go. Now, most people, they're working a job and nobody at the job wants to talk about Superman versus the Hulk, okay?
Why not?
Or
what kind of job is that?
How excited they are about the next issue of We Only Find Them When They're Dead. But there is a place that you can have those conversations. I've been standing in a comic book shop when somebody came over with their argument about Superman versus the Hulk and said, well, we got a publisher here. Maybe he can break the tie, right? And that's why we love comics, is that this is a community. And what happened was comic book fans, they showed up and they went to bat for the retailers and they bought product. And look, I believe in stories. We all do. All three of us here that are in this conversation believe in stories. And it touches on what Philip spoke about earlier, is we believe that these stories would be needed. And that's one of the ways that we get through culturally, is through storytelling. And certainly this time period has required in all of our personal lives an application of heroism, an application of belief that we can conquer obstacles and that we can rise to meet challenges. And that we have to do these things to be able to move forward, both individually and as a society. And so in that dynamic, we saw fandom really stepped up. Now, through that process this year, we also, the direct market is a huge part of our business, but we have a Simon & Schuster book distribution deal. And so the book market is a really big venue for us. And we had a number of really important releases. Now, Philip, I've been talking too long, so why don't you grab the mic and take over for me?
Well, I was just going to say that, as much as the direct market and comic shops have had their challenges, the book market has had their challenges as well. In particular, mass market retail with chains like Barnes & Noble and Books A Million, Indigo up in Canada. They've been facing some really, really tough challenges trying to rethink their business model and how they were going to engage with fans. For us, libraries have always been a really strong sector of the market. Librarians have been incredibly supportive of the work that we've done, particularly in Boombox and Kaboom and Archaea over the years. And libraries were shut down. Yeah. So when we looked at that, we kind of were faced with a lot of the same challenges. And what we saw a lot of traditional publishers reconfiguring their releases and pushing them back to the fall or pushing them back to the spring. And again, we believed in the content. I mean, we had a tremendous lineup this year. I was, going back and looking at, in the summer, we had this kind of right after the market came back online. We had this amazing graphic novel called The Thief Among the Trees, which is based on the Ember and the Ashes novel series by Sabaa Tahir, who's this amazing author who, there's a fun little story that earlier you asked how we look for licenses. Well, Ember and the Ashes is a great example of a number of years back. We worked with Fox to put out a Maze Runner graphic novel, and that Maze Runner graphic novel was really successful, and it really connected us with a different kind of audience. And we thought, okay, well, let's look at these young adult fantasy novels and see what other opportunities there are for adaptation. And so there were a handful that we looked at and reached out to different agents and things like that. And Sabaa's agent was one of those folks, because we were really excited about this series that she had launched. She was a first-time novelist back in 2015 and launched on the New York Times bestseller list with her first novel. And so we kind of went back and forth, and we didn't hear a bit, but we were in San Diego Comic-Con that particular year, and a woman walked up and started talking to one of our assistant editors and started asking about the company and started asking about what we published. And this editor, Cameron Chittock, who's actually now moved on from editing and is writing his own series of graphic novels, he just chatted with her because he thought she was a fan. And then afterwards, we found out it was Sabaa. And she was there promoting one of her novels, and she's an OG comic book fan and wanted to know what we were about and whether she could trust us with her creative child. And then we got the call afterwards, and she was like, "Yeah, you guys are the right company I want to do this project with." So she actually agreed to outline this series of new graphic novels and work with Nicole Andelfinger, who's the comic book writer that we brought in to work with Sabaa, and Sonia Lau. And she, the three of them have put together this really great prequel that launched in July, and it's been incredibly well received by the fans, which is, again, what we were trying to do. We were trying to connect with these book readers and show them the power and the excitement that they could find in graphic novels. And then the following month, we had this graphic novel called Happiness Will Follow.
I'm going to break in on this one.
Oh, yeah. Please.
Robert, this book will own you. So Mike Hawthorne is known for drawing Deadpool, and he created a graphic novel memoir which was about growing up, Puerto Rican American kid, the son of a single mother, and a single mother who abused him. Wow! And it is powerful. It absolutely. I'm just thinking about it and starting to tear up. I found, I tried to get my wife to read it, and because it has the subject of abuse, I think she passed, but I showed her the last page, and Mike does such a powerful dedication to his mother, just made her tear up reading what he wrote on the last page. It's really a an incredible work of art and is something really special. I just really passionate about that book. I had to break in. So back to you.
No, you're absolutely right. It's probably one of the best reviewed graphic novels we've published in a long time. I mean, people have really connected with it in a big way. And what's exciting for us is, that was a story that Mike has been trying to tell for many years, and he would start working on it and then have to put it down. And obviously, it was very, very personal for him. And so that's something we were really proud to publish this year. But probably one of our biggest success stories in the book market this year has been Slaughterhouse-Five. We did an adaptation of the seminal Kurt Vonnegut novel, and that it's the first authorized graphic novel adaptation of any of Vonnegut's work. We brought in Ryan North and Albert Montes to adapt it, and we really saw this huge opportunity with this book to connect with, not only new readers who might be fans of Vonnegut's work, but an opportunity to expose, high school students and college students to the power of the graphic novel storytelling medium. It's blown us away. I mean, we had big expectations for it, but it's sold out as it released. We're having to rush back to a second printing right now. It got starred reviews, which are really difficult to come by from all three of the major book trade publications, Publishers Weekly, Library Journal, and Book List. And then I think just last week or maybe a week and a half ago, Neil Gaiman tweeted about it and said it was one of the few books that showed him the potential of adaptation with graphic novels of classic literature. So it's doesn't really get that much bigger than Neil himself coming in and blessing the project you've put out. So that's really exciting. And so it's just like the direct market, we've continued to build. And actually, this week, we're releasing another one of our biggest releases for the year, which is called Sacrifice of Darkness. And that's by Roxane Gay, who's a New York Times bestselling author. She's co-writing it with a friend of hers, co-writing the adaptation with Tracy Lynn Oliver and Rebecca Kirby, who's the artist. And it's based on this New York Times bestselling short story that she wrote. It's a really, powerful allegorical story about the Black experience in America through Roxane's eyes, and in this kind of magical realism, kind of science fiction-y story. It's very difficult to categorize, but like all of Roxane's work, it's incredibly powerful and moving, and really makes you think. And so, I really can't think of a better time to release it than now, in terms of getting that story out into the world. And so we're really excited. It's the pre-order buzz on it has been fantastic. I think we're probably going to be sold out if we're not already. And it's been really gratifying, I think, to see that we, like Ross said, we knew that comic book fans are special. We knew that they would show up, that the comic shops were part of their home. But when we're reaching out to the book market, it's a much more casual audience, or an audience that we're having to connect with for the first time. And so the question of, are you going to be able to connect with folks in a year like this is a big question, but I think we've done that.
One of the things I think is important, obviously we've seen a lot of social upheaval in the country as of late, and the ideas of diversity and inclusion. And I've always thought that one of the most important things about that is diversity. It's really about hearing people's voices, hearing about people's experiences, so we can understand, all of us can understand where different sorts of people and different groups are coming from. It's not just about the visual aspects of it. It's about really understanding. And Boom has an incredibly diverse, from a storytelling standpoint, from a creator standpoint. It seems like you guys are doing just some not what you'd think a comic book company would be doing. You're really publishing all kinds of different things. And how important then is that for you as a company to be working with different kinds of creators, really exploring, like you've been just describing, all kinds of different stories that you don't normally associate with typical comic book fare? Is that something that you're looking for or you're pushing for it? And how does that work?
I'll tell you, this I'm going to give an answer that's going to be unsatisfying, because I'm interested in excellence, and I'm interested in greatness, and I'm interested in powerful storytelling. And when I started Boom, I thought, the best-selling direct market comic book of all time. This is before Raina happened. But it's just as applicable to her. Actually, now I think about it, but the best-selling comic book to that point was Watchmen. And Alan Moore is the greatest comic book writer, generally considered to be our Stephen King. And Dave Gibbons is an incredible storyteller. Like hands down, you show him to anybody, that the greatest of the great. Show him to Jim Lee, show him to Alex Ross, and they will all sing his praises of how spectacular he is. But what happened was they told a great story. And so I think what we are is we don't see that you shouldn't do that. We don't look at it like that. We look at Mike Hawthorne has a powerful and a compelling story to tell in memoir form. Now, Boom's not known for memoirs, which is not to say we'd never done it before. But we didn't care. We cared about telling a great story. And I'm very proud of the product. And, with Roxane Gay, here's a huge New York Times, best-selling. The book that she's well known for is Bad Feminist, and that's nonfiction, right? But we went and got her fiction story, which is another thing that you shouldn't do, right? You should go publish nonfiction with a nonfiction person, right? And we don't care. What we want is we want great stuff, and through that process, people go back and they look at what we do and they say, oh, well, you have this philosophy and this approach. And, I always feel like it's more like being a musician. It's like, what the hell does that song mean? People ask you retroactively and you go, I don't know, I just felt it and we just went and did it and it opened up something great. And so I think that's the key. If you are chasing anything other than telling great stories, you are doing a disservice to the medium. Get off the stage. There's a lot of bandwidth that's taken up with publishing, and it sucks up a lot of dollars and it sucks up a lot of attention. And what we need great stories. I don't care where the great stories come from. I hope they come from everyone. I want them to come from every creator, and I want them to come from every company. And I would love to be in a situation where I could walk into any retail outlet and say, oh my God, there's so many great stories. I'm overwhelmed. That would be the greatest thing. That's what we need.
Well, speaking of interesting stories, you guys have a movie out this weekend that's based on a boom title. It was actually directed, and I have to say, for me personally, David Pryor, who directed Empty Man, based on your comic, was a former DVD content producer, which is something that I've been doing for the last 20 years myself. So this is his first feature film. And what's really interesting, I read a review of the movie on Rue Morgue, I think it was, the horror site Rue Morgue, and they were like, this is pretty good. They were like, it was unexpected because of what they thought it was to what it actually is, and it's been getting some good notices. And I like to see that Dave Pryor, as directorial debut, is causing some ripples in the horror community where people are saying this is great. Boom. Also, this is, I believe, it's your second film. You had Two Guns come out previously, and I have to say those were successes. But you also, for me personally, one of the great tragedies is not seeing a Mouse Guard movie. And so you have had both ups and downs. You've had deals with all people have optioned all kinds of projects. What has it been like? I mean, you haven't just had a comic book company that's been around for 15 years. You've become power players in Hollywood. So how has that worked? What's that like for you? And could you talk a little bit about, your involvement with Tinseltown?
Sure. Well, I worked for Malibu Comics in the early 90s. And then when Marvel bought the company, I transitioned into what I had come to Los Angeles to do, which was work in the movie business. And so I had acquired some experience in that world working with translating comics into movies. And so when I started Boom, and I sort of had gone into publishing because Hollywood had been really, really overwhelming, and it was time to have something that was a bit more consistent. And then that happened right in the middle of the big comic book boom in Hollywood. And so then everybody in Hollywood wanted to make a Boom comic into a movie or a TV show. And it was very fortuitous. It gave me the ability, I had the experience in the background to be able to tell who was a pretender and who was real.
Right.
And that really served us. And so we were 2 weeks away from shooting a Mouse Guard movie at $150 million under Fox. Disney bought Fox and shut the Mouse Guard movie down. And, that's similar to this COVID experience that we had, which is, you can make a decision, which is that you're not going to get out of bed in the morning and you're going to cry yourself to sleep, or you can get out of bed and move on with your life. And so I'm particularly proud of Stephen Christie, who was instrumental in pushing the company forward. We went and got a Netflix deal, which we have for television. And we're working on a lot of really exciting things. We announced the Netflix deal during COVID, and we have been very, very active with it and feeding it. And I think we have a bunch of really exciting announcements coming. One of the most exciting that we were able to cue people in on, and I'll drop this breadcrumb here for prying ears, we have projects in development at every single streamer, which is a tremendous accomplishment and is very hard to pull off. And beyond that, we did announce that HBO Max got Lumberjanes in a bidding war. And so we're going to be doing an animated show. Noelle Stevenson, who's extremely popular, she started off as a web cartoonist, then she co-created Lumberjanes, and then she ran She-Ra as a showrunner. And she's showrunning and she's adapting Lumberjanes as a co-creator as well as a showrunner. So she's really going to do the property right because she was instrumental in creating it.
Well, so when you have something like a setback, like a Mouse Guard, like you say, you just got to push forward. It's Hollywood, it's Chinatown, Jake. You just got to keep going. Yep. Now that you have all of these things being developed all over town, does that at all make you want to sort of move away from comics, or do you see comics as the great incubator where both are just as vital to you? And I would think that you've proven that having these kind of creators now you can't just work in one thing or another. Comic book writers find themselves, like I remember seeing Brian Vaughn's name show up on like an episode of Lost. And so and I remember Howard Chaykin was a producer of Viper, like in the 90s, these as a company now, are you thinking about when you're publishing a comic that, oh yes, now we, like you just said, have to feed the streamers, or is that not, you just, like you said, you want to publish great stories and it's not in your mindset that yes, we're publishing this simply because we want to make it into a movie or streaming series?
Well, I know that every single person watching this stream right now has read a comic book that was designed to be a movie pitch. And when you read it, it just laid there. Like you could tell that they didn't care about making a great comic, that what they did was they made something that they were going to take to an agent, that they were going to go pitch and and attach a yada yada, and off they go. And God bless, I hope they succeeded. But if you don't make something, like, to me, Hollywood is so uncontrollable and is so beyond any trend. One day zombies are hot, the next day zombies are cold.
Right.
And yeah, Robert,
I know.
And publishing is long and it's hard. And, I know, like, for example, Frank Miller, who created 300, when that book got published, it was serialized originally. And then when it was bound together, he took the 2-page spreads that were originally in the comic book form and he put them into the aspect ratio of a hardcover that was landscape. Okay. And that's a movie screen. Now, the original inspiration that he had was a 1960s movie that was about the 300. I forgot what it was called, the Battle of Thermopylae. And so I bet you if you go ask Frank, did you think this was a movie? I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to him about it, right? But I look at all external indications, and it looks like to me he was trying to make a movie, and he made a movie, right? And I think that's great. That's what the creator wants to do, okay? And I believe in creators. We wouldn't have anything without them. But for us as a publisher, what we have to do is we have to make a great comic book, okay? We need to fill it with love. It's like cooking. You know how they say in cooking that if it's not made with love, you can taste it, okay? And we all, as comic book fans, we can tell when somebody rushed something out and didn't believe in their project. So we have to care about every single one of these things. And then when you get to the end of the process, you sit there and you look at it, and I have a completely different team, and they look at it and they go, okay, what is this, right? Is it a movie? Is it a TV show? Maybe it's not any of those things. And there's been times when we've had stuff, like one of the earliest comic books that we published, Talent, was under option for 5-7 years as
I remember that
movie, and then it got optioned as a TV show, and things go back and forth. There's stuff that we would laugh and say never in a million years is going to be a movie or a TV show, and it ends up optioned. And so you've just, for me, having the control aspect of the film and TV process is about protecting the creators and serving them, because a lot of times they're in a situation where they don't have anybody in their corner, or the people that are in their corner are not telling them the truth,
right,
and not being positioned to win. And so for me, I sit there and I go, this was natural to my background. It built to my experience. And this is one of the things that I could bring to bear to be supportive of our creators. And so it felt like a natural transition.
Do you guys see yourself in the future as also being a film production company where you'd go out and get your own financing and produce your own movies, and then maybe have a first look deal, an output deal with someone else, so you're in control of the entire production?
Well, I think that's a possibility. One of the things that I want to point out about Empty Man is we produced that movie alone. There are 2 producer credits on it. It's me and Stephen Christie.
Wow, okay.
We made that movie, right? It's a $17 million horror film. And when you go in the dark and you sit down, which I did last night, drove out to Thousand Oaks, bought a ticket, sat down in the dark, and the 20th century, and Robert, you'll love this, they didn't change the fanfare.
I know.
20th Century Fox. Okay. Now, I don't know this, but I'm going to bet you that is the very last Fox movie, 20th Century Fox movie, that is ever coming out. We're the caboose. Okay. The station. Now, but you see the fanfare. Okay. And then the Boom animated logo comes up. And I will tell you, there are 2 companies that publish comic books that have ever had an animated logo at the beginning of a film. It's Marvel and it's DC Comics.
Now, is that the new logo that you shared with me?
Yes.
That logo is incredible.
Thank you.
Now, how I looked at that logo and I thought, my God, how long did it take to put all those covers into the logo? And I mean, that was a beautiful piece of work that somebody did.
Thank you.
If I can ask, how did you collaborate, or who did you collaborate with to come up with that logo? Because I was like, that is one cool logo.
Thank you. Well, the thing, Blur is the studio that did it, and they're incredible. This is Tim Miller's company.
I was going to say that's Tim Miller's company.
Yeah, directed Deadpool, the first one, and the last Terminator movie. Tim's brilliant. And the thing about that logo is, when you sit there and you think about how do you encompass visually what Boom is, and we've been talking about the diversity of what we publish, the focus for me, I kept going to the designers saying, we need to show the library. We need to show the diversity. We need to show that we're very prolific. We put out over 500 pages of original content a month. It is a deluge. It's a torrent of material. And so how do we dynamically express that? And the designers came back with that notion of, you go through the panels of a comic book and then sort of see the library and then pull back, and it resolves itself into the company logo. And I thought that they did a brilliant job, creating a solution to the problem that I kind of put in front of them.
And my dream has always been to make something that had the 20th Century Fox logo in front of it. And now that's never going to happen. I mean,
I think 20th Century. So the Fox part's gone. Fox is
Right.
a company, but I don't know this, and nobody's told me this officially, but I think they'll keep the fanfare with 20th Century.
Yeah, I think they're going to keep it too. But growing up, how many unbelievable movies did we see with whether it's Alien, whether it's Star Wars? So many movies with the 20th Century Fox logo on them. Even Big Trouble in Little China, things like that. But
Yep.
that had to be a thrill when you sat. Now, like you said, you produced it yourself, and you had to deal with the fact that, oh my God, the studio that we're making this with or whatever has now been sold. And a lot of those movies talk about Hollywood not catching a break. So they could have mouse guard, it went away. You never knew it was going to happen. So you're constantly weathering this storm. Well, I have to say, we've got just a little bit of time left. I have to say, like, where do you see Boom 15 years from now for your 30th anniversary? Where would you like to be?
Total global domination. The name of the company isn't Whimper.
Are you going to get into like video games and those kinds of things? Do you want to see Boom diversifying in terms of being a production house of things?
I'd love to do video games. I don't think that I would want to build that internally at Boom. So I would be more looking for a developer to come in on something like that.
Sure.
I think, the Netflix deal affords a tremendous opportunity. They don't develop, they make.
Right.
And we make, 20 original series a year. And so we are in a great position to partner with them and make material. And the kind of material that we make is what they want. That's why they did a first look with us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, who would have thought that the Umbrella Academy would be a TV series?
And it's a great one. Congrats.
It's a great one.
Gerard and the whole crew.
And kudos to Netflix.
Yes. Absolutely.
What you gonna say, Philip?
And I think I was going to say, I think it all comes back again. The motivation comes back to, we believe in comic books. We believe in this medium and its ability to tell any story. And so again, even when you're talking about TV shows or movies, it's this opportunity to expose someone to an art form, to expose someone to a storytelling form, right? And if we can do that through a video game down the road or through a board game or any other kind of storytelling medium and pull more people in to comic books and graphic novels, that's the goal.
And I'll tell you, one of the things Philip's done that's really incredible is we've done a series of novel deals based on a lot of our Boombox series that have taken originally a comic book like Backstagers and turned it into a novel like Fence. So it's about comics, man.
Well, gentlemen, we are out of time. I want to thank both of you for getting up on a Sunday. What an incredible panel this was. Boy, I've learned a lot, and you guys are both incredibly inspiring. Ross, what you've done with Boom has been inspiring to me, to see somebody who actually loved something their whole life and turning it into a company, and now you are creating and putting out there. I'm sure people are going to grow up and want to become artists themselves because of what you've done with Boom, and I don't think there's a better way to live, sir. So congratulations to both of you.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, this has been great, and thanks to the Baltimore Comic-Con, these live panels. This is the 4th time I've teamed up with some of the people that have done this, and what a great event they're putting on. Fantastic.
We love Baltimore, man. We love Baltimore.
It's really great. So thank you both, and thanks for bringing the Boom to a Sunday morning Comic-Con panel, because wow, how cool is that?
Whimper.
Thank you, Robert.
Thanks a lot. So I guess we'll just stay here till they take us off. That.
Hello, we're live. I think. Hi, everybody. welcome to another amazing panel. It's going to be part of Baltimore Comic Con. I hope you've been having fun watching things for the last couple days. I've had fun, and this is going to be fantastic. My name is Whitney Matheson. I am a journalist and a writer and a comics enthusiast, and I'm so psyched to be hosting this panel, which is all about autobiography in comics, specifically genre as autobio. All of these panelists write amazing works of fiction that incorporate their personal experiences. So if we can have them kind of come in, and we'll introduce everybody who's here. Oh, hello. Oh my golly. This is so exciting. Okay, well, nobody here needs an introduction because you're all so amazing. But that said, I'm gonna force you to introduce yourselves. So I think maybe let's start with Stan, just because Stan, I want to congratulate you. You had a big night last night with your Ringo Award wins, including Best Cartoonist. So I guess everybody just introduce yourselves a little bit and maybe specifically mention the work that kind of fits the theme we're talking about today.
Well, I'm Stan Sakai, and I work, I'm most noted for Usagi Yojimbo. I've been doing this for more than 35 years now, but I have done autobiographical comics, just little short stories about adventures or trips that I've taken or things that I've done. And of course, what I have done before, what I've studied before, always reflects upon my work. So I'm on this panel.
Good, thanks. And who's next? I'm going to say, Alex, I haven't seen you in so long, but it's great to see you this way.
Yeah, it's good to see you. I'm Alex Segura. I'm by day, I'm co-president of Archie Comics. I'm also the writer of The Black Ghost, which is a noir superhero series that Comixology Originals publishes. And it's about a Miami-based reporter that moves to a new city and has to deal with her own addictions and following this other vigilante that she's become obsessed with. So that's probably the one I'm most connected to personally. I also write a PI series about a detective set in Miami, which is where I'm from. So.
Great. And Erica, we haven't met, but I'm very excited to be talking to you. So hello.
Hello. I'm Erica Schultz. Like Alex, by day, I'm an instructor at the Kubert School. I'm the writing instructor at the Kubert School. By night, I am a comics writer and editor with Mad Cave Studios. Again, like Alex, I have a series with Comixology Originals called Forgotten Home. It's an urban fantasy series. And I also have some horror books out with Action Lab called 12 Devils Dancing. And this coming week, Legacy of Mandrake, which is a new series from Red 5 and King Features, is coming out.
Oh, and Dave, hello, distantly.
Whitney, first of all, thanks for jumping in and taking care of things today.
Oh, yes, of course. I was happy that you asked. Thanks.
Yeah, right on. I'm Dave Kelly. I'm co-publisher of So What Press. I also am the editor of the Cotton series for First Second. I think primarily we'll be talking about Tales of the Night Watchman, which is my series about baristas who fight monsters. One of the stories was nominated for a Ringo. And I also work part-time at a comic shop now due to the pandemic, Comics Revolution in Evanston, Illinois.
Oh, I used to live near Evanston.
Also, oh, really?
Yes, I did.
Talk about that
later. And Dean, hi. Who are you?
Hi, Whitney. Hi, everybody. Hi. I'm Dean Haspiel, and I sit next to Whitney Matheson about 7 days a week. Our shared Gowanus Comics arts studio. And I'm on this panel to talk about, genre as autobio, and I've done that throughout my career. I've actually dabbled a lot in actual autobio, working, drawing other people's lives, like Jonathan Ames, Harvey Picar, and Werner Lachpez. I've also written and drawn some of my own autobio stories. But the characters that I love, my avatars, as it were, are Billy Dogma and the Red Hook. And for the last 4 or 5 years, I've been producing the Red Hook for Webtoon.
Well, thank you, everybody. And actually, Dean, what you were saying kind of leads into my first question, which is pretty broad, which is just, I'm curious, why do you like telling such personal stories through the genres you each work in, through fiction? What is that, especially versus, I mean, Dean, like someone you have done autobiocomic, like straight memoir comics. So what is it about telling personal stories through fiction that you kind of love versus the other?
Well, I'll answer first. So whenever I've drawn other people's stories, you have to be fairly accurate and it has to be fairly plausible to reality, right? And when I've done that in my own stories, I feel like, you're kind of a voyeur as a reader to a Dean Haspiel story, right? But when I get to expand, I guess when you get old enough and you start to understand your trends and who you are and what your sensibilities are, I feel like you can create characters that are kind of like a version of you that can then rocket out into outer space or play with a 25th century dolphin, or do crazy stuff. Or in the case of the Red Hook, I've made Brooklyn sentient, and she has physically and literally seceded from New York, ergo America, to start her own republic, right? Where art can be traded for food and services, and it still feels very personal and autobio to me, because even though that hasn't actually happened, right? But I feel like that's the great power of comics and fiction, is that in some ways you can even be, you can kind of tease reality and then create the dreams of what you want to happen through the fiction. Something that I learned from reading so many Jack Kirby comics that were ultimately so prescient. Or, you think about original Star Trek, we're all on those communicator phones now, and so things like that, I guess there's a lot of like science fiction and fantasy in, and what's great about superheroes is that superheroes encompasses it all. Crime, science fiction, everything is in a superhero comic, which is why it's one of my beloved genres.
And anybody else, what do you love about the genres that you work at? Because we kind of there are so many between you, so many genres that are covered.
I would say just in general, it's cathartic, to sort of, a lot of times people are very, very open and very honest and like to the point of like really raw. And, if that's your personality, great. I'm not that open. But to be able to express your feelings, whether it's, I write a lot about family, found family, by blood or by bond kind of thing. And to me, that's something extremely important. Finding a group of friends that are your family versus, your siblings or your parents or whatever. So I sort of, I guess, work through, it's a therapy kind of thing. You want to see, like Dean said, you want your characters to do the things that you wish you could do in real life. So, that is sort of a cathartic way of achieving that. Obviously not literally, like, we're not literally shooting purple magic out of our hands, or Red Hook isn't getting up and becoming its own, sentient, Krakoa kind of thing. But it is a type of therapy. I think, it's a constructive way of sort of working through our own issues, I guess. I don't know. I'll just speak for myself on that one.
No, that's true. I think also when you have a certain track record, you can kind of look back at your work and see what the themes are. Like it isn't an intentional thing. Like when I look back and I see I've written 5 novels about this recovering alcoholic detective, like overcoming his problems to achieve a goal, or with the Black Ghost, like Laura is a reporter that's obsessed with this superhero, and she's also got to kind of channel that obsession to overcome her own addiction issues. Like that's when you start to realize these are the things that I come back to for a reason. You want to demystify these problems and you want to showcase them, but you don't want to do it in the raw way of just like telling your own story. You want to kind of use the filter of fiction and superheroes and crime noir for me to kind of tell stories that you feel need more space in the world.
And I'm kind of curious as to how much of your own, because I've read all of your work, and I would love to know just how much of your own selves you is in there, particularly Stan. When I read your stuff, I don't know, could you just talk a little bit about how you use your own experience in your stories?
Well, Usagi is pretty much the like the epitome of what a samurai, a 17th century samurai would be. And I would like to say that, I see some of myself in here, but, that's kind of a fantasy in itself. But, much of what I lived through, I put in. I'm third generation Japanese American. A lot of my resource was my mother, and she grew up in Japan. She was there during the Nagasaki atomic bomb, and she lived through that. Just listening to her adventures, and also to when I was stuck for an idea or something, I remember what things she'd tell me old stories. But I love what I do. However, I also love just doing straight autobiographical stories because, we're all cartoonists. We travel. And when we do travel, stuff happens to us. There's always stuff that happens. And I remember I did a story for actually a title called Autobiographics from Dark Horse. And I told about my first trip to Angoulême in France. And it was after the festival and in a restaurant, and the guy next to me died. He had a heart attack. He choked.
Wow.
And
oh God.
And the waiter and then the paramedics came in and they said, you can't do anything, just go on eating. And so we're eating while the guys were giving this guy CPR. And every so often you just watch, it was just surreal. And he finally died, but we left. We left a good tip because the waiter was so traumatized. But when we were passing his table, I looked and saw he was on his dessert. And it was really a matter of death by chocolate. Because he had a chocolate cake and he choked on it. And things like that. It's weird.
Oh,
you can't make this up.
I
know.
Yeah.
Oh
Dan, you're reminding me when I was a waiter, an expediter of food. Like I went from busboy to waiting tables to then working with the kitchen, and you have to figure out the whole night. And I was in this very popular Soho restaurant called Nick and Eddie, and they decided they were going to expand. The chef was going to go on to create what's now called Blue Ribbon, the Blue Ribbon restaurants in New York City. But it was a Friday night. You always had like a Johnny Depp or somebody showing up or whatever, and it was always packed. And they had some investors come in, sitting right in the center of the room, getting fed delicious food and getting the whole vibe. And at the bar, somebody started vomiting like black blood, keeled over, died. EMS was coming, cops. And I remember the whole, they were just like, don't let them see that over there. Like, just somehow block them. And we spent like a couple of hours just kind of blocking the scene, from like, hey, look over there kind of thing. And we pulled it off somehow while someone died. And they later on invested in the restaurant. Anyway, you're just reminding me of my waiting table days. So
I worked at a Jewish deli in high school. And none of this happened there. Nobody died.
no.
Nothing. The worst thing was I got cursed out by a rabbi once, but that was it. I mean, come on.
I was a waiter at
like a great way to talk about stories. Sorry, Alex. What?
No, I just said I was a waiter at Ruby Tuesday for a day. It was
wow.
not eventful. It was not this eventful one day. Well, I wrecked my car the next day and they didn't believe it, so I lost my job. So my CV has improved.
That's funny.
Dave, did somebody die on your watch now?
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. So my first contribution to this panel is going to be this. So my first two jobs in New York both involved somebody overdosing on heroin in the bathroom.
Oh,
what?
I don't believe either person died, thankfully, but medics were involved and had to take the person out. So that was both within like the first year or so of me living here, which has nothing to do with comics, and I've never used those situations in my story.
Could.
What? Sorry?
But now maybe in the future when we see
you never know. Now we're all talking about it. You're gonna get me thinking about this. Who knows?
Well, Dave, how much would you say of Tales from the Night Watchman is like from your own personal experience? I mean, obviously the sense of place is really strong in it.
That's a huge part of it. I co-created the series with Laura Ontal, and we met at Think Coffee, which is an actual location. It's where the characters work. So there are some examples where things get very, very specific. It's very much from our, our time working hourly as baristas in New York and a lot of the humorous interactions we had with people. I think it's really other people that have inspired me more so than myself. I don't think I'm that interesting, honestly. And I've encountered a lot of things, but it's not like I've seen things happen to me, things happen around me. Nothing's really happened to me personally that's that crazy, but I take from that. I take from other people's lives. And that's why I have to sprinkle it with fiction, because otherwise I would be taking other people's stories and, it would be biographical in ways I wouldn't want to explore. But the great thing about comics is that I love fiction. I'm a fiction guy. The only budget restrictions you have is how much it's going to cost to pay your contractors to produce the art, how much it's going to cost to publish the book. Beyond that, the sky's the limit. Why stop with reality? Why just tell a story about my boring life? There's a lot of exciting things you can do. So,
yeah. And Alex, the Black Ghost, you have a co-writer or a co-creator on that series. So I'm just kind of curious, like, how does that relationship work, especially when you're kind of infusing a lot of your own stories? Are you both doing that?
Yeah, I think we are. My co-writer and co-creator is Monica Gallagher, and we co-wrote this podcast called Lethal Lit for iHeart, which did really well in 2018. And we had such a blast that we decided we want to do some comics together. She's a fantastic artist and writer. She does Assassin's Roommate for Webtoon. I think we just kind of poured all our ideas together. I wanted to write this story about an obsessed journalist moving from Miami to a fictional kind of Gotham type place, which we called Creighton. And we based it on Baltimore, where she's from. So we both put in different things. But to your earlier question, I think every character and every aspect of every story you do as a creator has a piece of you. People always ask, are you Pete Fernandez, my PI, or are you Laura Dominguez? And it's never a one-for-one thing. There's always elements of the creators in every character, I think, whether it's a bad trait or a good trait, or you're kind of trying to analyze yourself psychologically while you create. I think it's all a percentage, basically. But yeah, it's fun. What I love about comics versus novels is that you're basically jamming with somebody else and you're creating a greater whole, whether it's a co-writer or George, our artist, who's fantastic. Whereas with novels, you're kind of in your own silo, which is also good for your God complex, but it's definitely very different. So
I do have to say, when 12 Devils Dancing came out, and that's a horror book about a serial killer stalking an FBI agent as the FBI agent has a terminal illness, everybody kept saying to me, like, I read this book and this is really creepy. Like, does this stuff really go on in your head? And I'm like, oh no, it's totally just, it's all just make believe and everything. And then Alex is like, oh yeah, no, there's a little bit of you in every villain. And I'm like, I'm a serial killer.
Yes.
I see you.
I was gonna say, like, I have this character called the Red Hook, but there's a lot of other characters, obviously, because you populate, a world with others to interact with. And there's a piece of me in every character. I'm the Green Point. I'm this black god. I'm these two lesbians that like each other. I'm all these different, aspects. And I gotta say, when you come up with a good villain, where you almost can understand why they're being a villain, that's also scratching another itch on a side of you that maybe you don't care to admit to sometimes, or, to talk about being vulnerable. And then going back to something you said earlier, Alex, about, and I've said this myself, you start to develop, once you do enough work, you start to look back and you see the trends that you keep revisiting. It's almost like you're trying to figure out this aspect of yourself. And then it made me think about Charles Schultz and Peanuts. Like, what, for 50 years, he did that comic. And was it Lucy that was always pulling the football out from, I don't think he ever kicked that ball or whatever the hell he's supposed to do with that, right? Like, and that's something he never figured out. It was always a question. And I think a lot of good writing is what are the questions, And I going back to Jack Kirby, I always say he dared to question what is God, and then tried to answer it. That kind of stuff. Heady stuff.
Well, three of you are writers. You work with artists, and I just wonder, when you're doing something that does have a lot of personal meaning for you, like how does that collaboration work? Do you also kind of give the artist some leeway to put themselves into it, or are you offering a lot of reference material on certain things?
I do give a lot of reference material. In particular, Brett Hobson, the guy that I'm working with now, lives here in Chicago. He's never lived in New York, but I think we've clicked in a way where I've kind of shown him the parameter of the world, and he knows where he can fill in and bring his own imagination to it. There are a couple little things. Every once in a while, I'll get super specific because I do like to use a lot of real locations, which I think kind of helps pepper the fiction and ground it a little bit. So, Think Coffee's one thing, the Port Authority bus terminal's another thing, which is a really scary place. So when things like that come up, you do want those elements to be authentic. But then after that, it's like the establishing shot, you want to be authentic. Once you get inside the location, you can let the artist breathe a little bit.
For me, I mean, it depends because I've worked as a background artist before and an animator. So depending on the artist, some artists will say to me, "Can you do thumbs?" Or if and things like that. If an artist doesn't ask for them, then I'm not going to give them unless they ask for them. I want them to have the freedom to do things. I'll give them, a little bit of reference unless they ask for more. I never want to be sort of micromanaging anybody. And I always say, look, if I wrote 5 panels on a page and you can communicate all of this in 4, then do it in 4. If you need an extra panel because you think that, it needs an extra beat, go for it. I try to let the artists do their thing because, that's why they're there, because I'm not a good enough artist to be able to do what they do. So.
And to speak to Erica, well, to say briefly, one of the things we try to teach in teaching comics to the mainstream and public is that the artist is a co-author because image is tech.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of what Erica said, I do as well. I preface every artistic relationship with a note to the artist saying, these are all suggestions. And, I usually work in page breakdown first, which, we'll have some dialogue, we'll have some panel breakdowns, but it's all, that person is the director, I'm the screenwriter, and we hopefully can meet in the middle and create something new. But I do put in reference, but it's always with the asterisk, like, if you don't want this, don't take it. You're probably much better at figuring out how to lay this out art-wise than I am. But, you want it to be that blend of the inspiration from the writer, but also the artist's visual eye too. So.
Exactly. I've worked with artists just a few times, but whenever I've turned in a script, I always do thumbnails because that's the way I work. And my instructions is always, these are just guidelines. Just, if you need to change things, be my guest. If you need more reference, I'm here to supply everything.
For the Legacy of Mandrake story that's coming out this week, I had this very sort of complex, it was in like a retirement home and the characters doing sort of this performance for these retirees. And I had this like big reveal and I realized I was like, oh my God, I just wrote 12 panels, but I know how to make it work. So I was like, look, do you want me to thumb this out? And they said, if you could, yeah. So, I have a big whiteboard in my studio and I went and I, drew it out and I said, okay, and I used different colored markers and everything. And I labeled everybody and I sent it. And I said, again, this is a suggestion. But when the page came back, they did it like same panel for panel. I was like, oh, phew, I did a good job. I still have my art chops.
Only under extreme circumstances will I do any breakdowns. I'll give a full script and I'll kind of present the moments. I know that I want 5 or 6 panels on the page, but after that, I tell you what moments I want to see and you show me how it's going to look. And that's where I like to leave it.
It's been interesting because I've either drawn someone else's script and sometimes I've worked with writers that didn't really know comics that well. So then I had to work with an editor or add more of my expertise. But I have a few times collaborated with writing. And in fact, me and Dave have done a couple of scripts together. It's really interesting, the difference of approach and what I think should be there or not there and vice versa. And we can find this sweet middle spot, so it's been interesting.
I think it's because I'm a DC lover and you're a Marvel lover and we're like finding the synthesis.
I think so.
Yeah.
We make Image Comics happen. No,
that's right. If only. Yeah.
Amalgam.
Oh God, no.
What if Night Watchman and the Red Hook merged? We haven't gone into that yet. That could be the next one.
Right. Absolutely. So.
Well, I'd love to hear from each of you about maybe a personal story or experience that you have put into your work and maybe the reader didn't even recognize it at the time. I mean, I say this because, Dave, I know you were telling me that that your comic, the Steam Banshee, which I had read, but I never would have guessed that there was like a personal story behind it, like that there was some sort of connection that you had that isn't apparent really when you read it.
No, you wouldn't know at all. But
yeah.
I co-wrote that story with a fellow cancer survivor, Katrina Lord. So I had Hodgkin's lymphoma in 2010, and she got sick a year after that, and we became friends through a mutual friend. And a few years after that, as sort of a form of catharsis and friendship, we wanted to write a story together. And I was kind of having trouble with a basic idea, and we were just talking about it one day, and she started to throw in some good pointers, and I said, light bulb. What if we co-wrote a story? Wouldn't that be fun? So it worked out pretty well, and lo and behold, here we are. So, it's just funny too when it resulted in this awesome Ringo nomination, which I'm very proud to have. So it makes it extra special. But the story itself is sort of about everlasting friendship in spite of very difficult odds, which is sort of metaphorical. Which is where I like to sprinkle in the autobio stuff. Metaphor is a strong thing to use. So.
Mm-hmm. And does anybody else have maybe a personal thing that they've put in? I mean, well, Alex, by the way, I kind of do have a connection to your story about a reporter who loses her job and then decides to go roam the streets as a masked vigilante.
Yeah, you're most of that story. It's based on you.
Exactly. It's all about me.
Yeah. No, I mean, for me, it's always everything I do. It's not as subtle as what has been shared, but everything I do connects to Miami, except maybe like Poe Dameron. It was hard to sneak a Miami reference into a Star Wars novel, but everything else, like whether it's a novel or a comic book, ties back to my hometown. And a lot of the stories I write are about journalists because I feel like that's such a powerful role that often gets overlooked in the insanity of a day to day. But knowledge is power, and I try to get that stuff as right as I can. The newspaper lingo, it's that was a really memorable time for me being a reporter, and you really do feel like you're out in the front lines doing important work, or even as an editor, just kind of channeling all this stuff. So I try to keep that ringing true as much as I can. So
I would say for me, it's more personalities. I have personalities that are based on people that I know, or for Forgotten Home, there's a 15-year-old girl in it, and she's very rambunctious. And when my mom was reading it, she was like, "Oh, this sounds really familiar." So I mean, for me, it's like it's not necessarily a specific event that occurs that would be plugged in. Like I'm not an assassin. I don't know assassins. I don't know serial killers. I swear to God, I don't. But personalities and reactions to things, and sometimes just cadence of speech and things like that. I'm working on a new book right now with editor James Emmett, and there's a character who has sort of a catchphrase that's based on my friend's mom. And, she had this attitude that was like fantastic, and this take no crap attitude. And I was like, I need to use that. Like, that's her. So that's kind of what I do, but yeah, I don't base everything on Miami because I think I've only been there once.
You probably could.
I've got a story about just the opposite, how a story of mine affected my life further on. And my parents had gone to Japan for a little trip, and they showed me a photo they took. And they said, this is a kaiso farm, a seaweed farm. And I had never heard of a seaweed farm before. And I thought, I'm always looking for springboards for Usagi stories. So it just happened about a year later that the Peabody Museum in Salem, Massachusetts was having an exhibit on seaweed farming. So I flew over and took notes and everything. And I did a story about called Kaiso. And it was later, maybe just 5 years ago, no, less than that, about 3 years ago, that on our last trip to Japan, I actually did work on a seaweed farm, a volunteer work in Tohoku, where they had the tsunami, and it devastated the entire area, and the seaweed farms were just starting to get back up. So I did some volunteer work there just to work with the seaweed, and it was really neat. I love doing that. So it's just a reverse thing. Instead of my life affecting my stories, this story affected my life.
How John Steinbeck of you.
Because I've done autobio and then I've created avatars, I feel like I reserve actual stories that have happened to me for potential autobio, but then I try to comment on the world and society and maybe on myself and the people around me in my fiction. But I've also written plays the last 6 years. And now that I think about it, I feel like I've definitely shoehorned autobio aspects into the plays I've written. And there was this one scene in a play I wrote called The Last Bar at the End of the World that was a real commentary on an aspect about myself that I do not like. I can be a little bit of a control freak. I don't know if that's how y'all feel about yourself. We talk about in the studio sometimes that like the reason why we're cartoonists is we can control that blank page, Anyway, but I wrote a scene that was pretty profound, and I felt like that was the first time I matured as a human being since I was 12 or something, like to be able to recognize something about me that I still haven't fixed, but at least I acknowledge it, And sometimes you have to do that through your work,
Yeah,
What'd you
admitting
say?
you have a problem is your first step.
There you go.
That's half the battle. Yeah.
That's right.
Well, I also just wanted to hear, I've always believed that you need input for the output to happen. And so I just love to hear like, what are people, so in terms of the genres you like, what sort of things feed you, whether it's film or other comics or, TV shows, both of the genres you work in, or I don't know, maybe there is like autobio stuff that you're into. And I'm particularly, Erica, I would really love to hear your response, because when I read your stuff, I'm like, oh, this reminds me of like fantasy movies I liked when I was a kid. It reminds me of so many things, like,
I think everything that I do in one way or another, whether it's in the genre, the attitude, or whatever, falls down to the first Star Wars movie, Labyrinth, Never-Ending Story, Secret of NIMH, and like Indiana Jones. Like, take all of those things, throw them in a blender with 2 raw eggs and a packet of Carnation instant breakfast, a quart of milk, blend, and then that's a story. At least that was the recipe when my dad was putting in limestone steps as a kid. That was the recipe for breakfast. But I think it's a matter of like, I mean, I do watch a lot of documentary stuff, and some of it is, serial killer disturbing stuff. And I probably shouldn't watch that, but I do. But my husband and I just finished Kipo and the Age of the Wonder Beasts on Netflix. On Netflix. Well. I highly, highly recommend that. Really, 3 seasons, it wrapped up. It was just really, really nice. And, I like watching like a lot of kids cartoon stuff. Like Hilda is another great series. There's a British series called Sarah and Duck, and I love it. And it's it's for like 6-year-olds. And I just love watching it because it's like so pure and wholesome. And it kind of, washes the John Gacy out of my mouth, from watching like some documentary on like John Wayne Gacy, but a lot of, I don't know, I can only speak for myself, but a lot of times, you get input from just like looking out the window and seeing the neighbors, or, seeing some type of interaction. When I lived in New York City, I used to just ride the subway for fun with a notepad and sketch things out and take notes. Obviously we're not doing that right now. But, I think, you just sort of absorb everything in the area and then sort of mix it around and then export, whatever it is that you think you're trying to do,
I did a trilogy of one-shots for Night Watchman that all kind of combine specific locations in New York that I like, but also German silent movies, which, silent film, for from the 20s. I love Nosferatu, love Fritz Lang, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I was kind of aping that a little bit and then throwing it into modern day New York. So I've got like Chinatown meets Dr. Mabuza, the Bronx Zoo meets Nosferatu, and the Gowanus Canal meets the Prague Golem. So that's a big thing. I love to ape silent film. But other than that, I do watch a lot of cartoons too. In particular, you know, I'm an 80s millennial, so I'm all about the G.I. Joe and the Transformers and all that good stuff. And I find myself ripping that stuff off all the time subconsciously because that really etched a sort of a permanent mark in my brain, for better or for worse.
Yeah, for me, it's a lot of true crime. I think every novel I've written is based in some kind of true crime. There was one that was, you know, dealt with the Cuba and Miami political issues, but it was really an homage to like Jeffrey McDonald, who was that, Virginia Green Beret who allegedly murdered his family. And while I was reading those books, I kind of flipped the story in my head and I was like, wouldn't it have been interesting if this happened? And so it's a lot of like taking true crime or true history or memoir and tweaking it and interjecting that into your own work. And a lot of music, you know, I can't write with music on, but I do think about writing a lot while listening to music. So, you know, Miami Midnight, my last crime novel, was about a jazz pianist who was murdered and the mob boss hires Pete to solve the crime. And that was really just because I'd been so immersed in jazz and jazz history and these kind of really sad stories of jazz musicians who fall into addiction and how it kind of could show the other side of the coin to the protagonist. So, you know, for me, it's music, it's documentaries, it's true crime, and so, sometimes stylistically it'll be, you know, film. Like I went on a big Brian De Palma kick recently, and that somehow filtered into stuff like The Black Ghost. But with comics, I look at other comics for palette, you know, color, style, layout, and less about like I want to ape this story, I want to do this kind of story, and a lot of that is conversational with the artist and the colorist.
Mm-hmm.
Stan, you want to go?
Yeah.
Oh, I go to film for my storytelling. The way, especially, I follow directors, and there's certain directors that I love. Taika Waititi is terrific. Of course, the greats Kurosawa and Inagaki and others. And I take their model when I tell a story, and the staging, composition, pacing. I don't read that many comic books nowadays. I used to read a lot. Now I'm more into read more novels rather than comics, and you know, like I like crime novels, detective novels. Max Collins books are wonderfully researched, really well written. Yeah.
I was trying to figure out the answer to that question. I wrote down some notes. So, an obvious one, I think Alex was actually talking about, is I try to steep in an auteur's oeuvre. Like, if I really like a director or a writer or an artist or whatever, I try to get it all and just like deep dive into it and try to, you know, maybe steal or study like what they were doing and see how that works with my sensibilities.
Evoke.
Yeah, totally. I'll save those two for the last. Quickly, sometimes I try to walk home a different way. I was told that once. Like, we always use our same routines, right, to get from A to B, but sometimes you got to go through C or W to get to B, you know, and just go to the block you don't go. And also remember to look up, at least in the city. I'm always looking straight and down, but there's stuff happening above us, man. Trust me.
Piano can fall on you.
And a piano, right? The classic piano. Follow the sounds. I even engage in conflict sometimes. Again, I need therapy, but washing dishes, getting your hands warm with water, or a shower. So much thinking happens, you know. I don't know why. Maybe it's kind of a meditation or it's like a Zen moment or something.
I do
and
shower.
The last, huh?
Oh, I was going to say I do shower twice a day, sometimes for that reason. It's a great place.
For that very reason, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Not because of any criticism that's been no.
I'm living in my
the last two things, and again, maybe you agree and respond to this as well. I was having a talk with a colleague, and when I first encountered comic books, it was on the newsstand. So it was like a 25, 30, 35-cent comic book, right? And then I discovered a comic shop, and I was like, wait, these have numbers on it. I started at issue number whatever. There are previous issues. So let me go to a comic shop. And then you discover old comics, and they're bigger, they're yellowed, but from time, they smell like old pulp. And that somehow impacted me so much that someone identified in my work that I'm trying to reimagine that first encounter with those, not only those comics, but those stories, you know? And then finally, I love narrative so much, and we all work in narrative. There's this TV show that comes on after Saturday Night Live on Channel 7 called Wipeout. Are you familiar with this show?
No.
It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. I can't stop watching and laughing at, like, it's total chaos. It's like yahoos that basically have to run like a course, an obstacle course, and they get sideswiped and they
Is it like
fall in
American
water.
Gladiator kind of?
Sounds like Double Dare.
But it's stupid. It's not even like anybody who has Olympic strength or anything. These are just idiots, you know, like running around and getting slammed. And it's almost like watching a Chevy Chase routine over and over and over again. And I don't know why I've come to like it. At first I was like, I was angry. And then one night I embraced it. Anyway, I think that I mentioned that is because it's about kind of wiping your mind clear of anything that means anything. And that's important too. I guess it's the equivalent of looking at a beautiful tree or watching a river, you know, which is probably smarter than watching Wipeout. Anyway.
I take a 2.5 mile walk every morning, and exactly for the same reason. And around our area, there's things going on, like hot air balloons are, lifting off at that time, and sea snakes or something every so often. But yeah,
that's great.
It's very nice just to calm the mind before start the day.
Well, I also shower twice a day usually because I just need some kind of change of scenery from my apartment that I'm
staring at Dean.
Yeah.
Or
which also, I'm just kind of curious, just to see how these last few months, I'm wondering how are you doing during this pandemic? Are you being productive? Is it frustrating to you? Because, it is difficult to have similar experiences to what we all had in the old days. We would go out and, do different things. Or maybe you're finding it to be a good thing, holed up at home. I don't know.
If my husband and I were stuck in our old condo, we would have murdered each other by now. I know that because we shared it was like an 8x10 room. And if I rolled my chair back a little too far, I would hit his chair and everything. And just before, I would say about 6 months before the pandemic, we bought a house. So we now each have our own studio. And thank God for that. Because if we hadn't, we probably would have murdered each other. It would have been something that Alex would have written a novel about.
A bloody opening scene.
Exactly.
Yeah, for me, it's, I've always tried to de-ceremonialize the process, which means if I have a moment of time, I can just crack open my laptop and start working. And that's really beneficial. I have 2 small children who have varying degrees of insanity at any given time. So, it was really, okay, they're napping, now let me work. And so the pandemic just meant I'm here all the time. We're all kind of on top of each other. And it was hard. It was definitely hard the first few months. New York was extra fraught, I feel like. And it was challenging to focus, but you kind of recalibrate. And so I feel like my productivity has kind of leveled out. I'm working on a new book. I'm working on some comic stuff. So it's just become a little bit harder to thread the needle, but you adapt and it's going okay. It was challenging at first, for sure.
Dean and I have been working on something. We can't say exactly what it is, but I think we used this year to be pretty productive, and we accomplished something of that. I think it's a lot of fun, and it's probably the best thing I've written. And, you kind of have to turn that frown upside down because it's been incredibly difficult, but you're only your own worst enemy at the end. You could sit and do nothing, or you could try to find some way to channel creativity out of this. And I think most people have in some way.
I do miss the traveling. I mean, I never used to do that many conventions, maybe 6 a year plus 2 international trips. But for the past year, I've been really productive. I'm on deadlines. My editor loves me. It's so for me, it's almost business as usual. And because of the like the Netflix show and everything. There's a lot more things coming in. So we've just been so busy.
Has the pandemic or anything that's happened over the last 6 or however many months it's been made its way into, and I don't know what you're currently writing, but has it made its way into your work yet, or do you think it's maybe too soon for that to happen?
I'm working on a project with 2 creators that I don't want to out just yet. And it has definitely made its way into the story that we're working on.
I've been probably more creative this year than ever before. Not only in the current gig I have, thankfully, that I have that one gig that pays, but me and Whitney worked on a project that's being looked at right now that's inspired by what's been happening. We also co-edited and curated an anthology about what it was called Pandemics, Quarantine Comics in the Age of Rona, that help benefit the Hero Initiative, that we might try to expand into other realms. Yeah, it's been very, I keep thinking the 2020 words are robust, granular, and pivot. Been trying to figure out how to use all those words in this conversation, but it was very robust, albeit granular. And then we would pivot into, I don't know. No, it's been great. It's been great. And then with Dave, that as well. So it's nuts. A lot of work happening.
Well, as I've already had my stories pretty much laid out for the past year. So the pandemic never interfered or influenced any of my stories yet. So.
I think the biggest challenge. Oh, sorry. I was just going to interject with that. I think the biggest challenge for me right now is finding the right time to release this stuff. I think that is all up in the air. So we've been using the time to work ahead. I've got a lot of. It's given me the opportunity to work with some people that I didn't foresee working with. One of which my good buddy George, whose birthday is today. So George Foles, happy birthday!
Happy birthday, George!
Happy birthday! A very sweet comment that said this was a great way to spend a Sunday afternoon.
He's watching right now, which is lovely.
Yeah.
He was watching just for that shout out.
There
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
There he is. But I think too, we've got the work lined out. We're working ahead. We're hoping to come back swinging, but I'm just not quite sure yet when that's going to be. So it's it's going to be next year sometime.
Yeah, I feel like I've been pretty productive. I've got a few comic book things in the pipeline at various stages. But in terms of the pandemic, I've contributed to a pandemic-themed anthology. And in my next book, there's a lot of isolation. A big emotional beat is the main character moving from Miami to New York, and she works in comics in the 70s. And that, I feel like the first year in New York, whether it's during the pandemic or when you just move there, is the loneliest year. You don't really know anyone. You're kind of overwhelmed by the city. And so I wanted to reflect that sense of being surrounded, but also being completely alone. And so those challenges that she faces kind of adapting to this new world. So that's more of a second or third degree influence, but a lot of comic work just now seems to be happening, which is great.
I also think that as a result of the pandemic, I know we're living in the last bunch of years where we're shifting as artists and creators to being our own publishers in certain ways. Like my girlfriend lost some work, and then she decided to take advantage of the internet and start teaching what she was teaching privately to teach online. And kind of using that is inspiring me to think about Patreon, and obviously there's crowdfunding projects and stuff like that. And I think that, I think the good news and the bad news is that art got hit pretty hard by the pandemic, like artists, because we're not essential workers. But what we provide is so essential, either the reflection or the escapism of the times, and all of us on this panel work in different degrees of that, and even if you're like Stan, you're working on something you wrote a year ago, I'm doing the same thing. I'm drawing something I wrote a year ago, right? But then we're creators, so we're constantly like taking down those notes and capturing those feelings, and I do think that there will be a time to release this stuff and talk about it,
Well, I'm being told to wrap it up in a few minutes. So before we go, if everybody can just kind of talk about anything you want to, you have that's just come out or you want us to check out, and where we can find it.
I've got Legacy of Mandrake is coming out this week. It is a 4-issue miniseries from Red 5 and King Features. The 0 issue is already on Comixology, and it is 100% free. And you can read Forgotten Home on Comixology. It was nominated for a couple of Ringos, and all the other stuff I can't talk about yet.
You can read Tales of the Night Watchman, the Steam Banshee, for free online at parkslopereader.com. It was the newspaper where the strip ran. If you want to buy the comics that I published, you can go to Radiator Comics for our mini comics, and then Tales of the Night Watchman itself is going to be handled by Anyone Comics, which is a store in Brooklyn, New York.
All right.
Usagi Ojimbo from IDW. I've got 2 series. One is an ongoing series. One is coloring the old Fangraphic stories, the very early stories. Also, Dark Horse is releasing Usagi Saga 9 next year, as well as re-releasing all the Saga trade paperbacks as well, starting from next year. So.
I just wrote a Star Wars novel, Poe Dameron Freefall, which came out in August, and basically that's Poe's origin story. So we kind of see where he started before you meet him in The Force Awakens. My next crime novel, Secret Identity, the comic book murder mystery from the 70s, comes out from Flatiron. I don't know yet. Soon. I need to finish it. But the first Black Ghost print trade will be out from Dark Horse in May, so that's exciting.
Ooh. Great.
Will we be able to identify certain real life characters in your novel, Alex?
Yeah, there's this guy called Mean Raspiel who's a little obnoxious. I'm just kidding.
A little obnoxious. A little.
Yeah. No. I'm just
a little.
No, I mean if you're insiders like all of us, we'll see some familiar tropes.
I might use that. Mean Haspiel. That's pretty good. All my publishers get my last name right, but they often get my first name wrong. I've been Bean.
Your first name, it's the easiest part.
It's the easiest thing. Yeah. I've been Bean Haspiel. I've been Dead Haspiel. Like literally in solicitation. Like
that's a Freudian slip, right there.
I think so. I think you're right. Well, so as I mentioned, me and Whitney co-edited Pandemics. Quarantine comics in the age of Rona that you could get at the Hero Initiative and throw $5 their way, and you get a 56-page PDF download. And we are looking to expand that in some degree. I'm currently working on the Red Hook season 4 Blackout. It's a webtoon, and you can read all 4 seasons for free online at Webtoon. And unfortunately, my 4th play, The War of Wu, got shuttered. It was supposed to launch in March, right as Broadway was closing because of pandemic. So I'm hoping that will happen next year, once Phase 1000 happens, and we can get back into black box theaters. So,
well, this has been fantastic. We did it. Have a great Sunday. Thank you to everybody for watching, and I don't know. Thanks. You guys are great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Whitney. You're awesome.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much, Whitney.
Bye.
Thanks, Whitney.
Bye, guys.
If I didn't watch it.
Oh, good. I'm glad you did.
Because
You were so sleepy.
yeah, it was like
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. John Sutras here. I'm sorry if I'm echoing. I'm going to fix my headphones in just a second. And I'm really excited to present this amazing panel that it's about to. And that's the great people that are joining us from Overstreet, great artists that have been represented with 50 years of Overstreet. Now, J.C. Vaughn, who is going to be doing the moderation right now. We're having a little bit of a technical difficulty, but in the meantime, I'm happy to bring some of these great artists on and talk to them until JC is up and running. So first up, I want to bring on. Oh, and Mark's having a little issue, I guess, with his Mark Huseman. But while you're fixing that, Mark, I'm going to also talk to John Snyder right now. Good to see you, John. Absolutely. And the great Kevin Nolan. Welcome, Kevin. It's a pleasure to see you.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Absolutely, man. Mark, I'm going to take you out right now, and then we'll have you work on your issues possibly with your camera and the like. But gentlemen, as a longtime comic reader and fan, thank you for the great work you've all done over the years with these incredible covers, recreations of classic moments. Truly, before we get into the price guide, we're already enjoying the book because of your fine art.
Terrific. Thank you.
So how did I'll ask you both. How did you? Sorry about that. That's my microphone dropping. How did you guys first get contacted? Was Jeff J.C. Vaughn? Was he the guy that commissioned you guys initially to do your Overstreet covers? John, why don't you start?
Yeah, Jeff and I have had some previous experience working on the covers in the past. We've done a number of them for Overstreet, so I hadn't done one for a while, and he contacted me about getting involved with this 50th anniversary edition. So it's really a pleasure to be on board.
That's awesome, and I mean, obviously, over your left shoulder, we see the classic Fantastic Four #1. And it was, I'm sorry, exactly. I guess depending on our positions, I was going to ask John. We talked about this off the air a couple days ago. Tell us about that particular cover to study, and then your recreation of it.
Well, the Fantastic Four 1 cover, my recreation of that. I when I work on a cover recreation, I really take some time out to really look at the original work. And I try to keep as much of the essence of what went into the original cover and translate that into my recreation. And as I studied that initial Fantastic Four cover, I'm really taken with how it's a very simple cover. It has a white background. I'm sure Kirby had such a fantastic output and probably produced it in record time. But there's an energy and force to it that is so classic, and I'm just kind of amazed at the simplicity of it, but how it's become this iconic beginning of a whole revolution in mainstream comic books, and it's really a neat thing to see that kind of energy that has lasted decades after decades after decades. And so when I'm working on a recreation, I try to capture some of that essence, that energy.
Understood. Absolutely, man. And now, Kevin, I'm going to go to you for a second, and let's talk about some of your covers. It's okay if you don't have visual aids, but is there? How many have you done, Kevin? How many covers have you done?
Oh God, I don't know. Hundreds, maybe even.
No, I meant for Overstreet specifically.
Oh,
but
no, this is my first one. Sure.
Oh, really? That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And forgive me because I don't have it in front of me. But was the other image that John had over him? Was that the other cover, or
no? You haven't. Here,
I assume that was one of his. Yeah, if you don't mind us showing. Great.
No, this is if you can see it.
Yeah. Wow.
It's the Neil Adams Defenders. Cover.
Outstanding. That's fantastic. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Yeah. That's great. Now we can compare them. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Now, did you choose that, or did Jeff say, "I want this cover"?
I think it was Jim McLaughlin from the Hero Initiative. He's the only person really that I dealt with, and I think I assumed that he was the one who made the choice, but maybe not. He was he was my contact person and asked me to do it, and had this specific Neil Adams cover in mind, and that made it easy because that's one of my favorite old time covers for Marvel or DC. Just because I'm
Absolutely.
a big Neil Adams fan, and it's just such a great, kind of iconic superhero cover, and an unusual artist to be drawing those characters. And yeah, I was thrilled to be asked to do it.
That's awesome. That's fantastic, man. I don't know why. Oh, here we go. I kicked John out for a second. I didn't mean to, John. I apologize.
I've been looking at Kevin's cover.
It was amazing. Absolutely.
Really, really nicely done.
Oh, thanks. Thanks.
Well, and again, seriously, guys, it is fantastic that they get truly, and I'm not blowing smoke up your butts here, but really, artists of your caliber to take such an iconic thing and then make something new of it. And again, it makes the books that much more attractive when they get quality guys like yourselves, and truly these recalls of these epic covers. I just think it's great. I mean, I know that's a statement, but I obviously do fans. Again, Kevin, this is your first experience. John, I don't know how often you're on the con scene, but do you get great feedback from the fans about these things?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've signed a number of the books over the years, and it's always interesting to talk with people about the Overstreet price guides because everybody's got a favorite edition, or they remember their first edition that they picked up, or that they first saw, and all that sort of thing. So it's I think the guide over the decades has always had it's had a big impact on the industry, and again, for fans, I think there's always they're always very special. They have their special year, their first one they saw, whether it was like for this year, they'll see Kevin's for the first time. That'll be a first time young buyer, perhaps, or collector. I actually pulled out when I was a kid the first Overstreet edition that I came across. If you want me to hold it up, I can.
Please, that'd be great, man.
Yeah,
I love this. Guys, seriously, you're helping us out by doing that. Thank you.
I'm going to segue a little bit here since we're talking about 50 years of the price guide too. In addition to the covers, I was with my dad back it was about summer of '74, and had asked if we could find some comic shops to go to. And we looked at the yellow pages, and there was just a handful. And we went to a fellow's shop in Maryland, Mark Feldman, and we picked up. And this is a copy that my dad gave me a few years later. So this is the original one. He picked up a copy. Dad picked up a copy of I believe this was the 4th edition, and this was a Don Newton cover of the JSA.
Wow.
Justice Society.
Wow.
America, and that was by Don Newton, who was a wonderful artist.
Yeah.
Anyway, as a kid, I have a lifelong memory of when we first picked that up, and I think Dad spent the whole night looking through the whole thing. But it was it's always been a lot of fun, and actually there would be ads in the back of the book, and a lot of artists that I had never seen their work before, I saw in here for the first time in later editions. Brian Bolland did a Forbidden Planet ad. That was the first time I'd seen his work.
Wow.
William Stout was doing stuff for a company out in California. That was the first time I'd seen his work as well. So, it's really been a neat connection. And again, it's been an honor to actually, as I got older, to get involved with that. So anyway, a little bit of a tangent, but I thought fans might enjoy that.
Absolutely. 50 years of Overstreet. I want to welcome Mark Huseman to our conversation. Good to see you, Mark. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Everyone's going to put the tinfoil on the rabbit ears, man, to get things going. I understand. I had my problems.
There's like a different service for each kind of video thing I've done. So it's another way to log on and get connected. So it's good to be here.
But yeah, we're glad you're here, man. So, tell us, and forgive me, but yeah, tell me about your covers that you've done over the years.
I am the creative director at Gemstone, so I do all the logo work.
My apologies.
Covers.
That's cool.
So I started with number 40, and according to my notes, I've done 33 logos for the tops of the guide. try to tailor it to each character or recreation that's being done.
Well, as someone who's done title dress for covers and things, so as you say, you do these things to complement the art. Is it because really looking at everybody's pieces and everything, it's they evoke they're callbacks to the era, but also they are
Right.
modern in their own way.
You don't want to copy it exactly, but make a nice homage. If I can find a font that matches, get the color scheme going, and people say, yeah, that does look like the original cover, but a nice update for it.
And this would probably be a Jeff question or a JC Vaughn question, but I'll see if you can answer it, Mark. Has the collector market changed? Is it staying constant? I mean, certainly we had the big boom, and it's prior to your time with the company in the 90s. And I know that collecting is still a very important part of local comic shops with variant covers and the like. But how many? Really, I don't know if that number has gone down a bit in terms of collecting, or if it's stayed constant, and that Overstreet is still, not to hurt anybody's business, but is it still selling the way that it would?
I don't know about the numbers that we've had in the past, but this year's been very good. Our sales have been through the roof and close to sellouts on a lot of the various different covers. So it's been a good year, aside from everything else that's going on.
How many different covers are being offered for this year against the 50th anniversary?
5? Yeah, I think we did 5.
Okay, so the people that aren't here right now on the panel, can you tell us the other covers?
We had a Winona Earp by Chris Evanhuse, and
I know I put you on the spot. I apologize.
The big book, I did that one. That was a recreation of the first Overstreet from way back when, but the company logos were updated. So you can still tell what I was going for, but it's nice and modern.
I was telling John one of my favorites of recent years, and John told me who it was. It was Alex Ross when he did the classic Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes, when Superboy is testing to be in the Legion, and you see it like a game show. You see like an old-fashioned 50s game show. They're all in a panel, and everyone's blinking no.
I know. I've been a Legion fan since my childhood, and I even got to write an article for that one. And I was looking through some stuff we had around the office, and there were some of the photographs that Alex Ross had taken as his reference photos. So I guess he had sent that way back when to say, hey, this is what I'm doing, this is how it's going, and now they're in my possession, so I'll hold on to those.
That's awesome. And John, you were mentioning too that some of the cool stuff inside beyond the prices and things like that. The different illustrations and ads over the years. So Mark again, can you speak to what beyond this year, what is in this year's guide beyond the numbers?
Well, we have a tribute to Bob Overstreet. People had taken a special page, kind of like a yearbook, where you if you had like your favorite teacher and say we're saluting this favorite teacher on his 25th year at the school. So we have that. Didn't really have many articles this year.
Okay.
Kind of, production was a little different towards the end because we were going to press in May, so our last 2 months were a bit different than usual.
Yeah, while we're on the subject, sure. And I'm sure a lot of it is just in terms of obviously printers being closed, but certainly COVID has not helped you guys getting the book out.
Well, I was able to work from home. I do a lot of the layouts, and we had gotten all our market reports from the advisors, and Bob Overstreet had done his pricing and sent that in to me. So I kind of had all the ingredients mostly. So it was just time to mix it together at home instead of at the office. So it worked out fine. Got done. I wouldn't say on time. We had to delay a little bit, I guess, because of the printers, but that allowed me to get started on number 51 already.
Oh, good.
So I had like 2 months under my belt for that, and then finished up a number 50, and so got it to the stores on time, so that's good.
That's cool. Kevin, were you given any sort of direction for the cover in any way, other than obviously getting the Neil stuff? But
No, they gave me, I think, a lot of freedom to just. I mean, obviously, it wanted to look enough like Neil's original that it would be recognizable. Sure. But no, I think Marvel had to approve it, and there weren't any problems there. Yeah, I don't know. Can I hold this up? You're talking about matching.
Yes, please.
The style.
Here, I'll solo you here. Go right ahead.
Okay. You did such a great job of creating a very similar font, or not creating a font,
Yes.
finding a font, and
that's my deal.
Even the perspective going back is the same. So it's really nicely done. I appreciate that attention to detail.
You're welcome. Yeah, it was a great cover. I especially love that glow that the Hulk has. That green is just so very vibrant.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Jumps off the page.
Good.
Who did the?
Yeah.
So Kevin, did you do the coloring or?
Yes. Yeah. Definitely.
Wow.
Because there's sort of a weird double lit shadow there that I don't know if I would trust to someone else. And plus, by the time you get, it's sort of like inking. By the time you get to that stage of a job, that's the fun part. So I hate to turn that over to someone else, because all the hard work is done, and the inking and the coloring is just the fun part. So.
Daniel's paying you a nice compliment, and I would agree. Nice homage cover from a master to another master. Very cool, man.
Oh, thank you.
Can't disagree, man. That's outstanding.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. There we go. I want to get everybody back up. And, Mark, again, I forgive me, but I might lean on you for more Jeff-minded questions.
Okay.
But Daniel also was wondering, Overstreet should do, go collect GP analysis for graded or raw books with an internet site with a monthly annual fee. And that he says, obviously, I mean, Overstreet is, I can't even think right now because reference
like
books.
Industry standard.
Thank you. That's a great way to describe it. 100%. Yeah. So again, there is this, there's this graded component that wasn't there for a long time. So how does the guide work? Well, I mean, yeah. How does it work with the graded systems that are now in place?
Well, it would be nice if we could include various prices for all of the grades, but we're a book that we want to be able to carry to a convention. So I guess eventually when we go to like iPad version that you can carry around, and I'm hoping we get some sort of like voice recognition thing where we can just talk into your watch and say, what's the price of that?
Yeah, exactly.
9.4.
Hey,
And
Siri, help me out here. Exactly. I need
And if we could get Bob Overstreet to record.
Could you please repeat it?
I just wanted to let you know Siri is stumped, and that Overstreet can still has the edge on Siri when it comes to that information.
And we could get Bob to record all the voice work for that. Get him in the studio and 9.3.
Do you know the origin? I don't of Bob creating the guide.
Well, you can read all about it in this fantastic book right here.
Stand by. There it is.
Yeah, there we go.
So tell me about this book. That's great.
So it has the super secret origin of Bob's guide. It also has interviews with people who had worked on the book over the years, and some longtime advertisers who are also advisors. There is a complete cover gallery, so you can see all your favorites. And the Hall of Fame, everyone that's in the Hall of Fame is listed in here. And there are the top 5 articles that Bob had selected from previous editions. These are reprinted here with new graphics. And also Bob has his own 12-page story that he drew way back in 1970-something.
Okay.
Or in the 50s. It was kind of like an EC homage.
Oh, fun.
So
now, I
yeah,
don't think it would be cheating or spoilers to ask for you to tell us the 5 callback articles that are collected in the book.
Okay, these are kind of from older editions.
Yeah.
So we got, of course, something about EC because Bob loves EC comics. That's, I think, from number 9. And then The Origin of Marvel Comics by George Olszewski. I even found, while I was laying it out, I added to his article, he was on TV in Canada, and they had it on YouTube, and they showed him buying a comic at his store that he listed and mentioned in the article itself. So I was able to do a frame capture and stick that in there.
Is that, if I may interrupt it for a second, was that from that Prisoners of Gravity show from Canada?
I don't know. I'm not Canadian.
That was a great 90s show, and a lot of episodes are on YouTube, and it really
This was black and white, so
okay, never
it
mind.
must have been filmed like right 1970 or so.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, all right. I thought perhaps it was a reference to that fun Canadian show, but that's even honestly finding footage like that. Thank God for YouTube. Oh, that's amazing.
There we go.
That's excellent, man. Well, that's the thing. And I was going to say, yeah, really. I mean,
1970.
1970. All those little like local news moments that some of the great comic artists have had over the years. Thank God again for YouTube that a lot of that stuff is scattered all over the place and the tapeworms hung on to it. And I'm really glad they're throwing them up online. So that's, I mean, that I'm assuming Bob had did Bob, I don't know, do you have a VHS copy? I don't even know how you found that to take the screen cap.
The guy mentioned the store in the article, and I just Googled it for, if I could get a picture of the store, and there was a video, and then there was the guy in the video.
That's outstanding, man.
So, yeah, so I added that in. Okay, so other articles, we have a lengthy profile on L.B. Cole from number 11. And then we have an interview with the Batman creators, Bob Kane and Jerry Robinson.
Interesting.
And they kind of, their stories they don't exactly match up. These are separate interviews. So you can figure out.
That doesn't surprise me at all. Go on, excuse me.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
you can kind of, based on the body of work, I think we all know we would probably lean more on one than the other.
And Bill Finger is in there somewhere.
Oh, that's cool. Like literally a Bill Finger interview?
Not in the book,
but anecdotally between the gentlemen.
Anecdotally, you wish he was in the room so he could kind of referee and say who was being truthful and who was bringing showmanship to his speaking.
What an incredibly polite way of pointing out one of the more notorious names in comics, if not full on. Well, I guess he did create Batman, at least the basics. But we'd have him blonde and with red and gold wings, no mask, and God only knows. Yeah. Has anyone ever asked you guys to I mean, that's honestly, I love seeing that that original design that Kane had for Batman and stuff, and it's like, wow, thank God whoever decided instead. Oh, we lost Kevin for a second. And John, hold on. Is John still with us? I don't know why John popped out there. Let me do that. There we go. Man, the video gods are not kind to us today, everybody. We'll tell you. But I wish, and then, it's funny. Some people are asking, where is JC Vaughn? JC is having technical difficulties and is working with our staff to hopefully rectify it. Oh, here comes Kevin. Kevin is coming back. Really sorry, guys. I mean, here we go. All right, there we go. Kevin's back. Excellent. These things happen. That's quite all right. I was starting to ask, do you guys have favorite covers that you didn't do yourselves? And I mean, obviously, again, Sean, you should have the one that you love so much. But any other covers come to mind that you guys want to chub out?
Kevin, is there,
I have one.
Scrambling.
Oops.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I'm asking Kevin.
I have one from 1985 by C.C. Beck.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. That's terrific.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful drawing, and I don't know, some 40 or 50 years after his debut in comics, he's still drawing beautifully. So I love
That's
it.
amazing.
We used to have the original. I go down to the color printer to pick up something, and I get to walk past it and admire it every day for a while. It always struck
Did you
me as
say
funny
the
that
original?
yeah, the original.
Oh wow.
So, and it struck me as funny as that Dr. Savannah was just kind of like down the hall a little bit, and the dynamite would have wiped him out too.
Yeah, he didn't
Oh,
think of
now,
that.
now you see it, right? Now
Yeah.
you can't unsee it.
That's amazing, man. Yeah, I know. Beck, and really, my God, beyond his art too, I really appreciated his essays over the years and his commentary on the business and his anecdotes. Just all that stuff was just amazing. So, thank
Crusty
God for.
curmudgeon.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. And I was going to mention another one right now. Thank God for Alter Ego and Roy Thomas's magazine and the Tomorrows guys, because Beck and Alex Toth, all those great little scratches he would put on envelopes and stuff, and Roy would literally reproduce the envelope along with the transcript of it and
Beautiful.
stuff. I love that
Yeah.
stuff, man. Oh wow, here a nice comment from Ed. The color on these new homage covers does stand out. There's texture and complexity. Agreed. Absolutely. Well, and again, I guess guys and artists, please comment on this. The advantages of the advancements in color, certainly, from the 4 color days as they were called. John?
Oh yeah, I mean, you can't. I mean, it's indescribable the transition that went from the mid '80s to present day. I mean, the ability to do what we can do with not only computer color but like painting as well. I mean, and the quality of the reproduction is allowed to allowed artists to do things that were really unimaginable. And the thing is that it didn't stop anyone from trying, in the 60s and 70s and et cetera, but the results would often be kind of less than successful in the reproduction process. But now, it's just amazing to me how something can look, just as vibrant and even sometimes more vibrant than the actual original itself. So that's been a real advantage, I think.
I want to hear Kevin comment as well, but while I'm talking to you, John, you just re-released your fashion in action stuff, and given the modern colors today, and given the subject matter of fashion in action, would you ever want to remaster your stuff and recolor it in a more modern way?
It's funny. Just real briefly. Now, when I did that back in '85, we were using that was a very early process in going from the standard old press style to working in blue line, or what we had at Eclipse was gray line. It was working on photostat paper.
Okay.
The point is that you were allowed, and there was the reproduction was not bad, but as I got into doing the restoration, I had used a lot of cell paint, and I had kind of a flat animation style to a lot of the work, and I found to retain that original look from that period, to get into doing the modern day thing of doing a lot of modeling and shading and all that, what I think would have inevitably distracted from the look of the original work. So I did actually clean up a lot of the work for the new edition, but I really kind of stayed very close to the original color scheme because I wanted to keep that original flat color look. So I would I think sometimes, and I think a lot of people will talk about this when you're restoring or reproducing or reprinting old comics in new editions, there's a tendency to want to really go overboard with a lot of shading and toning and all that. And I think sometimes there's an original charm to the old color process that you might want to kind of retain to keep that original look. But again, that's in the case of keeping a period look to something. As far as present day goes, I mean, I think the sky's the limit as far as what you want to do with color and rendering.
I hear you, man, and I think of Neil Adams when he's been remastering his old stuff, and it does, as pretty as it looks now, it does. You miss that great kind of old fashioned look that they had between the limited color process, but also the newsprint and the news rag paper that they would use. the old-fashioned comic book paper and everything. So yeah, Kevin, I don't know, thoughts on, again, I mean, you guys are taking full advantage of what's available to you in color now. But yeah, any thoughts on comparing then and now?
Yeah, I probably have too many thoughts on that subject because I'm with you when it comes to the beautiful coloring that Neil Adams would do on newsprint. The incredibly limited palette and horrible paper and metal plates and this stuff, to me, and maybe it's just nostalgia, maybe it's just because I was 12 or something when I bought that comic. It still looks beautiful to me. Some of the stuff that he colored himself just looks so beautiful. And now you have Photoshop and you have an unlimited palette and offset printing. And it often seems like something is missing. And I suspect a lot of times it's the fact that the coloring can be so overpowering that you notice the black and white line artwork less.
Yes,
because I think in a lot of ways colorists have become more important than inkers. Inkers used to be pretty important.
Interesting.
When it came to the finished product, and now I think colorists have really eclipsed them for that reason, because they can, if they want to, they can really dominate the artwork. And so it does take some restraint, which that wasn't an issue back when you had to, do these crude color guides and trust this underpaid sweatshop separator to translate what you had put down in watercolor. And you don't see the big dots that you used to see. It's funny, I run into a lot of these, or at least a few of these young artists who have kind of an old school sensibility and want to know more about coloring in that old fashioned way.
Sure.
And I understand the appeal of it, but I would never want to go back to it. I worked on some of these things before I was in comics. I worked on some comics journal covers where you literally had to create the overlays. You weren't turning it over. You were the separator as well, not just the colors. You'd make these acetate overlays with zipatone screens that you had to turn to try to avoid the moire patterns. And then cut out little tiny pieces of zipatone. It was maddeningly tedious. But in a way it was great because you had full control of the final colors. But yeah,
I get it.
Photoshop just takes away so much of so many of the man hours that are involved in creating those effects that there's just no comparison.
I get it, man. I get it. Jeff, I'm so glad you were able to join us. I am going to get out of the way.
I've done seriously 50 StreamYard shows to this point and never had one problem with it since we worked out our technical bugs on our first pre-show. And this was really nerve-wracking. Kevin, I am delighted to actually meet you. You worked on Superman versus Aliens back when,
right?
And that was the first cover story I sold to Overstreet, and then they ended up not paying me because I joined the staff.
Oh, terrific! Wow.
And John, great to see you, man. I've heard that you were holding down the fort in good stead while Mark's camera wasn't working. And thank you also to John who sat in there. That was really great of him. Mark, how are you today?
I'm good.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, I didn't hear all of the conversation yet. John, have you covered your stuff on Overstreet, the little bit of history we were going to talk about?
Just a little bit. I talked a bit about the original cover, Fantastic Four, and a little bit about that. So yeah, we're good.
All right.
Yeah.
And Kevin, again, I'm sorry for coming in late on this.
It's okay.
But did you talk about how you picked out doing your Marvel Feature 1 reinterpretation?
No, and actually, I'm not quite sure how it happened. I'm going to just assume that Jim McLaughlin made the choice. If you didn't, or someone didn't,
I was throwing ideas out to him, and we had a sort of year-long running conversation about what we'd like to see, and that one came up pretty quick. And I think when it did, he ran it by you, and I thought it was a good idea.
Yeah, I was very enthusiastic. Yeah.
Were you a fan of the original one?
Absolutely. Yes. I couldn't wait to work on it because that was such an iconic cover for me. I did talk a little bit about that earlier, but yeah, that was just a home run. I'm not sure that he could have picked another one that I would have had more fun with.
Really? Oh, that's great.
Yeah, yeah, and not terribly well known, but the people who've seen it, and especially if they were a kid and bought it off the spinner rack or something, it's going to mean a lot to them because it's such a terrific cover.
And what were you thinking when you came up with your approach to it? You know, your Hulk is a little more dynamic and a little more in your face than the Hulk on the original.
Yeah, and if I could tiptoe into some dangerous ground here, when I look at Neil's original, I see a few things that I think might have come from art director Stan Lee. I'm not sure. I should probably check with Neil before I make assumptions like that. But the people in the background that I eliminated, I didn't think they were really necessary. They're kind of melodramatically reacting to the chaos created by the Hulk, I guess.
That would sort of back up your thing that it was Stan. You know,
yeah,
the drama of those characters, sure.
Even the fact that the Hulk is leaping, I put him on the ground just because, like with the Thing and other big, massive comic characters like that, you want to kind of emphasize the fact that they weigh like 3 tons. You know, that's what I love about the way Kirby drew the Thing. Is he always looked like he weighed as much as a pile of bricks, and other artists he kind of looked bouncy and
which never made any sense for a guy that was made of rock, right?
Right. So yeah, there were a few changes like that. It's like most of these things, you start out thinking, oh, this is great. You know, the original's so perfect, I won't have to change anything. I'll just do a new drawing. And then the more you get into it, you go, well, I would kind of like to mess with this little thing here and this over there. And before you know it,
John
made
had
a lot
that.
of changes.
John, do you remember with it's right behind you there, the Fantastic Four #1 recreation? There's a lot of stuff in yours that's very faithful, but in the original, and if it's bad to address Neil, what are we going to do here? I'm going to talk about a really bad mistake by Jack Kirby, but like they've got this monster, and the Human Torch is doing this, and the Invisible Girl's doing that, and the Thing is doing this, and Reed's like, oh, rope.
That's right. I did actually. I don't have a copy of the original cover there, but Reed is kind of like busy untying himself while everyone else is.
Yeah, I mean, like literally, he's startled like it's a rope, you know.
And who tied him up?
I did actually change it to where Reed is turning around and actually reaching up, and he's actually kind of. My idea was he's trying to reach up to start to help Sue, you know.
Yeah.
So he's like going in that direction. So I did
character-wise makes a lot of sense.
That was a minor change, but you know, it again, you know, when you think about what the production was like at that time, I mean, my gosh, Kirby was probably turning out so many covers and so many pages, and you know, it was something new that they were doing, but who knows? I mean, he probably had an X amount of time to work with, and didn't really have
it's
analyzed it over decades like we have.
Yeah, of course, and it's unfair to look at it in any other context other than that. But at the same time, it was a deficiency that you corrected in your interpretation of it.
So much correct as modified, I guess would be the best way to put it. I mean, just a neat little way to kind of put a little extra spin on it, but keep faithful to the original tone of the original cover from 1961. So.
Yeah, I agree. Kevin, I've wanted to have you on a Overstreet cover for a while, so this was a big thrill for me. Like I said, I got familiar with your work fairly early on, and then right before I started at Overstreet, I was interviewing at Marvel and doing other places like that, and I knew somebody there, and she introduced me to Jimmy Palmiotti, who was a big fan of your stuff. and really just like your line is just gorgeous, and I've always wanted to have you. So this was a big thrill for us to do that. But specifically, I wanted to ask, have you been involved previously with the Hero Initiative? Because it is the Hero Initiative limited edition cover that you did for us.
Yes. Maybe for the last year and a half, 2 years or so. Yeah, became friends with Jim McLaughlin, and he got me involved in a lot of activities. And last year, before the pandemic, I finally did a whole bunch of conventions, and that became routine as well. Just have a tip jar there, because there's another Neil Adams reference. I got the lecture from Neil about why we should be charging for signatures. And I won't go into all the details there, but he convinced me that he was right. I just couldn't quite bring myself to charge someone a few bucks for just writing my name. So the compromise, which made everybody happy, was to just have a tip jar there and a sign that says, if Kevin will sign your books for free, but consider making a donation to the Hero Initiative. And I think did really well, where we were doing at least one convention every month last year. We raised quite a bit of money without really any extra effort whatsoever. And, we all know the stories about all the good work they're doing and how many people are helping out. And I have to assume that that's even more so this year with everything being so messed up because of the virus.
You have to think so. And the need for it is never going to go away in the short term.
No.
For us, it's a wonderful charity, and in an era where so much is political, there's nothing political about this. This is we need help.
No, and I noticed that from the beginning of the year, or maybe even the year before, where I would have to explain to people what the Hero Initiative was, till the end of the year, where I had people just, oh, I love those guys. Oh, they do great work. And instead of explaining what they were all about, everyone seemed to know then.
I think they've done it.
Time went on.
Yeah, I think that's true. And, it also somewhat depends on what show you go to. If they've been active there in previous years, which we've seen in Baltimore, and we've seen, Virginia Comic Con and Heroes Aren't Hard to Find and so forth, everything else like that. I think you can tell the difference. For us, the big thing this year was that we lost San Diego, where we normally sell, good 150 of these out of the gate. So we've actually been helped by the fact that the Spawn Spider-Man cover that Todd did, the hardcover sold out in 4 weeks. So we've been able to drive somebody, and I would imagine that all of our hardcovers will be gone by the time the October offer to Gins come around the first week in November when we get those orders. If they're not all gone, they're going to be darn close, which is great, which will help us drive people to Hero without losing any actual business. One of the things we're able to do with that is, because the printer works with us, we're able to give those books to Hero at no cost. So they're not getting them at a low price from us. We actually donate the whole thing. We take the 501c3 for our work, which is really Mark's work. And the one thing I should do as an aside, I always try to call this out whenever we have any kind of audience, but for virtually all since number 40, which is multiple covers every year, with 2 or 3 exceptions, Mark has custom built a logo for every book that we've done.
33.
Really? That sounds about right.
And that's not counting the big bigs.
And yeah, he got his first credit as cover artist this year when he did the one replicating the original guide with all the old logos.
And I've already got 2 done for next year. Although I kind of borrowed it for each one, or it's kind of the same but recolored.
But John, your cover this year with the Valiant Heroes, you had asked us to use Darwin's logo from number 40, which I thought was a great tip since it had been 10 years since that. And that's one of the few that Mark didn't do. And matter of fact, he didn't do the original either, because we got that one in about the if I could say the 11th hour. The 11th hour doesn't even do it justice. But when it came in, it was the logo was in place. I think, Mark, you had to add what? The little script Overstreet to it, right?
Yeah, or the 40th anniversary.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
tops. That was all I had to do.
that's it. So, gentlemen, what are you guys? We've got the 10-minute warning, so I do want to make sure I cover whatever you guys are working on right now. John,
I just finished up a short story for Z2 Comics. It's going to be a anthology called Orson Hotel after the Doors album, and it's a Doors theme. It's the anthology. All the stories are written by Len Moore, and there's a host of great artists involved. And I was working with Rance Hosley, the editor on that. So I just wrapped up that short story, and that'll be out before the end of the year. I'm currently working on a graphic novel based on the work of writer J.D. Faulkson. It's called the Ouroboros Cycle. This particular section of the book is called The Hunt, and it's a kind of a gothic werewolf vampire story set in the Russian mountains of the 1800s. And I'm very excited about that. I'm really looking forward to everybody seeing more of that in 2021. And I'm just finishing up a cover this week for Subterranean Press. And I'm really excited about that because it's the first time I've worked with them.
well, I got two things I want to make sure that I call out. One is that even though it wasn't this year, if anybody missed your adaptation of Lawrence Block's 8 Million Ways to Die, it may be your magnum opus, my friend.
Well,
it is just stunning.
It was an honor to work with. It was an honor to adapt Lawrence's work, and I'm really proud of how it came out. And that's out there and available as well.
And the other thing is about your Overstreet cover with the Valiant heroes. We, of course, were trying to take some advantage of Bloodshot having a great run at the box office. Well, we saw how that worked out with pandemic. But it's still a good movie. But what was funny to me was when I got the idea to have you do this, I didn't know that you'd been doing some work for Valiant, and you actually did some covers, including a Bloodshot for them, right?
I had just finished working with editor Lisa Hawkins on a Bloodshot cover right around the time you had contacted me about.
Yeah, and I had no idea, man. I just was looking at your old stuff and thought, he should do some Valiant characters.
Yeah, wonderful work. Yeah.
How about you, Kevin? What do you got cooking?
Right now, I'm working on a short chapter for a DC book. This I assume it's a series, Generations. I did a few pages of Dan Jurgens for Detective. Was that 1047? I don't know what the big anniversary. 1027. Yeah, where Dan. Yeah, I think Dan wrote the story, did layouts, and then I did finishes. That was fun. I think this is somehow related to that, although this is my pencils and inks. And it, as you can see, it starts out with Adam Strange fighting a big mechanical monster on the splash page. And yeah, a bunch of variant covers. Just did a Wolverine variant cover, and I got a Immortal Hulk variant cover that I'm finishing up.
Nice.
Just the usual odds and ends. Yeah.
That sounds good. Mark, I sort of know, but why don't I ask you too? What do you got? What are you working on?
Overstreet 51.
It never ends, does it, my friend?
No, this would be my 24th edition. Yeah, so almost half of them. And I guess the grading guide eventually.
That's two. Also, on Wednesday, November 4th, we have Overstreet at 50, 5 decades of the Overstreet comic book price guide. It is a retrospective. It is not a price guide itself. It's a retrospective on 50 years of the guide. Has commentaries from Paul Levitz and Steve Jeppe and John's dad, and Bo Smith and many other people in the business. Steve Borok and Matt Nelson and Bo Smith and I don't know who all else. Lots of people.
I have 4 pages.
Mark is interviewed in it.
I have 4 pages.
And
yeah,
it has the many times expanded definitive interview with Bob Overstreet that I started 17 years ago. And we've just updated periodically over the years. I think it's been published 3 times, and each time it gets longer. And we sort of feel like we did it this time. And it's also got the cover gallery of all the covers to this point, for the guide and for the Hero Initiative of the guide and for the big version of the guide. And
I talked earlier about the articles that were reprinted too.
And it's a fun book. I've had it for a couple of days now, and I can't wait for other people to see it too. And guys, are you guys on social media, John?
I'm on Facebook and Twitter. I'm also on Instagram, and you can see more of my work and some of the projects I was talking about at johnksnyder.com. So that's how you can find me.
Okay, great. Kevin, how about you?
Oh, that's a tough question, because yes, I'm on Twitter, and I guess I'm sort of even on Instagram, although I'm not very good at posting or updating or anything.
Sounds like
that.
me.
So
I'm okay
there,
at Facebook,
only,
but I'm not
technically.
much on those. Well,
yeah, and I should say I'm not on Facebook. There is a Kevin Nolan Facebook account, but it's not me. So I occasionally see that people write to that guy thinking it's me, and it's not me. So
okay,
beware.
All right. Well, gentlemen, I'm sorry about the hiccups, but I'm very glad to get to talk to you guys. And Mark, thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
And I think this is a good way to participate in a convention in a conventionless year.
Mark, thanks by the way, for doing such a nice job on the trade dress on the cover.
Oh, you're welcome.
I used to do design work, and I know that that's an underappreciated part of the job. But if it's not done right, it shows. And when it's done well, like this,
I had to add like a 1/16 of an inch on the left side. Just extended your little fire thing just a little bit.
Oh, you did?
So it fit properly.
Good for you.
Yeah. So you didn't notice, so that's good.
No.
Well, that I think is the best compliment right there, Mark. And Kevin and John, both thank you for the nice things you said about Mark's work, because he doesn't get enough credit for this, because it is the hidden part of our business. People notice that the logos and stuff are wrong, but that's not the first thing.
If you do it perfectly, no one notices.
Right. Yeah. It's like sound. Exactly. It's like sound in movies.
Right. Exactly.
So at any rate, guys, thank you very much for participating. And now we need to turn it back over to these guys. So thanks and good night.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Thanks a bunch. Nice to meet you all. Thanks.
Hi.
Hello, hello. Hello, Chuck.
So,
guys, it says we're live in 5 minutes.
Okay.
And congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I have to say, I planned this joke, right? That we all were supposed to
hey
be
guys,
black
you are
tie.
live now.
We're live now.
Okay, guys. Clearly, you didn't get the memo. You didn't get the memo, guys. It was supposed to be black tie and very expensive champagne. Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you.
Welcome, everybody, to the live Bitterroot panel. And I just got to say, bravo let's all toast to my favorite team, David F. Walker, Chuck Brown, and Sanford Green. Congratulations for taking home the Ringo last night for Best Series, and an extra special bravo to Sanford for winning the Best Artist Ringo Award. Guys, cheers.
Chaim and Mazel Tov.
You said, I thought you said black shirt. We do have that.
You know what? Okay,
We
fair
got
enough.
that covered.
I'm
Black
so
shirt.
happy. I'm so happy about that. For those of you just joining, I'm Shelley Bond, and I have the honor of being the current editor of Bitterroot. And working with this team is absolutely incredible, except when they disregard the memo. We did talk about sequins. We talked about everybody wearing some kind of hair accessory. David, I thought you were going to bring the tiara. Chuck, there was something mentioned about satin bows. Sanford, come on, you guys. Oh, wait, there we go. Well, anyway, thank you for joining us today. For everybody out there at virtual Baltimore Comic-Con, welcome. And I hope within the next 50 minutes, we can share a little bit about the inner workings of the incredible series Bitterroot by my wonderful team. Wanted to actually get started just by explaining to people who might not be familiar with Bitterroot what the series is about. And I'm going to toss it right to David F. Walker because he summarizes this series like nobody's business. Over to you, David.
Oh, it's Sunday. Sunday is not summarizing day for me, so I'm not used to it. Bitterroot is set against the backdrop of the Harlem Renaissance, and it chronicles the Sangrier family, who are a family of monster hunters that specialize in tracking down and either curing or killing a special breed of monster who are people who have been transformed by hate and intolerance into demonic creatures. How's that? Is that close?
That was pretty good. I could edit it a little bit, but we'll talk after this live panel.
Always working.
Right?
Always
I
working.
knew this was going to happen. I knew this was everybody watching this. This is what it's like. She corrects your grammar and everything. It's just so.
I always have a red pen nearby. Not gonna lie.
That's
So
not
let
even
me
a red.
take-
That's not even a red pen. That's a red Sharpie. That's when you get bad grades. Like I'm traumatized when I see those red Sharpies.
One of each. I've got one of each. Sanford, I want to ask you this question. Who is your favorite character in Bitterroot? Who do you really connect with and why?
Which one is my favorite child, I guess. I honestly, this is gonna be a little off the cuff, I think. I think Uncle Enoch, after designing him and getting the story from Chuck and David, as we see how he's honestly is the most important character in terms of how the family deals with this fight. He's the linchpin of it. I mean, Ma Etta obviously is the matriarch, but I think he understands, or he has an understanding of things that most of the family aren't really in tune to. And he's the gateway into them getting to the place where they are able to have this fight to some degree on equal footing, because the fight is beyond just the physical, right?
Now, I have to interject by holding up a page. It's a spoiler, but Uncle Enoch also has some secret weapons. Can you tell everybody a little bit about his, I want to say pets, but they're much more than that.
Yeah, well, without being too much of a spoiler, we thought it would be a cool idea to the story has a backdrop that has a lot of heavy content, and we thought we needed to have some sense of some element that allows the viewers to feel like, not everything that these guys come across is just evil, or dark. And the idea of doing something like some type of creature that kind of gives us a glimmer of something that is greater than the dark elements that's involved. I don't know what that is, but that's not one of them. It's I don't know what that is actually, but yeah, that so we thought it would be really cool. And just truth be told, we knew that we wanted to also reach a broader audience. We thought cute critters would be something that would be great to introduce, so that female readers can connect with it. I think they connect in broad strokes anyway, but I think something specific like that just gives a unique element to the story that we're telling.
Actually, we just got a message from someone who asked if they should stop viewing if they haven't read volume 2. The answer is absolutely not. Oh God, no, do not leave.
No.
We are going to have so much fun in this hour. Please. We will give away semi-spoilers. And I promise you that I'll tell you to go la, 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 if there's something big that's going to be revealed. Actually, which makes me want to go right over to Chuck, because Chuck is the shy one of the group. As you can see, it's certainly not David.
I don't know what I am with the group.
But
I'm trying to figure out what David has in his hands. It's disturbing, and at the same
It's
time,
bloody.
it's intriguing.
This is underwear.
It's bloody.
Oh,
Chuck,
bloody
I
sock.
want to know which character Chuck connects with most of all and why.
I mean, honestly, I kind of bounce around a lot. Honestly, in the beginning, I think it was mostly Cullen. He just can't seem to quite win and quite get to where he wants to be in the story. Where he think he's trying to do good, but he keeps falling into the surroundings and the issues around his world and the things he wants to do in life. Later on, I was kind of surprised at how fans were really drawn to Berg a lot, and I really, I kind of had fun with them as they enjoyed loving that character so much, because I wasn't really expecting Berg to be as popular as he has become. So it's kind of combination of Cullen and Berg mixed together. But
I have one word for that:
it's a ding.
indubitably.
Yeah.
Indubitably. I love Berg as well. And in fact, one of the things that I found really enriching about the series is that you get so many extra pieces to the puzzle in the Red Summer Special, which, by the way, for those of you listening, just to summarize, so Bitterroot launched a few years ago, and the first trade that came out collected the first 5 issues. It was called Family Business. Our second trade, which is a little bit thicker and twice as beautiful and has this great Eisner logo down here, by the way, also includes the wonderful Red Summer Special, which was a series of short stories by a host of A-lister artists. And it gave lots of little kernels of backstory to each of the main characters. And I quite liked what we found out about Berg when he was a youngster. Anybody want to follow up with a little bit more information about the Red Summer Special?
Sure. The Red Summer Special was just part of it was we were trying to pace ourselves in a way that didn't knock us out in terms of putting out, the issues of Bitterroot. And we knew there was going to be a bit of time between the first arc and the second arc. So we decided to do this collection that in a lot of ways was reminiscent of the summer specials, the summer annuals that would come out when I was a kid growing up reading comics in the 70s and 80s, and I always seemed to gravitate towards those in some way, probably because there was more pages and it was always a little bit offbeat. It was never quite right in the continuity of whatever series you might have picked up, and I just always felt like that was, and they usually came out in the summer, and it was just like always this exciting time, because when the first one would show up, on the stands, they were like 75 cents, while other comics were like 35 cents, which is dating me, right? But
Whoa, in a big way.
so that was part of it, and just an opportunity, like, when you're writing comics and world building, there's a lot of stuff that sort of you never get around to putting into the book for one reason or another. Maybe it's a little scene or a bigger scene, and I thought it would just be kind of interesting to give these little snippets of different characters and pivotal moments in their lives, and knowing that we might never go deeper than these particular moments, but that it would say a whole lot about these characters.
Right.
And that's
can I share? Can I share something really quick about that?
Sure.
I think annuals that was my introduction into comics. Actually, I mean, the three packs. I guess I'm dating my age too. When you saw the spinner rack and it had the 3 comics in a pack. But I think the biggest thing for me was seeing those annuals, because it was a all encompassing story. For the most part, and you kind of got a glimpse of the entire world, like Marvel's superheroes. You would see kind of like this complete story that introduces you to not only the characters, but the world itself. So when we came up with the idea about doing the Red Summer Special, it really got me excited, because it was that same opportunity that we can just introduce the audience and fans to our entire world, and still keep moving forward. So it was just something that I think that hopefully we can continue to do.
And it's written and laid out in a way where you can jump in on the Red Summer Special even before you read Bitterroot or after you read Bitterroot, because characters like Berg and Blink and Dr. Sylvester, they have a lot of aha moments about why they are the way they are in the books. So that's a nice little, like David said, like added to the whole universe of what's going on in Bitterroot behind the scenes. So definitely pick up that if you haven't read the book before, or if you've already read the books. It's definitely something you can enjoy, before or after you read the books. And it's also included in volume 2, right, Shelley? Red Summer
It
Special.
is.
Right.
And in fact, it's also worth noting that it's available digitally, and that's another great way. It's often 99 cents on Comixology, so definitely check it out. It's a great entryway in, and I can guarantee you, once you get even just a glimpse of these characters, you're hooked. You're hooked for life. I mean, this is a family drama unlike any other, and for me at least, what it does so beautifully, it entertains, it shocks you a little bit, but it really educates you while you're not looking. It's so rich with information, not just in the story and art. And Sanford, I gotta say, the fact that you won Best Artist last night, I was dancing around my house in this dress and in combat boots. And I wasn't drinking champagne all night, but I can't wait to open this in your honor.
I
It's
actually
about
have
time.
I have a package for you if you're interested in bourbon.
Is it artwork or is it
No,
champagne?
it's bourbon.
Oh,
It's not artwork. I guess
okay.
it can be considered art if you think about
Bourbon.
it in a certain way.
Make it 2, bourbon. Take it 2.
It's yeah, and it comes with a bloody bunny.
What is going on?
Oh
David?
no,
What's going
that
on?
I don't think I want in my house. Thank you. I mean, I can appreciate it from a distance,
Bloody
David.
bunny. Bloody bunny. I tell you what. Yeah, thank you, Shelley, for that. Yeah, it was definitely a humbling and and an honor to have received that award. In the category, and the artists that were in the category were legends. Colleen Doran. We chatted for a quick moment in the green room, quote unquote green
Oh
room.
yeah.
Yeah, and it was just cool just to be able to know that I admired her work when I was in high school.
Wow, you're really aging her now.
Yeah,
Just
to
kidding.
some degree.
Just kidding.
No, she's incredible, and just the other creators that were in the category, and this is one of those things where I'll share this story. I was up here, and Leslie, my wife, was downstairs trying to film it on TV, and she yells. I think downstairs it's like a few seconds ahead of what I got up here. So she was yelling downstairs before I knew, or before they announced it up here, right? So it was kind of like she's yelling it, and I'm like, oh, I guess that meant something good.
Good news.
Good news. Yeah, so it was pretty cool. It's pretty awesome.
And guys, to get the Ringo for the best series also, I mean, how fantastic, especially now, right? I mean, we don't want to spend too much time talking about the political climate and the vitriol, but what's so wonderful about Bitterroot is it really holds up the mirror. I mean, comment a little bit on that, David.
Yeah, I mean, it's really funny because when we were first starting out, before the first issue would come out, we were, talking about stuff like, oh man, I how are people going to respond to this? What if they don't like it? What if this is too much, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was the one who kind of kept saying, well, who cares? I don't care if it's too much.
Yeah, he got super militant with it, and we were like, yep.
How shocking.
But I always come back to the fact that with all the stuff that I've enjoyed, even since I was a kid, the things that I seem to enjoy the most were, whether it was music or film or comics, was something where I sensed there was a little bit more going on. And growing up when I did before the internet, it wasn't always that easy to do research, but you would hear an album or a song by someone, and it'd be kind of like, oh, I think there's something political going on here, or you'd watch a horror movie and there's some sort of underlying theme. And so I just really love that. And I've always wanted to do as much of that as possible in the work that I do. And I feel like when you're making comics, it should be layered, and there should be stuff that's just, the most important layer is the entertainment layer. And you want to engage people and entertain them and affect them emotionally. But right after that, you want that intellectual engagement. And it's not to say that you can't have stuff that is just a little bit more lighthearted, because that's great too. It's just, I just personally don't have that much interest in creating that. And I'm sort of at a point now where it's like, if I want something dumbed down, I'll just watch the news, So.
Exactly. Yes. Agree with you there. I have to say that we're getting great comments. Thank you so much for everybody who's been chiming in. We have a special guest here. Our colorist, Sophie Dodgson, wants to know, is that the Monty Python bunny? Sophie's joined us, right?
Yes,
How hilarious is Sophie?
Sophie, it's got to be midnight for you. Close to it.
It's something like that. Sanford, we've got to talk about some of the unsung heroes in Bitterroot. And Sophie has been not only a tremendous addition to the Bitterroot team, which also consists of Clayton Cowles, who's our letterer, but I want you to tell everybody a little bit about how you found Sophie and just what she's brought to the series.
It was a cold winter's night, and I was.
Wait, I need to turn up the music. Let me turn up the music better. Pull out my little violin. Go ahead. Continue.
We were in flux, trying to figure out where we were going to go next with colorist duties, and I put the word out because I think what we were trying to do, in all seriousness, we were trying to be a little intentional to bring some opportunities to diverse creators, artists of color, female artists, and the like. And I put the word out, I think on Twitter or something like that, looking for female colorists, a little specific, and the response was tremendous. Um, and for some reason, I think Sophie may have reached out to, as we have visual aid in the background here. It's pretty awesome stuff.
A
But
woman of many talents. Editing, you have to wear many hats,
many hats.
including like display person.
Yes. Oh, beautiful stuff. And yeah, Sophie, interesting enough, she reached out to me on Instagram. I think that's the first time we actually had contact. And when she reached out, she said, "Hey, fan of what you guys do. I saw that you had interest in finding female colorists. I thought I would just throw my name in the hat." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." And this was, literally, I was about to make a decision to show these guys a few other colorists, and she chimed in and she showed me her work. And I think what the biggest thing was, we actually had a quick conversation, I think a few days afterwards, and there was just her presence about her that really made the difference for me, because I mean, all the colorists were great, they were all talented, but she was talented, and she just had this personality that I thought would be great. She'd be a tremendous part of the team. And long story short, she joined, and she's gonna have to. There's no way we're letting this one go. She's pretty awesome. So
Actually, I thought just the other day you said, "How can we get rid of her? That she's getting on your nerves."
let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's not
Just
put out
kidding.
that false fake news.
I know.
Fake news.
I know. I'm such a troublemaker. I'm sorry.
I know
will
what you're
say-
trying to do. I know what you're trying to do, Shelley. You're trying to find a way to give her more time to work on your other projects.
Oh, perhaps yes. I think you're correct there. I have to say that I think Sophie should win an award for best newcomer to comics, because she's really only been in comics for the past year. I believe she's a costume designer,
Yeah.
and that's where she's had most of her skills on display.
Yeah.
And I think with the pandemic, theaters have gone dark, and I think she was looking for more comics work. And we are so lucky that she's a part of our team. She's just incredible.
Yep.
I want to give a shout out for some of the back matter, and I had Shonda Suk. Thank you so much for writing into us. She says props to everybody, and also she said that the back matter in the trade is great, and a big part of that is because of John Jennings. John actually not only edits and curates the Bitter Truths essays, but he's also an artist and writer in his own right. And David, why don't you share with everybody how John came to contribute and be such an important part of the Bitterroot team?
Well, a lot of it goes back to the comic Bitch Planet that Kelly Sue DeConnick and Valentine Delando do, and their back matter is tremendous, and that's curated by Lauren McCubbin, if I remember correctly. And so I just felt like we should try to do that, because I knew that we were tackling something really heavy in terms of the story that we were doing, but there was also just an opportunity to teach people about stuff, whether it was the Harlem Renaissance or other aspects of history. And so I just said to Chuck and Sanford, I was like, let's do, some essays in the back, and and we'll sucker John Jennings into doing it. So all the hard work is on him. And it's just sort of been great, because amongst other things, a lot of the essays that we've had are from people that I know, either through comics or through my work in teaching. And we just got an essay that will be in issue number 11. So we got it, in a reasonable time, because we're still working on 11. But it was one of the best that we've had. And it was, that's by Sean Taylor. But we've had just some amazing contributors to that. And I think, Chuck, Sanford, and I, all three of us have either worked or continue to work in education as well. So there's I think there's a little bit of that. It's I like I said, I like to be educated. You know what else I like to do, though? I like to hug Chuck. and I'm sending
Uh-oh. He looks
hugs.
nervous.
You see the look of
Never
Chuck.
the look of
It wasn't safe to hug.
disdain.
Run for cover,
Socially-
Chuck.
So it's still
Right.
it's still socially distant.
Nope, not gonna work.
Virtual hug.
Well, I'll share something
Bunny's
really
coming
quick
for you,
too. That's what Chuck really wants to hug. He wants to hug that
A
frightening
bloody mess.
a bloody bunny. But I think one of the things that that makes our book unique in that sense is, you know, like what David said, is that we have the back matter. We have a unique, I guess it won't be a secret. I call it a secret weapon. It's not really a secret now if I say it, but I think having that back matter and having these educators from all over the country, the world, do these essays, it allows us to have a whole new audience. And we've had our book in classrooms in high schools and universities all over the country. Just recently, we had an educator that teaches at I forgot which Morgan State in Baltimore. Brother by the name of Jason Johnson, who's a MSNBC news contributor. As a matter of fact, he had our book on display one evening while he was giving commentary, and that was pretty awesome. And he reached out and said, "Yeah, we're using your book as curriculum for his class," which I thought was pretty awesome. So yeah, we get those kind of messages and emails from all the time, all over the country. So it's pretty awesome to know that we have that avenue as well.
I mean, in everything that David and I and Sanford do, there's always that element of education in our work. And in the beginning, when David and John mentioned they wanted to do the back matter in the back of the book, I was really kind of taken aback, because I'm such a huge admirer of John Jennings and what he does, and the fact that he wanted to he was so excited about doing this for us and working for us. It really validated what we're doing really matters. That someone that really saw our work and really wants to put it out to the world, and one that wants to care about educating people and saw the value in our work. So that was having him on board was just icing on the cake. I mean, it was just amazing, really having him on board.
I mean, he honestly was pretty adamant once he heard the premise of our story. He was like, "Yeah, let me know what can I do? I'll do it, whatever you want." And so, like Chuck said, just to see that he was advocating before we even put pen to paper was a pretty great start.
Yeah, it's clear that the fans agree that the book is only a complete package when you get the Bitter Truths essays in the back. And that's such a great thing. It's not only giving readers more for their money, but it's just that extra level of empowerment. Because as we've all discussed, I think we're all comics purists. We've all loved comics for many, many years. And I think the best comics work on so many levels to entertain and educate and empower. And it's so important for us from our generation to continue paying it forward for the next generation. I want to actually take a step to the side and talk a little bit about the art and the costume design and how steampunk actually figures into the Bitterroot mythos. Can you give us a little bit of the backstory there, Sanford? Because that's pretty huge. That's what makes a comic set in the Harlem Renaissance in 1924. That's what makes it, I think, even that much richer and unexpected.
Truth be told, I think the initial idea, when Chuck presented that time period, I started thinking about how that time period is already kind of naturally magical and has that element of the steampunk element to some degree in the in the fashion, which, truth be told, I started doing some research on it early on just to see if there was anything out there that kind of resembled what I was thinking. And it wasn't a whole lot, which I was very surprised. But truth be told, there's a very committed fan base of African American cosplay, steampunk cosplay.
Definitely.
That I found that, and I thought that was just very intriguing, and it just kind of was a natural connection there. Once I saw that, it was just kind of seamless to go in that direction. So it wasn't anything more than just doing a little bit of research on that and seeing how it just was a natural fit. And to some degree, I'm kind of glad that there wasn't a whole lot out there, because we can really truly do something that is authentic, coming from our story.
And that's what I love about it. That's when I think you take comics to the next level. And that's why I celebrate the art form so much. Now, Chuck, I got to ask you, was that a welcome addition to your original concept when Sanford came in and said, we're going to add some steampunk accessories?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, when I sent him a bunch of character designs and ideas for the book, and he came back with all this real sleek steampunk, concept for 1920s. I mean, it was really amazing. I mean, it was exactly what we've been kind of bouncing the ideas around about what we wanted, and when he showed me the designs, it just really blew me away. I mean, it was really amazing.
Now I'm admiring some of the martial arts weapons you have behind you. You're a big fan of martial arts, am I right?
Yeah, Kung Fu, Bruce Lee, a lot of anime stuff. Yeah, huge fan. Yeah.
And does that factor into the direction you like to take the characters and the stories in Bitterroot?
It did somewhat. I mean, they're very the family is very educated and basically well traveled. So they picked up different kinds of techniques and fighting techniques throughout the book. I think David and I were talking a few days ago on a podcast about Maeda, about how she had this scene where she kind of just broke out and just started, kicking, I guess, butt in a sense, right? And people were asking, like, where'd that superpower come from? And me and David was like, there's no superpower. She's just well trained, and and as things get older, they get better. So she's just been trained and well conditioned, and when she had to take books out of powers or her abilities or her skills, she just did so.
A lot of pent up frustration. She just let them have it after that.
Absolutely.
Well, listen, she's my favorite character, and not just because she's about 5'2". She is one tough woman, and I think Sanford told me that she sort of resembles, is it your grandmother, who you said was diminutive but scared the heck out of you growing up?
I think on some level she's everyone's grandmother in many communities. Short but still big in personality and conviction.
Yes. Agency.
Yeah,
and spirit.
In spirit. So yeah, she she definitely reminds me of my grandmother, but I think there's some connections to all of us who have the matriarchs in our families.
I had an Aunt Angela, that was her name. That was the kind of where Miss Etta came from in my mind. And Sanford had someone too, like you mentioned, but mine was Aunt Angenora, that small old lady that kind of demanded respect in a sense in the house.
I look at Ruth Bader Ginsburg like that as well. There's something about women that are strong and they take prisoners and they take no shit. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to swear, but that's just the way it is. One of the things I really do love about the series, so it's about a family, and it centers on the two cousins, mostly Blink and Cullen, but you've brought in some other families around Harlem. So we don't just have the Sangaré family, but we have other families. David, can you talk a little bit about that? How we brought in some other sparring partners that actually have similar problems right now
Yeah,
in the series.
I think a lot of it was just this idea that if there was monsters that were people, human beings were transformed into monsters by way of their prejudices and their intolerance. It just seemed like there'd have to be more than one family that would sort of be in on this, right? And um, and that, but then to take it one step further, it was like, well, um, every ethnicity, every culture has their mythology, and I think even Chuck and I were talking about that early on, and it was like, you know, um, everybody has their creation myths, and everybody has their version of the devil, and so we just sort of thought, well, at some point we should hint at the fact that there's other families that do this, and when the Red Summer special came up, it was an opportunity to make at least a minor introduction. And then we sort of talked about it, and we were like, well, what if the families don't get along? What if there's this sort of not even a rivalry, but there's like even prejudices or whatever within these different cultures and these different families, and maybe that's part of the reason why no one has ever been that effective in fighting these creatures. And I think we see that a lot in present day, where it's like, you'll have three or four different uh, groups with similar ideologies, but they're not the same, so they can't
Mhm.
even agree how to go after the problem. It's
And sometimes
and
make it worse.
yeah, and of course the problem is that you don't there, in comics you're limited to how much you can show and tell per issue, per story. So it was like, well, we don't have to have these characters, like, they don't have to have their own issues or their own miniseries, but we just introduce them and let them know. And now it's sort of like, I kind of find myself thinking, okay, um, is there an opportunity to show them more, or what does this world look like as it gets bigger? And that's it wasn't my intention to to create something that was so big and so vast, um, initially, but I think that when you start to do world building as a storyteller, there's if you're really putting in the work, you create these little things that you can go down these tangents. And it's funny, like, on a nerd level, I've been watching the original Star Trek series on Netflix
I
recently.
would have never guessed that you were a nerd, by the way. But please continue.
He just said
So
nerd level. He's not a nerd per se. He just knows to.
Oh, he's a nerd. Oh,
but
make no
I
mistake, he's a nerd. Okay.
um the you know the Wrath of Khan is arguably the best of the Star Trek movies, and it came from an episode of the original series. But as I'm watching the original series again for the first time in ages, it seems like almost every other episode, it's like, oh yeah, they could have done a movie about this. Oh yeah, how come they didn't do a movie about that? Oh, I would have rather, and it was like, and there's just this long list, and I realized, oh, that's because whether or not I don't think they were intentionally doing it per se, but there's some incredible world building that went on in Star Trek. And now we see it through not just the spin-off shows like Next Generation or Deep Space Nine, but there's always these spin-offs. Now there's the new animated show, which is a comedy, and it's like, you know, every character in every world that creators build, the world you've built should be so good that you can
Yes.
just take even a minor supporting character and tell their story. And I know she's definitely fallen out of favor with a lot of people, for some of the statements she's made recently. But in the Harry Potter books, there's I can't think of a single character who I wouldn't want to read an entire book about them. I'd love to read a
Right.
Neville Longbottom book. I'd love to read
And
sort of a solo adventure thing.
and I think it's just about connection. I think that great characters um, come about when you have very talented writers and artists, and you have a story that needs to be told right now. a story that's urgent. And I do think that's what why Bitterroot is successful in the 21st century, especially in 2020, because let's face it, what's going on outside of our doors in the world is pretty heinous. And the parallels that you guys can make are quite telling.
Well, I think, truth be told, that's a lot of why. Well, that is why Bitterroot was conceived. 2016, the elections. After the elections, there was a lot of soul searching, um, especially in the Black and Brown community and all over, really. And but I think even more specifically in the creative community, just there was a lot of uh,
Vitriol.
strife, yeah, vitriol, strife, levels of just again
Fear
just
and
trying to,
uncertainty, and
yeah,
yeah.
uncertainty. You just didn't understand. We were trying to figure out how can we express this in a way that's going to truly bring about some type of not necessarily sea change, but something that will bring awareness on a level that hadn't really been addressed in our field, right? And in a long time, I should say, because comics has always been, I would say, in the forefront of social and political issues. You know, Superman was conceived because of that, right? Captain America. We can keep going, but we hadn't had anything recently that I can tell, and it definitely didn't have a lot coming from the Black and Brown creators. I think, and we just saw a need. Just being very candid, um, our book is probably the first book over at Image with all Black creators, in over 20 years. That's a problem, and we didn't necessarily wanted to address that, but we wanted to still make that statement without having to make it right. And we had bigger ambitions in a sense of just talking about the overall struggle, the overall fight, if you will, that we have to endure on a day in and day out basis. But yeah, that, I mean, that's honestly where it all started, was there. And we're very fortunate and blessed to have to be able to be kind of on the forefront, if you will, of something that we think is hopefully has opened some doors. There's other creators and other stories out there now. Not saying that we're the ones to open the door, but I do believe that it has brought some attention, and we try our best. I know David is a big advocate for other creators of color, and he speaks about a lot of projects out there. I try to. I know Chuck has done other projects with other creators as well, of color, to try to just create this narrative that there's some unique voices out here and some unique talents that really need to be seen on a bigger level than just small independent level, if you will.
Now, can this dovetail into any news about the film? Because as many people know, Bitterroot has been in development with Ryan Coogler and Legendary Films. So is there anything you guys can share about the development?
Let's see. What can we share? Well, it's in development at Legendary with Ryan.
It was going so well, and then I blew it.
No,
I'm so sorry.
It's still moving forward, and our understanding is they have a screenwriter, and the pandemic has slowed so much stuff down, and the film industry especially has, for the better part of this entire time, has come to a halt. But there's still regular check-ins. I do know that they've been talking to directors. They haven't, to the best of my knowledge, they haven't signed a director yet, because Ryan is attached just to produce, not to direct. And but Legendary is really, really committed to this, and I think that the success of the book now with the Eisner win and the Ringo win, and just it's kind of blows my mind, honestly, because it seems like every day there's something new and positive. In as the world is spinning in a negative way, there's a lot of positive stuff surrounding Bitterroot. And then I think even like Jordan Peele's films like Get Out, and Us, and now there's Lovecraft Country on HBO. There's this great documentary on Shudder called Black Noir, or is it Black or Horror Noir? And there's I think we're starting to see the beginning of a true renaissance of horror tales and monster tales within the Black community, that's set against the backdrop of the Black experience, of the diaspora here in the U.S. And we're just really fortunate that we are we're kind of at the right place at the right time. And I think
you guys started this wave. I really do. I'm so proud of what you've achieved. Even before I joined the team last year, I think you guys started this great new wave, and I'm thrilled to help it usher in more people. I wanted to actually mention a couple of quick messages that we got. Fortune Wesson says, as a Black Asian, it was sick to see both cultures in the story. So props to you guys about that. And we got another question from John Dasuk. David and Chuck, what's the co-writing process like? Now, we only have 4 minutes, guys. So you want to take it? Can you sum it up real quickly? Chuck, why don't we start with you? First, you get a big hug. You get a big hug from David.
First, we hug first. No,
an hour.
Frontal hugs. They do full frontal hugs.
Full frontal. There's a lot of phone calls back and forth. Sometimes I write a first draft, David will write a first draft, and David will wrap up with a final draft. And we FaceTime or Skype a lot and just bounce ideas off one another. And, that's kind of what we do. We kind of flow with it. We try not to get too bogged down, but we try to stay as structured as possible, where we do our outline first and then make the outline as detailed as possible, and then kind of flesh out the script from there and bounce off ideas and dialogue from back and forth. David, what's your
Chuck is being so polite and nice because the reality is I'm just a bully. I yell at him. I yell at Sanford. I don't yell at Shelley.
Actually, I'm the bully. Let's not make any mistakes here. I'm the bully of the group.
The red pin.
You have taken over. You have taken over, right?
The red pin madam.
Bullies are bad people. Let's not try to be bullies, people.
Small but mighty. Listen, we have to.
The red pin madam.
We have to do a quick wrap up, but before we do, I got one final question. It's really important, guys. What is the one album you put on that gets you away from the negativity, that makes you feel great, that makes you happy to be in comics, that lifts your spirits? Sanford.
Fight the Power by Public Enemy. So the exact opposite.
Okay. Hey, it works for you.
I'm joking. That's the last thing I would listen to mellow out. That does the opposite for me. No, I listen to a lot of podcasts, a lot of comic podcasts, creator podcasts, things of that nature.
So all right, Chuck.
I put classical on low and shuffle, basically. I just shuffle.
Wow, I'm shocked, guys. I was not expecting this. David, the one go-to album that just lifts you up to new heights and keeps you moving forward.
That would be Fishbone's Truth and Soul. But I've been listening to a lot of John Coltrane lately. So.
All right. So by the way, you guys, you're fired, because the only answer to that question is what? Does anyone know?
London Calling.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, it could be.
I was gonna say the Who.
No. Right now, I have to say, for me, it's the Clash Sandinista. But we can talk about that some other time at a much longer podcast.
I'm
I wanted to
upset 'cause we
thank.
didn't talk about football.
Well, that we'll never talk about.
Promised you was going to give us a football question, but never mind.
I made no promise of the type, but I in case anybody was wondering, I wasn't drinking champagne. I was drinking lemonade, but I am definitely sugared up.
Hard
And
lemon.
I wanted to ask everybody to go around, give our viewers your social media handles so that they know where to find you, and then I'll give a little bit of a wrap up of where people can find the next couple of Bitter Root books. David.
I'll start. I have a website, davidfwalker, all one word.com. And from there, you can find all the links to all my different social media handles. So just go to davidfwalker.com.
All right, Chuck.
For me, go to shortcomplex.com. All of my links, my Facebook, Twitter are on there.
And Sanford.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook at Sanford Green.
And I'm Shelley Bond on Twitter at SXBond, Instagram SXBond Imprimatur, also on Facebook. I want to remind everybody that Bitter Root Volume 2, Rage and Redemption, which also includes the Red Summer Special, is available now. It's an absolutely stunning package. So thank you to the fine folks at Image, Deanna in particular, for doing such terrific production work. So it's available now. It's been on sale for 2 weeks. We would love for you to check it out. Volume 1 is going back to press, third printing. It is in stores on November 13th. And also the books are available on Comixology. And I just wanted to thank everybody, particularly this wonderful team. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you to Baltimore Comic-Con for the big win, Bitter Root. Best Series, Sanford Green. Cheers, Best Artist. Long overdue. He's my favorite artist that I'm not married to. So bravo, everybody, and keep reading comics. Cheers.
We may need this Bitter Root in November 13th is when it's out. Yeah,
That's when the Volume 1 reprint is out.
Reprint is out. Yeah, we might need that book more than ever.
I think you're right. I do.
Oh,
I think you're right. Actually, I thought they were going to be cutting us off, so we have a couple more seconds. If Chuck wants to add a little bit more, Chuck, I know you have a terrific book out now called On the Stump.
Right.
Tell the viewers a little bit about it.
On the Stump is basically about a world where politicians don't debate on the stump. They fight in these brutal, bloody matches on the stump. And the trade is out on November 3rd.
Oh, wow.
Man,
Talk about
the
timing.
day of.
Yeah,
right?
November 4th, I think. I think the day after the election.
After the election,
yeah.
Please, by all means, everyone go pick that book up.
November 4th, yeah.
November.
There are essays in the back that kind of talk about, politics and race and religion. So
it's a fun book. It's really good. I
yeah.
highly recommend it. Highly recommended.
While we have a minute, Fortune Wesson also asked, is there a script for the comic anywhere available? And you know what, guys? I think there should be. Your scripts are terrific. Is there anywhere you could find the script? Perhaps maybe on your websites you could actually post the script.
Yeah, I have never really thought about that, but yeah, we could probably do that.
We may try to do something in the next edition, some kind of script to compare, script to layouts or something.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Also, since I have a moment, I just wanted to show off some of the beautiful design work in the back of Volume 2. We've got Sophie Dodgson giving a little bit of commentary along with showing her thumbnails, which is designed by someone who I believe is going to be a famous designer one day. I don't believe she gave herself any credit, but the person who designed the back matter, Sanford.
I think her name might be Shelley Bond. I think.
I'll look into that. I can't. I'm not 100% sure. Sanford, when this came over, when you showed us what your thumbnail looked like, I knew it. I couldn't believe my eyes. It's magnificent.
The Scrabble that turned into, yeah. It's very.
I've talked I've talked to 3 people already, and they have like been blown away at just how much movement and what flow is in that original sketch to go from that to the ink. To me, that's just as beautiful in terms of art as the final, which again, you know, and again, I love seeing it colored, but seeing it in black and white, just wow. I'm breathless.
Thank you. I'm breathless as well.
Well, good.
I'm speechless.
Speechless, breathless.
I'm trying to. I'm surprised we haven't been cut off, but.
Hi, everybody. We are live. Welcome to the Monstrosity panel. We're going to be doing something a little bit different with this panel. I've got some special guests here, and we're going to be play testing a brand new game. It's a party drawing game. It's a ton of fun. And everybody who is at home watching, you can actually play along with us right now. All you have to do is just grab some paper and a black marker. And you can get a feel for how fun this game is. This game is currently available to pre-order from deepwater.games, that website. It's a Deepwater Games game. And let's bring everybody else into the room and we'll go around and introduce ourselves.
Hello.
Hello.
So I'll go first. I'm Josh. I am the art director at Source Point Press. And I have brought in Elle from Deepwater Games. He's also community manager of Oxide Media, the parent company of Deepwater Games, N3, and Source Point Press. And we have the Haunted Highons team, nominated for 3 Ringo Awards in the house to come draw with us. And now you guys get to watch Mary kick all of our butts.
And hear one of our coworkers wash dishes.
Did anyone? Well, I guess we should do introductions first, but then I have a very important question before we get started. So
yes, let's hear it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm Dirk Manning, the writer of, like Josh said, Haunted Highons and Hope, with my snazzy, a brand new Hope T-shirt, soon available at Source Point Press.
Those turned out nice.
By the way, how does this look? Does this look all right, everybody? I'm just curious. Does this look good? I mean, fit okay and stuff?
Looks good.
Yeah, you look good.
Look good. All right. This is an extra large. Suck it, Travis. Okay, thank you. So we can carry on with everybody else. Those of you that watched the Source Point live auctions will know what that was about. But after introduction, so sorry. Go on.
That was my sweater, by the way, that night.
Yeah, that thing was amazing.
It's Sunday, friend. It's Sunday.
Mary, do you want to introduce yourself real quick and tell everybody who you are?
Hello, everybody. I'm Mariana Pescosta, and I'm the drawer of Haunted Highons by Source Point Press.
It is late where you are right now, right?
Oh yeah, it's 11 p.m.
Away from Italy, everybody. We're lucky to have her. Drina?
Hi, I'm Drina Jo. I'm the editor of Haunted Highlands and other various comic books. And that's about it.
All right. Awesome. Thanks for coming back again, Drina.
I'm ready to get absolutely destroyed by Mariana.
Drina is an old hand at this game. She has played tested this before. And now I'm pretty much going to hand over the reins to Elle, and they will be kind of running the show here and telling us what we're all in for. So, Elle, do you want to introduce yourself?
Absolutely. So hello, my name is Elle. As Josh mentioned earlier, I am the community director for Oxeye Media. So that's like our comic publisher, Source Point Press, our board game publisher, Deepwater Games, and then we also have N3, our artist collective. But we're here for Monstrosity right now. Now, obviously, I have a green screen, so parts of the game box are also disappearing. But I think that's just extra funny.
I thought it was like tripping out or something. I'm like,
woo! So in Monstrosity, one player each round is going to play as the witness. And recently, they witnessed a monster. Every other player at the table is a paranormal sketch artist. You are playing as an agent of DRAW, the Department of Recording Anomaly Witnesses. And it's your responsibility to listen to the witness and try to recreate what they saw. All right? So how this is going to work is whichever player is the witness for the round, I am going to hold up a monster card to the camera, and you get to look at it for 20 seconds. All three other players, you got to close your eyes, you got to look away, no cheating, no peeking until I tell you to open back up, all right? And then afterwards, everybody's going to put pen to paper, and the witness for the round is going to have 2 minutes to describe what they saw. So that's going to be things like, well, it had 4 tentacles and they were super thick, or it had giant eyes coming off of stalks. Whatever that means, you have 2 minutes to describe what you saw. Paranormal sketch artists can ask whatever questions they'd like, whether it's orientation, size, personality, whatever you want to ask, you can go ahead and fill in the blanks. Hi, Peanut. There's an office dog behind me. But after 2 minutes is up, all of the draw agents are going to reveal their illustrations. In secret, the witness is going to jot down which draw agent they felt did the best job. Then I'm going to reveal the monster for everyone to see. And then all of the artists are actually going to get to vote for someone else that they thought did the best job. Whichever is the fan favorite, whichever player gets the most vote from artists is going to get a point. Whichever person got the vote from the witness is going to get a point. And if those two match up, that means we had a reliable witness, and the witness will also get a bonus point for that round. All right. So I will go ahead and manage the timer and everything like that every single round. And we are going to go by no peeking if you are not the witness. Now we're going to go ahead and base things off of the order of players on the screen. So we'll have Josh be player 1, Mary will be player 2, Dirk will be player 3, and Drana will be player 4. And you'll want to remember those numbers for when you're voting for other players. So we're going to start with Josh as the witness. Does anybody have any questions before we do that? What, Dirk?
What? This is a legitimate question. Did anyone explain to Mariana that given that she was a Ringo Award nominated illustrator, one of the top recognized illustrators in the world, that she is supposed to be drawing with her feet?
So typically speaking, if an artist is at the table, mind you, this is not a game of artistic talent. This is a game of listening skills. You can add as much artistic flair as you want, but if you're not listening to your witness, it's not going to do you a lick of good. That being said, we usually do have all artists use their non-dominant hand if they're typically seen as a threat. Exactly. I heard that Mary can actually draw with both hands at once.
Right? She's done it. She draws with
Dirk, just wait until I do the witness, because with my fluent English, I don't know if I will describe it very good to you all.
This is the first time I think I've
all of
played
our
the
Italian.
game.
You
I
know?
think this is the first time I've played the game with someone with English as a second language, so this is going to be exciting. Exciting. This is
All the
new.
chance we have. Your English is better than all of our Italian put together.
It is true.
I know, you know, the only Italian word I know is disinfanculo. So
Don't.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get moving on the first round. Typically speaking, you play until every player has been the witness twice. We'll try and make that happen during this, but I understand we've got a tight little hour going on here. So, all right, I need all players but Josh to close their eyes.
Great. Cover your eyes. No peeking.
No peeking, no opening until I tell you. So, all right, Josh, here you go.
Oh, wow.
wait, I mean, I didn't see
Hot. Okay.
No describing yet, Josh.
Right. All right. Soaking it in.
All those details, all of them, and that is 20 seconds. All right, everybody can open their eyes. Josh, you may begin your 2 minutes whenever you please.
Okay. I don't know what I just saw. It's a lady. Pretty sure it's a lady. It's a lady.
Oh,
But
it's a lady.
she's got black hair. She's got a big head that takes up about a third of her body. She has no legs. Instead of legs, they taper down to a little tail, little stubby tail.
Does she have a normal body?
Does she have? She has kind of like a big worm shape with a big head. She's got 2 arms, lady arms, whatever those
What's her
are.
hair, short or long? Is her hair
She's got
short?
black hair. I think it was in 2 little pigtails that come out to about here.
All right.
And,
okay.
She's got 5 eyeballs, and they make almost a triangle shape to one big eyeball in the center. So big eyeball with 2 little eyes on the left, 2 little eyes on the right. Big mouth full of gross teeth. And she
Define gross. Define gross.
The teeth are large and kind of jagged, not sharp, but jagged, very long and tall. And I don't remember much more about the teeth. But she's got a top on. She's got like a crop top with a low neck and a skirt around her worm bottom.
Does
No
she
legs.
has a nose?
I don't think she has a nose. That's a good question. I don't remember.
30 seconds left on the clock.
30 seconds. You think I gave you guys such a great description?
Sure you did.
I didn't remember. Don't forget the 5 eyeballs, guys. There's 5 of them. 1 big one in the middle, and then 2 off to each side, kind of
Is
tapering.
the tail like a mermaid tail?
Bloop, bloop, like that. What I just.
Okay.
The bloop doesn't really matter because that is pens down. 2 minutes. No more details added at all.
Oh, shit.
All right, draw agents. I would like you to reveal to the witness
Let's
your
see it.
illustrations.
Let's see. I'll tell you.
Is someone gonna screen cap this?
Okay. Hey, you guys are almost. This is not what I described with the eyes, you guys. I said it made like.
Did you get the shot, Elle? Are we good?
I did.
All right.
This is gonna be tough. Okay. So
right here's the winner. Let's be honest. I mean, that's
Mariana's 1 or 2, and Dirk is 3, and Drina's 4. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm writing down my votes.
All right. So now that our witness has gone ahead and recorded his choice, draw agents, I am going to reveal the creature to you.
Okay.
Oh,
exactly what I described.
And then in a few seconds here, I am going to count down from 3, and you're going to hold up fingers equal to the other player you're voting for. So if you're voting for Mary, it'll be 2. If you're voting for Dirk, it'll be 3. If you're voting for Drina, it'll be 4. So go ahead and show your illustrations one more time.
Hold them all up.
Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. So here comes the countdown. You cannot vote for yourself. You do have to vote for someone else. So 3, 2, 1. Fingers. All right. Okay. So
wait, no. So, oh yeah. Okay.
You're good. You're good. So Drina, as the crowd favorite, got a point. However,
Did you vote for yourself?
Huh?
Did you vote for yourself?
No, I voted for Murray.
Oh, okay.
No, she's fine.
I was Dirk, I'll be honest. I meant to
Dirk,
vote for
as
Dirk.
our witness's choice, got a point. Now,
Oh,
those
wait.
don't
You had to vote for me?
I meant to vote for Dirk.
I voted for you, so you
Yeah.
get a point.
Yep. So Dirk gets a point as the witness's choice. Drina gets a point as the fan favorite. Those numbers don't match. So we had an unreliable witness, and that doesn't get rewarded.
You know what, Josh? You misled us with the hot. So I was thinking she was
And you should have said she was fat.
I did a shape with my fingers.
There's a lot of ways that could have gone.
All right.
Going to be fire or a sexy woman?
I assumed a sexy woman. All right. So Mary is going to be our witness for this second round. So everyone else, I need you to go ahead and block your eyes. No peeking. Joshua, thank you. All right, Mary, here you go. This is our creature for your round.
Okay.
Go ahead and get in as many details in there as you can.
All right. Got it.
Okay. All right, everybody, go ahead and open your eyes. Mary, begin your 2 minutes whenever you please.
So this is a character with 3 triangles around its face, which is a triangle as well. And it has
point up or point down?
Point outside of the face in the 3 directions, and it has 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth, normal ones, and a blue jacket with a big
Is this a human body? Arms, legs?
It doesn't have legs.
No legs.
No legs.
Are there
And it's
eyes?
just black. Inside the jacket, it's just black.
Okay. Jacket.
Yeah.
Wearing a jacket.
Yeah, I'm definitely not getting any points for this one.
So it's got no legs, but it's styling.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's floating.
It's floating.
What are its hands like?
Fingers?
Oh God, I don't remember. They
Are there eyes?
huge hands in front of it.
Huge hands?
Yes, in front of it.
Okay. Is he happy? Is he angry?
We have
It
30
doesn't have,
seconds left.
30 seconds.
No expression at all.
Ears?
I didn't see them.
And he's floating.
Yep.
Does he have a mouth?
Go back to the head. So is a triangle-shaped head, but there's 2 other triangles?
No, three around the face. There's
Not
the face
triangle-shaped
and 3 triangles.
I'm back.
I told you were
Pens
doomed.
down. Pens down. That is 2 minutes, agents. Your time is up. No more of that.
This is a cool.
I'm excited to see these ones. All right, agents, go ahead and show your
Oh,
creatures.
Don't fool him.
You can't see.
My dude's like, hey.
Almost.
Okay, so they were like,
What?
there's a lot of things going on that one.
Oh my God.
Well,
There's a bit going on here.
I'm looking at Dirk's, and ours is almost exactly alike.
Yeah.
You got both the lines at the bottom.
All right, Mary.
I got him.
Mary, do you have a winner that you can jot down in secret?
Yes.
Okay, so you've got a winner in mind. All right. So, agents, I am going to go ahead and show you the real creature. All right. Here we go.
Oh.
I'm amazing.
Totally silent.
Very close.
All right, everybody, go ahead and hold your illustrations up again.
I don't want
so
to.
that our
Yes,
viewers
describe
can see
that very
context. No, hold it up. Hold it up. I also need to take a snap. All right, there we go. All right, so it is time to vote in 3, 2, 1. Show me them fingers.
1, 2, 3.
Josh. Okay. All right. So Josh can't count to 4 very quickly. So Josh got a point for the crowd favorite and from the witness. So that means that Mary gets a point as a reliable witness because those matched up.
You're more reliable than Josh.
Josh at 2, and then everybody else at 1 for now. But we're only 2 rounds in. There's a lot of time to usurp him. Lots of time. All right. So Dirk is going to be our witness for this next round.
I get to test my rating.
No. So I need everybody else to shut them peepers.
Wait.
I'm watching if you're peeking.
Oh my goodness. All right, here you go, Dirk. Here's yours. That's upside down.
Yeah. Oh, wow. What the world is this?
Uh-oh.
Okay. All right. These are going to be accurate. We're good.
You think so? You think so? That's what Mary thought.
I got this. I'm ready.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right.
Okay.
Agents, open your eyes. Dirk, you can begin describing as soon as you want.
Picture a blue fuzzy bean, like a blue fuzzy jelly bean, with big googly eyes towards the top of its head, but they are actually on the body. Its mouth is shaped like a flux capacitor or like the inside of a peace sign. It goes like this. The mouth looks like that.
All right.
It has 2 pointy rabbit buck teeth.
Okay.
It is wearing oven mitts.
Okay, so it does have hands.
Yeah, he's like a blue fuzzy, big giant googly eyes, like a rabbit mouth, kind of like that deviated septum with 2 big buck teeth.
Okay.
And then instead of legs, it has like 2 skinny little worms for legs. He's very cute. Both Mariana or Drina.
What about the body?
The body's like a big fuzzy blue jelly bean. He's just a blob, kind of like a big, bean, like a big fuzzy bean. Both Mariana or Drina Joe would want to take it home.
All right.
Elle would feed it pumpkin seeds from its hand off her porch.
Are the worm legs fuzzy?
What's
What
that?
about the feet?
Are the worm legs fuzzy?
Nope. The worm legs look like little worm legs, no feet.
All right.
It's almost. I think it's just barely even floating off the ground. It's got two little worms for legs.
And arms?
Short little arms with oven mitts on its hands.
That is
Like
30 seconds left here.
So it's got like little mittens for hands. But it is wearing mittens. It's blue and the mittens are red.
We can't use colors.
Yeah, we don't need to know the colors, right?
I don't know what Mariana's going to pull out over there. We'll see.
Right, if she can use both hands at once, she could line and color as quickly as you all.
No, that's too much for me.
All right, that is time. That is 2 minminutes. Agents, pens down.
That's Alessandro's job, right? You gotta get Alessandro's over there coloring for her. It was paint roller.
All right.
I do want to take mine home. So I do want to take mine home.
Let's see these adorable critters up for adoption. Show them off.
See it, Joe? Oh, my goodness.
These all do look like friends. They are all potential friends.
They're very cute. Okay.
All right. Dirk, do you have a winner quietly,
do.
silently in mind.
It's tough, but I do.
All right.
Drina, were
Artist?
you doing a dance move?
Yeah.
It was like,
No, I was making a bean, like a shape.
I love it.
Here is the real creature
Son of
right
a
here.
either.
That's what Dirk saw.
Hold them up for the snapback.
So yeah, artists, go ahead.
Put yours up again. I gotta compare. This is
Let each other go ahead and pick and get a good look of it all in context.
like a
Excellent.
butt crease.
It is kind of a little butt cracky. Yeah. All right, artists. 3, 2, 1, vote. All right, so we have Josh winning the crowd favorite. Dirk, who did you vote for?
I'm torn.
No,
Mary
you
went ahead
had
of
to
me.
vote for somebody.
But you missed the teeth, Mary. You missed the buck teeth.
Yeah, I did, but they were too small to be seen.
Oh,
but-
okay. All right. I gotta go with Josh. I hate to.
All right.
I
So
want
Josh,
to play spoiler. I want to play spoiler, but Josh.
Josh is a good listener.
You got
man.
it.
well, as Josh got both of those, that means that Dirk also gets a point because he was a reliable witness.
That part I agree with.
Me being a reliable witness, that makes sense.
Hear how it is to not
I
make
want
a
to play spoiler and give it to someone else because Josh is racking up the points over here. But
But this is a point, like if because Dirk got himself a point by having matched the public opinion, which is why you have to make sure that you know exactly who you voted for before you find out.
right.
So
Right.
basically,
I
you
was,
cheated.
I was being honest. I was playing by the rules. I was not playing spoiler.
All right, so now Drina's going to be our witness this time around. Everybody, close them peepers. Otherwise, I'm so sorry.
The fuck? What is that? Sorry. So
I'm shuffling them each time, so this is so not intentional.
Oh my lord. 1, 2, 3.
That is going to be 20 seconds right there. All right. You can begin describing that creature to the agents whenever you're ready.
Let's start with, let's say it almost looks like an alien, like Alien from the movies. He has dragon wings. It's a profile picture.
Oh.
One arm is very much dominant, very muscular, almost dragging to the ground, and has thick claws. The
Like
other
Trump.
hand is just kind of popping up on the other side because, again, it's a profile picture. He has a bit of a pot belly. And he has 6 clawed toes that are showing. I did not actually see how many legs he had.
How about the head?
The head is like shaped like that alien elongated face, you know.
All right.
Does it have a tail?
Crap. I don't know. I really don't know.
Big
I don't.
arm,
I didn't notice the tail. What?
Big arm, hand on the ground. You said.
Yeah, like big muscular arms, and the almost like the hand is not quite touching the ground, but close to it. You know, like dragging hands. And then the one leg I could make out had 6 clawed toes.
What's its face look like? What's its eyes and mouth look like?
Yeah.
The eyes, I mean, honestly, I didn't catch that either. I was kind of distracted by those dragon wings.
Does it have a mouth?
It did. It looked like an alien mouth from the movie Alien. Like
Open
long,
or closed?
like, it was closed.
30 seconds.
I'm not a reliable witness.
Did it have teeth?
So, what?
Did it have teeth?
I don't know what the legs look like.
I'm telling you, I only saw the one leg, and it was just kind of like tucked underneath that pot belly.
Teeth? They have teeth?
The mouth is closed,
Okay.
so closed. There's no teeth showing, I don't think. Anyway.
That is pens down.
Oh,
That
no.
is pens down.
Oh,
2
no.
minutes have passed.
I'm so very bad at this.
This is hands down the most challenging of the 4 creatures we've seen so far.
Good gravy.
That's why I said I'm sorry before I revealed it for you. All right, draw agents. Let's see what you drew over there. What is happening?
That's what's happening. Josh just needs to just give us all a chance.
Dirk got the alien head better than I did.
I don't know. Let's find out. Let's
Put
see.
me out of my
All
emotion.
right. To my witness, do you have a winner in mind?
Yeah.
All right. I am going to reveal the real creature. Artists, go ahead and keep those up so that we can make a nice little comparison in full context there.
Oh my goodness.
You did not mention all of these little finger legs.
I said claws.
I almost drew the little snaggle teeth as
I
well.
literally said 6 claws, Josh.
Are you sure? Where
You
was
did very much insist at the end that he had no teeth, by the way. All right. Artists, let's go. So that's going to be 3, 2, 1. Everybody vote. All right. So this is an interesting situation. So for starters, Drina, you gave Josh your point.
Yes.
All right. So we have a 3-way tie here, or is Mary holding up 3?
3.
3? Oh, okay. Never mind then. So that is going to be a point to Dirk. At first, I thought it might have been 2, and I was going to say a 3-way tie does very interesting things sometimes. The score. Well, what would happen in a 3-way tie is all of you would tie for first place. So you would each get a point, and then Drina would have voted for the winner in that case because you were all tied for the winner, and Drina also would have gotten a point. That's the way to get maximum points handed out in a round, is for a perfect tie between all players.
Good gravy.
All right, so we are about 30 minutes in, and we are 4 rounds out of 8. We're perfectly paced here.
All right. Let's do it.
Excellent. So we're going to go back around the circle. At this halfway mark, we have Josh at 5 points, Dirk at 3, and then a tie after that of 1.
Not a tie. Really.
But a tie, a competitive tie.
Tie for last place.
All right. I need everybody to go ahead and close their eyes.
Okay.
Oh, wait, except me, right?
I was kind of hoping that this one would go to Josh, honestly, because
No,
it's not
that
nice
sounds
either.
Oh, come on. What the heck? Oh, no. None of us is. Oh, man.
This one has definitely appeared in a dream of mine before.
Oh, I wish I could take notes.
All right, that is 20 seconds, buddy. All right, go ahead and describe to your agents.
Okay. It has no arms. It has 2 legs. One of the legs is a chicken leg. The other one is a horse leg.
Which one's the chicken leg, left or right on the page?
Come on. Facing towards the right of the page, and it is the right leg is the chicken leg, and then the leg behind that would be the horse leg, and it is kind of lifted up off the ground like it's about to neigh. Here's the thing. It has an alien-shaped head, again, like a xenomorph head. Big, long shape, except on the front of it, it has a duck bill. Very clearly, a duck bill. On its side, because remember, it has no arms, on its side is a weird-looking chicken face. There's a chicken face coming out of its side. And it has a.
Does it have the little thing on top?
Maybe. There's a lot to look at, and I'm definitely sure that there's things I'm missing. There's some weird shapes coming off of this thing in all different directions.
Of course, so
basic shapes so that you're going to be great. It has a tail. So imagine like the body of like a bird that runs, or like a velociraptor, right? So that's the kind of body shape, and it's got a tail. Except it's got the chicken leg and the horse leg and the chicken face on its side, and then the xenomorph head with the duck bill.
Does it have eyes in the front of the head as well?
What about their head? What?
Does it have eyes in the front of the head as well? Two faces?
Beady. The head is regular 2 eyes above the duckbill, like beady little black eyes, and it has a pointy ear
30 seconds.
on a xenomorph shaped head.
What kind of neck?
They're trying to, like a velociraptor neck going into the body.
Yeah, no.
Does it have wings? Does it have wings?
No, I don't think so.
And what about the body, the main body?
So it's kind of like a dinosaur shape.
All right.
2 legs, a chicken face on the side of it, and it goes into the tail.
Pens down. That is time. Agents, you have had your 2 minutes, and they are up. All
This
right.
last call was really crazy, you guys. It was really crazy. I did my best.
I wanted Josh to get a hard one. I wanted Josh to get a hard one really bad.
I didn't
here.
All right, agents, let's see your work.
This is my worst work ever.
Oh wow!
Oh,
Look at
wow.
Mary's just like sticking out that stanky leg right there.
Mine is having a party.
Going on. These
Oh
are
my
bonkers.
Amazing.
These are what, Josh? What was it?
Bonkers. Absolutely.
None of these are like this is. Oh my gosh, you have an interesting choice. I'm just saying.
I have my
artists,
vote.
You got it. You got it. All right.
Yeah.
Keep those thumbs up, artists.
Horrifying.
They're
Have to
all
keep
one.
them
They're all
up because I'm about to reveal the real thing. So keep
Yeah,
your
you gotta hold this
illustrations
up.
up. Keep your illustrations up. I'm
Oh.
missing one.
Sorry.
There you go.
All right, this is the real deal.
Oh, wow.
My God.
You're not even.
There's a lot happening here, isn't it?
What the fudge?
All right.
God, I am
So
smart.
it is time to vote. It's time to vote in 3, 2, 1. Let's see them fingers.
Oh crap! I forgot we're voting. Hey, there you go.
All right, so this is one of those situations I just outlined. So everyone is going to get a point, and then Mary is going to get an extra point here because she was the pick of the witness.
I know if I
All
were to rob a house to rob Josh's house, because he'll be like, he had like a chicken face. He was like 9 feet tall.
Everything I said was true.
You did. I think these extra hard ones deserve 2 minutes 30 seconds.
No, that's what makes them extra hard.
They deserve a reliable witness.
That's what's really important.
I nailed it. You guys fell asleep at the wheel here. I don't know.
All
what
right.
The comments,
Everybody
the,
but
the
Mary
Ringo
needs to
Awards
close
are laughing
their
along with
eyes.
us. Mainframe's laughing along with us.
Oh no!
Oh, man.
Oh, people are watching. Oh, I forgot.
All right, eyes closed, everybody. It's Mary's turn. Everybody's eyes are wide open. I need just Mary's. All right, here we go for you.
Okay. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
We believe in you, Mary.
All right. One, two, three.
All right, and that is 20 seconds. Draw agents, open your eyes. Witness, you may begin. Mary, please.
Okay, so picture one eyeball as the head with a hat on top of it.
With a what?
A hat.
What's a football hat? Or
No, that's a cylinder. I don't know how you say it.
like hand them out of your hands like a
Top
derby.
hat?
Like this one with the cylinder.
A top hat.
Top hat. Yeah.
Yeah, top hat.
A Dirk Manning hat. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then a long neck, a bit twisted, and a huge belly, round belly, and on the arms. What?
Mouth?
There is no mouth.
Okay.
That's just the eyeball. And then the arms are the ears. and it has a mouth on the belly with two big teeth, rabbit teeth.
Yep.
And
open or closed?
No, just closed with a smile. And four legs around this round belly.
And what do the legs look like? What kind of legs are they?
It's they're tiny,
Okay.
and
Human leg?
Does he have
no,
feet?
no. That's it seems like insect ones.
That's
Oh,
it. 30 seconds left.
Okay.
What about his arms? His arms
Was the eye bloodshot?
The arms are just the ears.
So no
A
arms.
huge one.
Big ears.
No arms.
And no nose.
No.
Nothing on the belly. The belly has nothing on it.
Only the smile with the mouth.
All right, that is time. That is time. Josh should have listened the first time Mary said stuff. But some people just don't know how to use their ears. So
Ears outside of the belly.
I'm just saying, Mary said that like halfway through. You had 50% of your time with that information, and you did not use it.
Maybe you need the face on the side of its head.
All right, agents, go ahead and show off your work. See, everybody else got the details, Joshua.
There was who said anything about teeth?
I'm gonna smack him for you.
Rabbit teeth.
Oh.
All right, do you have a winner in mind?
Yes.
All right, so artists, keep those up, keep them up, because I'm going to reveal the real thing, and I want you to see everything all together, because this is the real guy. This is what Mary really saw out there. He's a charming fellow. He's well dressed, right?
He's a dwarf.
Yeah.
Very
All
close.
right, so it is time to vote. And that's going to be 3, 2, 1. Put them out there. Jerk is so slow. All right. So the crowd favorite is Drina.
Oh, wait, I what?
Yeah. And Dirk was the witness's favorite. All right. So we have 2 rounds left here. 2 rounds left going into these. We have Josh in the lead at 6 and Dirk at 5. And Drina and Mary are over there at 3 points right now. So this is still doable. This is still anybody's game, actually.
Well, it's Dirk next, so we're all screwed.
Yes, that is correct. But I was trying to stay a little optimistic.
That is true.
Right. Okay. So, agents, I need you to close your eyes.
All right.
All right, bring it on.
Joshua.
What? Oh,
you're not listening.
He's getting the full name. And the thing is, like, he knows he's in trouble because I've been yelling at him since the auction on Friday.
This is true.
Oh, God.
I'm glad you got this one, Dirk. A lot of this is working out the way I wanted it to.
I have a lot of questions.
Like,
Okay.
which one do I kiss first?
That too. This is karma for me. This is karma for me.
This is karma for everything, buddy.
This is karma for my life.
All right.
Okay.
There we go. And that's 20 seconds. So agents, go ahead and open your eyes. Get those pens to paper because the witness is about to describe something very interesting.
Use the writer's skill.
Imagine it has the body of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but just draw the body, don't draw the head, don't draw the tail.
Okay.
Instead of the tail, its butt is a male's face, a human male's face.
Like a dick?
What?
A dick?
No, what the? No, it's butt. Like, imagine a Tyrannosaurus Rex's body, but the butt is a human male's face.
Oh, a face. Okay.
I don't want to know where that came from. So anyway, moving on. It's got,
And what about the arms?
It's got skinny little kind of Tyrannosaurus Rex style arms. The head, if you picture the cover of the book Jaws or the movie poster, it looks like that. It's kind of like a triangle, like you're looking at the shark coming up. So it's that shape. It's like a shark shape going up. It's got very large female lips and kind of lazy eyes. It's got one big, thick, muscular, almost like Tyrannosaurus Rex leg in the front, and it's got a little skinny, shriveled up leg in the back.
Oh my god, I thought the face was the leg. No.
You said it was the butt.
The face is the butt. There, it does not have a dick. I'm just going to put that out there. There is no. It does not.
So the butt is a male face.
Yeah, the butt is a man's face. Just like picture a man's face, like.
Yeah, 25 seconds left.
Wait, what's the arms?
Little skinny T-Rex arms.
And the big lips on the head.
The big lips are on like the Jaws head. It's got big lips, kind of lazy eyes.
Oh, that's right. You said a shark, didn't you? Jeez, Louise.
Okay, a big leg and then one little shriveled,
little shriveled leg. Yep. It's okay to be jealous, Al. I know I'm rocking this one.
We'll see, buddy. Pens down. That is the end of that.
Oh, I like her.
Oh.
This is good.
I'm excited for this one.
No.
All right. This is going to be horrific. All right, let's see them, agents.
Freudian stuff.
Oh no!
Hold on. I need to take this in just a minute longer.
Yeah, you need a little bit to process. I understand. I don't even know if I have a winner.
Okay, I think I've got it.
All right, you've got a winner for sure. Okay.
I guess so.
All right, artists, keep them up because I'm about to show you the real deal. No crying. There's no crying in draw.
Hold it up.
Oh, wow. Look at that. On here.
Oh,
your description was pretty good.
Honestly, it was, right?
Wow.
Oh man. The butt face has got just like the most chiseled cheekbone in the world. Also, you missed the tiny little heel at the bottom.
I'm going to throw out a really rare reference. I was going to say the butt face looks like, what's his name? Skull face or Bone Face from Frisky Dingo. Does anyone know Frisky Dingo? The old cartoon? Old Adult Swim cartoon. All right.
All right, y'all. It's time for that vote. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Hold them fingers up. All right. So that is going to be 2 points to Josh and 1 point to Dirk. You don't like tears.
You got have you seen a Jaws poster ever? Like the head coming up?
That's a lady.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
My eyes are blurry.
Okay.
I mean, I will say though, from terms of strictly anatomy, Mariana had the best butt. The fact that the guy's butt like hanging down.
I don't want to say what mine looks like.
That was America's ass right there. That was America's ass.
Oh no. Okay.
Okay. All right. So going into the final round of this.
Oh no.
Yeah, it doesn't look pretty. So we have Josh at 8 points and Dirk at 6 and then Trina and Mary at 3. So I guess, like, if anything, this is a testament to the fact that drawing skill doesn't get you everywhere.
Let's just do this last round and.
All right, eyes wide shut for everybody except for our final witness here. All right,
let's do it.
Okay, I like this one. This one makes me happy.
Oh no, Elle, don't start the timer. You're
no.
The
Now
screen
it's good.
in it. Huh?
It should be good now. Only like the little center is.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's got a little center.
All right, and that is 20 seconds done. Agents, open your eyes and your ears. Joshua.
All right. We're gonna do this, guys. Okay. This monster has like an elephant's trunk, okay, and a hunched back body. Okay, and there's two tiny wings coming out of the body. All right. There's also
what kind of wings? Feather wings, bat wings.
Very small wings, like little small dragon wings.
Little dragon wings.
Okay. It has four vent holes that have steam coming out of them between the wings. So like vent hole, wing, vent hole, vent hole, wing, vent hole. Okay. With like little puffs of smoke.
How many vent holes? Four?
Four, and they're in between the two wings. Now, on the downward curve of the spine are some spikes, like little spikes on it. Now, the tail kind of curves outward, and it has like a wood saw, like a hand saw for a tail.
Like it?
What in the world?
Like a saw?
Yeah, like a hand saw. And it does have two arms that are also kind of like the last arms, muscular and kind of hanging down.
Does it have claws or?
No, just like normal, like a normal
human
hand, I guess. Yeah.
This one was done by another member of the Source Point Press.
What about the eye?
The eye is kind of like an angry looking eye, but you can only see the one because it's like a profile.
30 seconds left.
Angry eye?
Yeah, kind of like he's like looking at you like.
Does he have legs?
There's no legs, I don't think. Oh crap, I don't think so.
Something about a saw butt, saw leg, saw.
The end of the tail is like a saw, Josh.
In the tail?
Yeah, the tail is a saw, like a hand saw.
Oh, okay.
And then there's spikes on like the downward slope of the back.
Pens down. That is 2 minutes right there, everybody. 2 minutes.
I even figured it out a little bit, so that's what I was going for.
Agents, this is your final chance to prove yourselves. Reveal your illustrations.
Evil Snuffleupagus and evil Cubert.
Let me see the dimples.
It's exactly what we have going on. Oh, wow.
Crap. Oh, wow.
I would play any of these video games.
Call me wrong way.
You did a good job, actually.
Really?
All right, witness, do you have a winner in mind?
Yeah, I do.
All right. So this one is done by Sean Daly, one of our Source Point Press artists. In a second, it will stop being invisible in the center, and that's what I was talking about with Drina.
It's like an anteater.
Yeah. He's got the little chainsaw tail, and the vents, and the tiny little wings.
Legs, Drina.
He's adorable. He's adorable.
Has legs.
Yeah, there's legs.
You don't think I did a good job?
Be careful. She's about to deal out a point.
Did you get your snap, Elle? Or?
I did. So we're going.
That was Drina's Italian accent. You don't think I did a good job?
Gosh. That's going to be a 3.
I can take it.
2. One, let's see them votes. Oh. Okay, so that's going to be Mary as the winner for the popular vote. Drina, who was your pick?
Mari.
All right, so there we go.
I don't
We
know.
have
It's giving me too hard
our
of a
final standings there. Josh, Dirk, Mariana, and Drina.
I
All right.
and laughed with that one.
That last one is one of my favorite pictures in the game. It's super charming. Monstrosity is going to be coming out next month, just so everybody knows. You can pre-order it right now off of oximedia.com. It costs $25 for the base game, but on launch day, we're also releasing the Cute Creatures expansion, which is more kid-friendly, younger-oriented critters. And that's usually going to cost $10, but if you pre-order it right now, you actually get that expansion for free.
Oh. Now, I mean, legitimately, where can we order this? Because this is a fun game.
oximedia.com.
So I've already
Nice.
ordered it. So how do I get the expansion?
You will get it.
Yeah,
I want that.
Anybody that pre-orders it will get the expansion.
Cool.
Right on. Will this be available in stores as well as or just online for now?
It will be available in stores, absolutely. How it typically works is online orders will get it earlier, and then the store release happens a few weeks after that sort of thing. And stores, like, you won't get the same get the expansion for free deal. But of course, we're big believers in supporting your local game and comic shop. So don't let that stop you by any means.
Right. That was fun. And like, do you have a sample of like the cute monsters, or is there a cute
Let me see if I can show. I don't want to show too many, because
No. I just want
excitement is in the game, but yeah.
Just one, just a teaser.
Why the green screen every single time? Let me see if I can find one that's a little less green based in here. That one's gonna be a lot of green too, but this is another favorite of mine. It's like an aquatic little kitty guy, kind of almost.
Bunny looking thing.
Yeah.
In that
They're
experience,
adorable.
whatever he is
They're
cute.
adorable.
That's what did it in. That you're the only one that has seen the Jaws movie poster. I should have said that one looks like a dick. Is what I should have said.
Oh, that one's so angry. Oh. So
I would definitely take him home too. He's adorable.
And that comes with, so the cute extension comes for free when you order the.
Yep.
How many
And when you
cards-
get the cute expansion, it also expands how many players can play because it gives you a 9th player board. So instead of 3 to 8 players, it's 3 to 9 players too.
How many monsters are in the base set?
The base game has over 100 monsters, and then the cutie expansion has 40 new monsters along with the player board.
Which is enough times to play this over and over and over again before you start to see some of the monsters again. And even then, there's sometimes if you have seen them before, you can't remember because your brain has been full of weird monsters.
And everybody describes things in different ways too.
Right.
So one creature might sound entirely different depending on who's describing it.
So true.
Right. Well, yeah, you're not going to say like, oh, remember that one monster from like 2 months ago when we played this game at Josh's house? It's that one. Very cool.
Before we take off, do you all want to share with everybody at Baltimore Comic-Con exactly where they can find you online?
I'll go first. We'll go around the room.
Yeah.
So you can find me at Joshua Frantic on Instagram and Twitter. And if you contact SourcePoint Press, I'm one of the people who will probably see that too. So either way.
To contact me, you can find me on Instagram, Maripescosta, and on Facebook with my real name.
And Mary with an I too, right? You know. Yeah. Facebook, Instagram, God help me, even Twitter at Dirk Manning. My website is dirkmanning.com.
And I'm on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram as Drina Joe.
Fantastic. Oh, okay. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram as Terribly Bland. And then you can also find Deepwater Games as @DeepwaterGames. And same thing on Facebook and Instagram. Instagram's going to be Deepwater Gaming, I believe. But yeah, you can find us all over the place.
And thank you to Baltimore Comic-Con for having us.
Absolutely.
It was a fun Sunday night. And Mary, we're glad you got to play with us. And thank you for joining us.
Oh,
It's
so
like
much.
almost midnight your time, right?
Bye, guys.
It's
Yeah,
almost
it's midnight.
Good night.
It's bedtime.
Thanks so much, everybody. I guess that
Thank
wraps.
you, everybody.
Have a great night.